Tom. Yes, it was made of powdered glass, and it was popular in European paintings of the 16th and 17th century.
When I look at smalt, it looks like you're over a blue body of water.
Yeah.
And it has that kind of look.
Nice deep blue.
Just a quick question. Did that question come to you yesterday when we were looking at shades of blue on your computer screen?
No, actually it didn't. We were looking for designs on something. No,
Okay.
I found it randomly this morning. But yeah, we were discussing blue yesterday. But maybe we'll consider smalt now. All right, so we're going to start with this. Tom Cruise and Ana de Armas are stirring up plenty of buzz with the recent low-key hangouts they've had. And according to Us Weekly sources, things are at its low-key, still new, and in the early stages phase. And their romance is definitely on the down low. This is what they're saying. They're calling it a romance, is according to Us Weekly sources.
All right.
It still hasn't really been confirmed yet.
They're doing laser tag and bounce houses and stuff like that. They're not going on real super intense dates.
They connected over work back in February, but a source claims that Cruise was super smitten and Ana de Armas developed feelings.
Yeah.
So
all right.
So like who wouldn't fall for her immediately?
I mean, come on.
She had to warm up to Tom if this is the case.
Well, Tom is older.
So the actress and actor, apparently their mutual friend Penelope Cruz put in a good word for her.
Here, get him off my back.
Giving her the seal of approval, both personally and professionally. Even though Cruz is really into her, the source says, and de Armas is wary of the public attention, something she didn't like in past relationships, and she isn't looking for anything to move too fast. She's taking it really slow.
He had been linked to Haley Atwell before this, his co-star in both these movies. So he's working it, man.
I less and less approve of his relationships. I don't know what it is. Like every time I'm like,
I know
no,
what it
not
is.
her. Yeah.
It's the Scientology.
It is.
It's the like you have to pay the female companion to be a part of Tom Cruise's life and the whole thing where, they created a meadow of flowers that he could run through and have a picnic with one of his girlfriends at one point. Like I think Tom Cruise's movies are phenomenal. There's not many Tom Cruise movies I don't like, and I love the Mission Impossible series. He's freaking weird.
He's an odd bird.
He's intense, and not Baird.
But a bear.
I would say this: I have no concept of what he would be like on a casual date when you're sitting there over nachos. And what is Tom Cruise like at that point?
And anybody that ever meets him says he's the nicest guy on the planet. Like, I get all of that. I think behind it is some nefarious stuff.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this and see how things go.
Don't kill Ana de Armas.
So this is Sean Penn sat down for an interview, and he was talking about actors in his peer group, and one who garnered extreme praise was one of his earliest co-stars, and that is Tom Cruise. And he said he's a guy who pursues excellence on a very high level. And he also addressed Cruise's fondness for doing his own and often extreme stunts. He said he's probably the best stuntman in the movie world when it comes to the amount of skills that he has and what he can do with them. He said it's pretty amazing. And he also believes his assessment of Cruise as a stuntman may be shared by other stuntmen. He said, I would like to think that they probably celebrate a guy like that. It makes the whole genre, that is the most demanding of those skills, create more jobs. And I'm sure that he's had some very good training from exceptional stunt people as well. They first shared the screen together in the 1981 film Taps,
Which I still enjoy.
it's a great movie. This is fun. Jimmy Fallon and The Weeknd surprised Fordham University seniors by crashing their graduation party at the Lincoln Center this week. The Weeknd stunned the crowd by performing Blinding Lights, and the crowd even joined in to sing along. And he followed up with an encore of Can't Feel My Face, and the fans joined in as well. Fallon, meanwhile, handled DJ duties. The Weeknd has been partying it up all week, including a celebration for his new film, Hurry Up Tomorrow, where he danced with co-star Jenna Ortega and was seen holding hands with Simi Khadra.
So go ahead.
By the way, we had Caliendo on the other day.
Yeah.
And he started going into a Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he did a Jimmy Fallon impression.
It was
great. Excellent. All right, what else we got here, peoples? How about this one? I have 3 celebrity deaths, unfortunately, to pass along to you. First off, Joe Don Baker. Seasoned actor, impressive roster of big screen appearances, passed away. The esteemed Hollywood actor, recognized for his dual roles in the James Bond film series, passed away at 89. His passing was confirmed by his family in a heartfelt statement. Joe's family shared the news on May 7th, honoring him. His death was on May 7th, and they honored him in their tribute as a beacon of kindness and generosity. Joe spent his childhood, teenage years, and college years in Texas. After graduating from the University of North Texas, he served 2 years in the U.S. Army. After his service, he relocated to New York City, where he pursued his love for acting. After years in the thriving theater community in the Big Apple, he relocated to Los Angeles, and his acting career took off. Over the years, he starred in a number of television shows and films, often casted as a tough guy, and in some of his most well-known movies over the years include his roles in Walking Tall, of course.
Which is a movie I love, where it was based on a true life story.
Yep, and he played the lead, Joseph, Pussard. What was it?
Buford Pussard.
Buford Pussard, thank you. Charlie Varick, The Outfit, The Living Daylights, and among many others. Also, let's not forget Fletch, who plays the chief of police in Fletch.
And the Whammer.
And as for, in The Natural.
Yeah.
As for the small screen, he appeared in shows The Edge of Darkness, In the Heat of the Night, George Wallace, and more.
He played Tootie.
As for his personal life, Joe Don had an 11-year-long marriage and did not welcome any children. When I saw him pop up, I always liked it.
Yeah.
You know?
He was good in the Bond movies, too. I believe he was playing Felix Leiter.
His family has asked his fans to plant memorial trees in his memory, as he was a passionate environmentalist and shared a lifelong love for nature. Also passing, Charles Strauss, Tony, Grammy, and Emmy-winning composer known for Broadway's Annie and Bye Bye Birdie.
Those are some big ones.
Yeah, he was 96 years old. The cause of death was not given. Strauss's dozen-plus Broadway credits are no doubt among his most enduring works, including 3 Tony Award-winning musicals, Bye Bye Birdie, Applause, and Annie, and the Tony-nominated Golden Boy, Charlie and Algernon, Rags, and Nick and Nora. Strauss graduated from the Eastern School of Music in 1947 before receiving 2 scholarships to Tanglewood, where he would learn from composer Aaron Copland.
Just hold on. There was a musical for Flowers for Algernon?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, there was a movie.
I never. Yeah, but there were a couple, but I never realized there was a musical.
Yeah, it says Tony Award-winning musicals, and then it lists those. So those were Tony nominated.
Oh,
actually.
all right.
So he met longtime collaborator lyricist Lee Adams in 1949 at a party, and the two cut their teeth in the industry writing songs for summer resorts in the Adirondacks, for off-Broadway musicals, and writing specialty work for the likes of Carol Burnett before their first hit, which was Bye Bye Birdie. And that, of course, featured beloved songs like Put on a Happy Face and a lot of Livin' to Do. Ultimately, he won 4 1961 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. His second Best Musical Tony was stemmed from Applause, which was based on the film All About Eve. His third for Best Original Score came from 1977's Annie. And Annie was a massive hit, ran over 2,300 performances on Broadway, 2 revivals, was adapted into 2 films and 2 different TV productions, respectively. In total, it won 7 Tony Awards and also earned Strauss's Grammy for Best Cast Show album.
That's your favorite, right, Case?
My favorite
Annie
of all
is
time.
your favorite musical of all time.
Love it.
And,
I'm sorry, Preston.
no, go ahead.
I was just going to say that musical, Steve, was called Charlie and Algernon. I just looked it up. So based on that book, and but it had a relatively limited run. It started in December of 1978 and was on Broadway only for a few weeks in 1980, and then it was not on Broadway again.
So it just must have been a darling of the critics.
Yeah.
On the film side, his scores include Bonnie and Clyde.
Oh, wow.
The Night They Raided Minsky's. There Was a Crooked Man and All Dogs Go to Heaven. And his best-known work on television, and you guys all know this, he wrote Those Were the Days from All in the Family. He was the composer of that song.
Wow.
Huh.
And it's also known as just the theme to All in the Family, but Those Were the Days was the title. So he
That
passed
was
away.
originally performed as an emo piece. But
Wow.
yeah.
Okay. A little dark and brooding.
Songs that made the hit parade.
So he was 96 years old. And I had
Jesus Christ, I'm going to kill you.
I know. He was Archie was like that close to committing homicide. All right, and then there was a third celebrity death.
Oh.
The alligator that appeared in numerous TV shows and films over 3 decades, most notably in Happy Gilmore, has died at a gator farm in southern Colorado. Based on the growth rate and tooth loss, Morris, the alligator, was at least 80 years old when he passed away.
The last time I saw him was at the Met Gala.
He was nearly 11 feet long, weighed 640 pounds. He was found in the backyard of a Los Angeles home as an illegal pet, started his Hollywood career in 1975 and retired in 2006 when he was sent to the Colorado Gator Farm. He appeared in several films, including Interview with a Vampire, Dr. Dolittle 2, Blues Brothers 2000. He also appeared on Coach, Night Court, The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, and of course he did some stuff with Steve Irwin too.
Was he in A Few Good Men?
No, he was not in A Few Good Men. But his most famous role was Happy Gilmore. The title character, played by Adam
Wait,
Sandler,
I thought that was Adam Sandler. Okay.
confronts Morris after hitting the golf ball that ends up in the Gator's mouth. And Sandler posted a tribute to Morris to Instagram on Wednesday. He wrote, "We are all going to miss you. We could be hard on directors, makeup artists, customers, really anyone, or you could be hard on anyone." He said, "Really, anyone with arms or legs. But I know you did it for the ultimate good of the film." He said, "The day you wouldn't come out of your trailer unless we sent you 40 heads of lettuce taught me a powerful lesson. Never compromise for your art." The Colorado Gator Farm, which opened to the public in 1990, said that it plans to preserve Morris's body, so they're going to stuff him. And
I want that when I pass away.
they said, "We have decided to get Morris taxidermied so that he can continue to scare children for years to come. It's what he would have wanted."
So, did they suggest what the average age of an alligator is?
I know that they can live to long, like up to 100 years. I don't know what the average age is, Steve. Maybe in captivity, but because out in the wild, that's a whole different animal. But.
Do you want to know a wild alligator movie fun fact?
Sure.
In the film Live and Let Die, when James Bond runs across a whole row of alligators, those are real alligators.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember reading about that, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you see,
Stuntman did it.
he goes, there's like 6 alligators in a row, and he jumps on the backs of them to get over the water.
It's pretty
That was
friggin' wild.
legit.
I thought for sure that.
Bit my hand.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
It says, here's a factoid, Steve. American alligators typically live to the age of 50, possibly over 70 years old. So they have some have the longevity.
Hollywood alligators, of course, get into cocaine and stuff like that. Oh, here's the scene up on the screen here in the studio.
All right, I got to watch this.
Yeah,
I've never seen.
From
No,
Live and Let Die.
stop it.
That's legit.
That's real?
That's legit.
And they all snap at him too,
Yep.
which is crazy. All right, I got a bunch of other stories.
Enough
to
of
get to.
James Bond. Why'd you bring it up?
So Michael J. Fox is joining season 3 of Apple TV's Shrinking as a guest star. How cool is this?
Well, has Parkinson's, and Harrison Ford's character has Parkinson's.
This is the first role since 2020 when he retired due to the issues related to Parkinson's disease. And the details of his role has not been shared at this time. I imagine he's going to be like a buddy to Harrison Ford.
I think
somebody
so.
who can talk to him about Parkinson's.
And the way that Harrison Ford, of course, obviously is a great actor, but the way they've relayed his coming to terms with it in the series has been really pretty amazing.
Very much so. Other new additions in the cast this season include Jeff Daniels, Sherry Cola, and Isabella Gomez. Shrinking stars, of course, Jason Segel as a therapist who starts making big changes in his and his patients' lives as he grieves his late wife.
It's kind of bittersweet. They just signed that alligator as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
I'll find another one.
Hey, do you know when it's going to drop?
It's
not going to be a little while, right?
It doesn't say, Case. I don't really know.
5120.
So we all saw this yesterday. Mark Ruffalo is stepping into his gritty crime drama era with HBO's Task, which was filmed in our area. It's from Mayor of Easttown creator Brad Inglesby.
Yes,
who we've gotten
he's
to know.
great. Yeah.
And the series follows an FBI agent played by Ruffalo who leads a task force to put an end to a string of violent robberies led by an unsuspecting family man played by Tom Pelfrey.
We just found a car with poop on the hood.
I actually, one of the scenes that I saw in the trailer, I need to find out where this is. And if it is in Delco, I need to apologize and perhaps revoke my card. But there was a quarry that they were swimming in.
I believe that's one of the only scenes that they shot that was not in Delco.
Okay.
What is featured is Mulch Works, where we went that day where they were filming. Now, I don't recall.
They shot the scene there.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if I saw it in the trailer or not.
It's listed as one of the stars.
I talked to Brad a week or two ago, and they're in editing. You know, there are a lot of post-production stuff, and he's going to come back and visit us when the show premieres, which I think Preston is in September. I think it's mid-September. And Brad's living locally again. He was living in L.A. for a stretch, so we'll get to have him come back in. And I think, and I hope, knock on wood, he's going to bring Tom Pelfrey with him.
Awesome. He's so good.
Yeah.
So Task will roll out its 7 episodes 1 week at a time, keeping fans hooked. And Inglesby is back as creator, writer, showrunner, and executive producer.
Damn, he's good.
With Ruffalo also pulling double duty as star and executive producer. And by the way, Marissa handed me this note. Neumann University is in a lot of the scenes as well. And Neumann, of course, does a lot of really awesome video work for us
I
here.
bet they got it because of the association with us.
Yeah,
and Brad said, what is the school that works with that show that I can't remember the name of?
Stands to reason. All right, one last thing. She might be itching to get away from her daytime talk show, but that doesn't mean that Kelly Clarkson is stepping away from hosting. NBC has revealed that Clarkson will be interviewing some of music's biggest names in the upcoming limited series Songs and Stories with Kelly Clarkson. The run of 4 sit-down specials will premiere this summer, and she will be chatting with Gloria Estefan, the Jonas Brothers, Lizzo, and Teddy Swims. The hour-long
Did you ever
episodes
see The Terminator?
are set to debut August 19th, the 26th, September 2nd, and the 9th. And it will be at 10 p.m. Eastern on NBC with next day streaming on Peacock.
No, Kelly Clarkson!
All right, we got your clips, people.
Okay.
Do we have movies opening up?
Movies?
We got movies, people.
All right.
All right, here's what we got. Final Destination Bloodlines. It's a horror film starring Caitlin Santa, Tony Todd, and Breck Basinger. The newest chapter in New Line Cinema's bloody successful franchise takes audiences back to the very beginning of death's twisted sense of justice. Plagued by a violent recurring nightmare, college student Stephanie heads home to track down the one person who might be able to break the cycle and save her family from the grisly demise that inevitably awaits them all. It's an hour and 50 minutes long, rated R, wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes hits it up with a 94%.
Yeah, the reviews are really good. I have enjoyed this series quite a lot.
Yeah.
You know exactly what you're going to get. This is Tony Todd's, I think, last film. He's terrific. You know, the guy who played Candyman as well.
Right.
But yeah, I really have enjoyed the series, and they say this one is amazing.
I saw somebody put together a reel of their own Final Destination movie, and I give that a 95%. If I can find it, I'll have to show
I've
it to
seen
you.
it. Yeah, it's on the internet. Yeah.
So what?
No, just the guy made his own Final Destination where like he plays
it's
every
a satire,
character.
yeah,
It's a satire. He cracks his neck on a stool or whatever. Just
Okay,
move on.
I don't know. I have no idea what the reference is, but I'll just have to trust you and eventually see it.
Pretend like I didn't say anything.
Another movie opening is Harson's Island Revenge. It's an action drama, and it stars Donnie Most,
What?
Ralph Malph from
That's it.
Happy Days.
He's in it.
He still got it. Terrence Knox, David Michael Reardon, and the plot is it's set against a backdrop of Prohibition. World War I veterans go head-to-head against the notorious Purple Gang in the roaring 1920s. It's an hour and 55 minutes long. There is no rating, and it's playing somewhere, probably at Donnie Most's house. Rotten Tomatoes score is not available, though it does get 2 thumbs up from the Fonz. All right, we're ready for clips. Murderbot follows a rogue security bot who gains free will and wants to watch soap operas. In this clip, Alexander Skarsgård talks about taking on this bizarre character.
I expected a very different, more kind of confident, assertive, classic hero's journey type of story. I did not expect to meet a character who was so socially awkward and confused and appalled by humans and who just wanted to be left alone to watch the space soap opera.
I want to see this.
Murderbot premieres tonight, Apple TV+. Here's our next clip. The Shy is a coming-of-age story that takes place in the south side of Chicago. And in this clip, Tiffany Boone talks about how she created her character, Jerica.
I kind of created the character of Jerica thinking about the girls that I know because I think she's the closest character that I've kind of done so far to myself and my girlfriend. So I thought about that, and really I built on chemistry with Jason. I feel like a lot of stuff that we created was just improv and just us connecting with each other.
Up, huh?
I thought she was going to say just improv and
then
what
what
she's
it
been come to known as.
as.
Season 7 of The Shy starts streaming on Hulu today. There's your entertainment report, people.
Yeah.
Suck it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. We've got stuff going on today. We got people stopping by. We have actually a little surprise.
We do.
A little later on this morning. So I'm not gonna mention who that is, but somebody's stopping by today. We also have comedian Ian Fidance who's going to be joining us, and he's at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. And then comedian Stephen Ho will be stopping in, and he is at Helium tonight and tomorrow as well. Both the early shows for Stephen are sold out. So we're going to spend some time chatting with those guys. That means with those coming up at those time, means we got to get to the Connoisseur right away.
We do.
So we got stuff for you to win. We got stories to share. We got clips to play. We are going to take a quick break. I would like to remind you that the coolest teacher of the year school is North Montco Technical in Lansdale. If you go to school there, text the word teacher to 610-660-9333, and we'll send you our voting link. You can also go to WMMR.com. There's information on there. And we want to congratulate Sean McGee of Prep Charter School in Philadelphia. He was our winner from yesterday. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay put.
This is when you write it out.
Yeah, ID 10 Tango.
Yeah, I got it.
I think I might use that one.
That's great. Sounds so official.
Yeah.
ID 10 Tango. Nice. All right. Thanks,
That's
Jeremy.
great.
Appreciate it, man. Let's go over here to Justin. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so we're talking about at-work speak, jargon, and what would you guys use, and what did you do?
Well, basically, whenever any good-looking girl or whatever came in, we'd say, so-and-so, whatever the name is that was working next to me.
Yep.
We'd say line 6.
Line 6.
Line 6.
We didn't have a line 6 on the phone or anything, so we kind of knew, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, so and where was this you were working, Justin?
I'm
What
an
type of work?
Auto technician.
Auto
An
technician?
auto
Okay,
technician.
all right, I got you.
So,
Yep.
So line 6, and that was the phrase, and everybody knew it.
Yes, sir.
That seems to generate, obviously, identifying attractive people is definitely a large part of code speak.
Yep. We'll go over to Don next. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I used to work at Victoria's Secret, and around the holiday time, we would have a lot of people trying to steal stuff. So the code word, if someone was trying to steal something, was, I think we got a Susie.
A Susie.
A Susie. Now, what was that based on? Just a random selection of a name, or does it have any meaning beyond that?
Just a Susie is just like someone that's probably going to steal something. Like around the holiday time, it's really big. Like a lot of people steal the perfumes and bras. I don't know.
You're right. So in malls, if you ever had a mall job or a store job, where there's a lot of inventory, a lot of people coming in and out. There are a lot of code words for people they believe are shoplifting. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, I like Susie. Thank you very much. Let me get one more. This is Dave. This should be interesting. Hey, Dave.
I want to take his out back and punch his. All he is. Right now, I'll take his physically.
That's very well done.
Get away from me.
So, I used to work at a theme park, Sesame Place in the area.
All right.
And I was in the parks department where we would clean up all the spills, and bathroom accidents. Well, any incident that had a correlation to one of the characters, we use that color. So if there was a blood incident, you have a code Elmo.
Oh, my God.
If there was a pee incident, it'd be a code Big Bird. And the greatest one that I still use to this day is if there was a brown incident, it would be called a code Snuffy.
The Snuffy.
Snuffleupagus.
Was this like all the employees knew this, or this was just you and the guys you worked with?
Then this was the actual codes that would go over the radio.
Oh, my
And
God, that's
my
really funny.
Aunt Chris, who works at a hospital in the area, actually found them so hilarious that she took the codes into her hospital, and her staff now use those throughout the hospital.
So
well.
P,
Aunt
Big
Chris, I love you very much.
P is Big Bird, blood is Elmo, and Snuffleupagus is poo crap. Yeah.
Yeah. I love
And
that,
if there was
Dave.
a Throw up would be Oscar.
Oscar, I knew
Yep.
it. Yep. Well done. Excellent.
Oh,
All
it's
right,
so
thanks,
magical
Dave.
here. They keep making announcements.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
I got to go to this one. Okay, so I don't know what Ben did, where he worked, but this is interesting. Hey, Ben, good morning. Hi, Ben. You're on the air, bud. Is your name Ben?
I'm Tim.
Ken. It's Ken.
Oh.
Tim.
Or Tim?
Tim.
All right, Tim. All right, so what kind of work did you do, Tim?
So I had a construction company, and it's a small company. It's me and two guys, and we were working on this house on a park. And there's tons of women walking by. So if a woman walked by and had big breasts, we're always playing the radio. So we'll put on, see, play the John Mellencamp song.
Melons.
And then if a woman with a large butt will yell out, Wayne Gretzky, because he's number 99. 99 can look like a nice butt with 2 legs.
See, it's
Wayne.
It's thought out there.
Yep.
Mellencamp and Wayne Gretzky. It makes sense.
All right, thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. All right, so if you're in an establishment and you're a customer and you hear something that doesn't make any sense at all to you,
right?
They might be talking about you for all you know. You
It's
never
possible.
know. There's a secret language. All right, thank you for sharing, gang. We appreciate that. All the calls, all the texts, but we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have Bizarre File stories, and after that, we have Impact Wrestlers stopping in. We have Ali Sheedy on the show as well. Hang in there. Be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
Rochelle, my wife, watches shows that I don't watch. She watches like 90 Day Fiance and Love is Blind and things like this. So she started watching this show over the weekend on Netflix, and it's called The Circle. And apparently it's been out. It's had several seasons. It's the 3rd season. And in the first season, there's a couple people. There's a dude from Conchi.
Oh, yeah.
That's on the show.
Really?
Yeah. A guy from Conchi and his mom. And
yes.
I ran into his mom a couple of times. I believe she's a realtor in...
she's a character.
In Conshohocken. Yes, and she was also a character when I saw her in person. But she listens to the show, and she was like... Yes.
And there's a gal from Delco on it.
What's the premise of the show?
She went to Cabrini. Okay, so it's... They put these people in this... I don't know, apartments or whatever. They give them a place to stay. Everybody's sequestered. They're on their own. You have no outside sources. You don't have a phone or anything like that. Okay. And you communicate via text only. There's like a message board of sorts.
Okay. So you never see each other.
You never see each other. You have a picture of you, or you might be catfishing. You might be pretending to be someone else.
All right.
Now listen, I don't watch this, so I've been told that this is how the show goes. So anyhow, they all communicate via text or sending messages back and forth to each other. I don't know what the nature of these conversations are or how they get started, but nonetheless, there's a voting system. The people that are considered, you get to vote for other people who you think is your favorite, I guess, or something like that. And whoever the top 2 that get the most votes are then able to vote people out. But they keep rotating. Like if they vote you out, then they bring new people in.
Hence the circle.
And the circle, and it keeps going. I don't know what the point of the show is. I don't know if there's a prize. All I know is that my wife and daughter are now on board, and I hear them laughing hysterically while they're watching the show, and they're talking about so-and-so and this person and that person and doing this and this, and they find it hilarious. But the dude from Conchi, his accent is so Delco.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God. It is. Yeah, it's definitely all over it. And the girl is also, who's from Delaware County. I just know sketches of information, but I thought it was pretty funny when the guy, I did see his indoctrination into the show, and he's like, yeah, from Conshohocken. I'm like, did he just say Conshohocken? Like, when do you ever hear the town of Conshohocken mentioned on a syndicated television show?
Isn't it hilarious, though, how giddy you get? Like, in a show, listen, with all this going on in the world, if I see something I recognize, like our skyline in a movie,
I know, totally.
And it's just something that you can't help it. So when you hear a contestant, I don't care how bad the show is, and we're looking at the trailer for the show, and it looks pretty bad, but, hey, it's cool.
I can't help but think, though, people who know nothing about this area who actually just hear the word Conshohocken and say, what in the hell is that?
Well, I told you, I've bemoaned the fact for years that anytime someone is from Long Island, New York, which is where I spent most of my earlier formative years, they're a raving moron. And that's the way it's constantly the way it is. This kind of guy. And so there's a lot more people on Long Island, but that's the impression you would get all the time.
Okay, so the guy's name is Ed. Somebody's texting in about him, and he was on The Challenge, I guess, which was on MTV.
It used to be the Road Rules versus Real World Challenge, and now it's just called The Challenge.
Oh, really?
So does this have a vibe like that, like an MTV Real World?
Not. I didn't get Real World from
you're
it,
not watching it.
But it's definitely got that MTV sensibility. And they're really playing it up for the camera and everything. But all I know is Rochelle and Caroline are laughing their asses off while watching the show. So good for them. I'm glad they found the show.
Sure.
Now, there's another show on Netflix, and I have not seen this. Steve has, though, that has a tie to our area. and it's on Netflix, and it's The Worst Roommate Ever.
Yeah.
Casey had mentioned it last week as well. You watched one of the episodes. I think this might have been the premiere. I watched that one as well with an older woman. So this is, as you would imagine, these are sociopaths who end up being, living in proximity to you or whatever. And then this story arose, Preston, that you're going to talk about.
Yeah, some dude who ended up, the people ended up dead in this particular story.
That's kind of an underlying theme to all of these, Preston.
Yeah, the first two episodes I watched, and people were dead.
So this was in Montco. So in 2017, it's the saga of a serial squatter, and it ended in 2 shocking deaths in Montgomery County. The story is available for streaming on the Netflix series, and it's based on New York Magazine's viral 2018 article, The Worst Roommate Ever. The series of the same title tells the story of Jameson Bachman, or as his Chestnut Hill roommate Alex Miller came to know him as Jed Creek. So his name is Jameson Bachman, but he went by Jed Creek, a name that he had used to respond to a fateful Craigslist ad that Miller had posted seeking a roommate. And that exchange would serve as the beginning of an increasingly nightmarish string of events. So you can watch this episode, but I'm gonna reveal what happened here if you don't mind.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, so as Jed Bachman contacted Miller about the room, saying that he was a lawyer from New York who had grown up outside of Philly and that he needed a place to stay in the area to deal with some family issues. And after meeting up, the two became roommates. Bachman wrote a check for Miller immediately and then moved in the same evening. And it started to get weird almost immediately, according to this article. Bachman showed up with 6 plastic bins, which contained all of his worldly possessions, as well as a cat, which Miller was allergic to and unaware that Bachman had. Bachman removed light bulbs from shared living spaces, took kitchen chairs to build a desk in his room, moved Miller's personal items around, and then refused to pay his portion of the utility bills. And after finding a cigarette butt in the toilet bowl, Bachman refused to pay the next month's rent, insinuating that Miller had broken the, quote, warranty of habitability. There you go. Yeah. A warranty of habitability and covenant of quiet enjoyment. That's what he called these. He said, according to Miller, he said, we agreed that he would share the cost of paying the bills. And he said later, Jed would laugh at me when I asked him to pay the bills.
It's not a good sign.
And he said when he laughed at me, it was sinister. It was demeaning. It was patronizing, like I was stupid. Miller's mother ran a search on Bachman's phone number, revealing that he wasn't Jed Creek at all. Instead, they found out that his true identity was Bachman and that he was a serial squatter who had terrorized roommates up and down the East Coast.
When you're locked into an effing nightmare like that, it just seems like there's no way out.
Bachman, Miller found out, knew just enough about tenancy laws to take advantage of roommates by not paying rent, refusing to leave, and eventually forcing them to move out of their own houses. Primarily, he'd accomplished that through weird domestic torture, like clogging toilets with cat litter. But at least one former roommate, a woman named Arlene Herbiden, had physical altercations with Bachman that resulted in restraining orders. Bachman even took 2 of her cats to area kill shelters after taking over her apartment.
Jesus. Oh, my God.
Another former roommate, someone named Sonia Acevedo, found that he regularly behaved violently. Acevedo came to block herself in her own room with a chair, worried that he might snap at any time, and booby-trapped the door when she wasn't home to see if he was entering her space. By the way, Bachman was from Elkins Park. He graduated from Cheltenham High School in 1974.
Yay.
Friends interviewed in the series described him as smart, charming, and good-looking, and said most people thought that he had a bright future despite a tumultuous family background. He attended Tulane University in New Orleans, but it was there that one friend, identified as Bob F., says Bachman witnessed a brutal murder and that changed him forever. So a guy named Ken Gutsiet, a friend of Bachman's, was murdered at a frat house following an argument at the school's library. Gutsiet bled to death from a slashed neck. And after witnessing that, Bob F. says that that changed Bachman's outlook from upbeat and positive to very dark and very paranoid.
This is the nightmare, I think, of
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Nick. Real quick before we dive into this next segment, I did want to do a shout out. I didn't want to get away from this, but I got this from Brian Unangst. who said, hey, Preston, my son Reed and I went to the Take Steps walk last week for his best friend Sam. Sam's G.I. Joe's, that's the name of the team. And I asked him if he met Preston, and he said, the radio guy? He said, yeah, he's going to give him Sam a shout out. And anyway, I thought that was, this was on 2 different pages. And then he wrote, oops, fat fingers, sent way too early. So he sent it off before it was finished.
All right.
So the second part of the email says, Reed has been through some stuff as well in his life. He was born with congenital diaphragmatic hernia. As a result of, he has pulmonary hypertension and scoliosis. And he spent a lot of time in the NICU and all that stuff, 25 surgeries and counting. And he said, but he and Sam have been best friends since preschool, and he's a huge Metallica fan, and I'm taking him to Metallica next weekend. And if you're there, I'll keep an eye out for you to say hi. Thanks for hosting a great radio show and for taking a few minutes to talk to my son. Sincerely, Brian. So I'm going to give a shout out to both of these guys. So that one's for Reed, and this is for his best friend, Sam. So thank you guys for being fans of the show. We do appreciate that, and I wanted to get the word out.
And for going through all that.
Absolutely. All right, it is Friday morning. Order up.
It's time for
Oh, wait. No, it's not. It's not. There's a guy on line 1 that we need to talk to.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're right.
Sorry about that.
I totally missed that. We got our coolest teacher on.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll come back.
Put a pin in that.
Hang on, Mr. Announcer. All right, we are, yesterday we had drawn the school prep charter from Philadelphia, and we asked the class to vote for their coolest teacher, and they came back with the gentleman who we have on the line now. Please welcome Mr. Sean McGee.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. McGee.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We are doing well. And yourself, sir?
I'm doing well.
You got to be doing well. You won the damn prize, man. How about that?
Yeah.
I know. It's very exciting.
Yeah. All right. So tell us just a little bit about you. You're a math teacher and baseball coach. That's all we know.
Okay. I've been teaching down here for 24 years.
Wow. 24 years.
For 21 years coaching baseball.
Okay.
And I'm also now the athletic director for the last 5 years.
So we found over the course of doing this that teachers who are like doing 9 different things at once. And in so doing, you end up experiencing a lot with the students. And so you've been there for so long. What else do you do besides the coaching and the teaching? Is there anything else you're involved with in the school?
Not really. Just because with athletic directing and coaching and teaching, it pretty much takes up all the day.
Is it baseball season still going on? I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yes. Yeah, we're actually in the Philadelphia Public League PIT tournament, and we have a baseball game this afternoon against West Philly.
Okay.
Well, clearly you resonate with the students. Can you feel that you have a good connection over these years?
Yeah, it's very nice. It's it's good to interact even in the classroom and outside the classroom with the students. It's good to get to know them on both levels, that type of thing.
Do you think you might have won because you had the ability to make them run extra laps if they didn't deliver for you?
I don't think the laps would have helped me.
That's true, but there's always that leverage.
There's always that leverage. No, you're obviously doing something right.
10 laps, go.
Yeah, go.
Yeah. Nice. Well, Mr. McGee, apparently they think a lot of you, and they have shown it by reaching out to us and letting us know. So we are happy to award you with a couple of things. Just a little token. It's just a small thing. We're going to give you, from our friends at Duncan, they are a fine sponsor of the Preston and Steve Coolest Teacher of the Year, so we're going to give you a $50 gift card for Duncan. And, of course, we give you, for display or use, the Coolest Teacher of the Year Preston and Steve coffee mug. So we want to award you with that, Sean.
Thank you so much, guys. That's awesome.
Absolutely. And that's from the students. So we hope you have a great summer, and good luck with the rest of the season. And thank you, Sean McGee.
Yeah.
Nice work, bud. All right. Next school up is North Montco Technical in Lansdale. If you go to school there, make sure that you text the word teacher at 610-660-9333. You guys have through the weekend to vote. And we'll find out who indeed it is. Make sure you let them know in the front office that is the case, that they have been chosen in case you want for the word to spread amongst the school. All right. Now, can we maybe do it? I'll try to get an order up.
Weekend edition of the Connoisseur, but it's always kind of on a Friday. Enjoy. By the way, I've noticed we now have more bells than we've ever had as a show.
Yeah, we have 3 of them.
4.
4?
You have 1. There's 2 behind you, and I have 1.
Wow.
It's effing nuts.
All right, so we're going to dive right into some of these stories, and we will begin with this one. It has to do with the way you eat your ice cream, and apparently can reveal a lot about your personality.
I bet it does. I was thinking about this the other day. Now, if we're talking out of a pint, I do, and it's more to deceive myself, Preston. I shave down in layers. Like I don't dive deep with a scoop. I'm like, it still kind of looks like when I opened it. If I keep scraping in a flat way.
I'm the same way. Keep it flat on top.
Keep it flat on top.
Yep. You're like, I'm only 2 inches down. That's not bad.
You can't tell.
Yeah.
Might be a little OCD in there as well.
That's a tremendous amount of OCD, yeah.
So a new survey of 2,000 adults finds that 63% prefer to lick theirs, while 39% bite their scoop. So this is more like an
ice cream cone. I'm a licker.
What does that reveal about them? People who go at it with their teeth and bite their ice cream are more fearless, confident, and impulsive. Now, this is explained by psychologist Jo Hemmings. She explains that biters are very in the moment. They are probably extroverts and like instant gratification.
So I would say my lick is lip assisted. So I will do I'm using my lips also with a sucking.
You're gumming
and a licking and a gumming.
You're doing a gum job.
I'm not chewing because I don't want that chill to run down my teeth and,
The only time that I will use my teeth on a scoop of ice cream, a cone, is if it's, first of all, it's like hand-dipped, not soft ice cream. If it's hand-dipped and it's cold enough to where it's got a little bit of solid texture to it. And so, therefore, you need the assistance of the teeth to get in there.
So I quite often will get peanut butter ripple ice cream, and you kind of have to bite through that.
Yeah,
you got to bite through the ripples.
And if you get a mint chocolate chip that's like loaded with chocolate chips, a whole bunch of them, that's a teeth move there.
You ever get caught off guard by a chocolate chip or a piece of chunk in the chocolate that throws your jaw out of whack?
Caught off guard?
Yeah.
I power through.
No, I'm saying like you're going down on a bite, you didn't realize that there was a bit of chocolate chunk in there. Yeah, and I want to tell you.
That's like a nice surprise, though. Like that's like a little nougat.
It's a nice surprise, but until your jaw is ripped off.
I like finding a nice broad swath of ripple, Casey. Like when you're going through, and lately for me, it's been chocolate ice cream with a peanut butter ripple. And so every now and then you'll get one of those bad boys. It's like, it goes to the bottom of the container. Yeah.
Are there any more beautiful words than ripple and drizzle?
You go to Handles by any chance?
I like Handles, yeah. The lines at Handles are insane. So that's part of the reason why I don't go there that often.
So McCloskey, he's one of the teachers at my son's school, and he loves going there. And we met up for an ice cream date. And I went at I was like, let's go at 5. And he was like, who eats ice cream at 5? I was like, I don't want to wait in line and go at 8 o'clock when everybody else goes.
All right, 2 things. That's a total old man move, but I approve.
I would like a scoop of vanilla on the waffle cone, please.
So I haven't been to Handles. They have one in Royersford, and I've never been there.
It's excellent ice cream. It's really, really good. And I think it's local. I'm not 100% sure. But Preston, Casey is 100% right. If you show up at like 7:30, 8:30, you're waiting in line for a good half hour.
I've never been, so I will have to try.
Steve, there's one in Berwyn on Route 30. That's the one I usually go to.
All right,
lickers. They lick their ice cream, and they tend to be methodical and relaxed as they patiently enjoy their scoop.
That's me.
Lickers prefer delayed gratification, Hemming says. They crave the dopamine hit, the brain reward that they get from extending the eating process.
Probably wear a smoking jacket.
So do you like to drag it out a little bit, Steve?
I do.
Okay.
I do. And hence my idea of shaving off, I think you can agree with this, in the pint configuration, shaving lines off because it seems to go on forever. The cold, hard facts of ice cream are, and I think you can agree with this, if you have a flavor that you love and you're in the zone, I could literally go through a gallon of ice cream.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that good.
Yep.
I'm a little sad because Acme Signature brand, they have a mint cookie crumble, which I love, but they also had a salted caramel pretzel.
Yeah.
And it doesn't exist anymore.
Man. What?
Yeah. They have a salted caramel now, but not the pretzel. And it was like, dude, it was like this Like it had like a pretzel crumble in it. Like,
have you done a deep search? Have you looked online?
I haven't looked online.
Okay.
But
Have you tried to contact Governor Shapiro?
I probably, you know what, man?
Shapiro.
Wait, who's got his number?
Get him on the line.
Get
now.
him on the line.
Let's see.
Here it is.
Shapiro, 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 Shapiro.
All right, so it looks like online they still have it.
Yeah.
This
All right.
item is out of stock. It's stock.
that sucks,
Hey,
Case.
Acme, everybody listening that works at Acme, please bring it back. It was the second best ice cream flavor you guys had.
Can I ask you to go back to the mint one you described?
Yeah, the mint cookie crumble.
All right, so I'm guessing cookie crumble means more like chunky than regular chocolate chips.
Yeah, so really what it is, it's a love child between cookies and cream and mint chocolate chip.
My only issue with mint chocolate chip, and I love it, is occasionally the chips aren't enough. You get too much of a smooth mint ice cream sometimes, so I would like to up my chocolate quotient.
I thought you were going to say sometimes the chips can be sharp.
Yeah,
Because sometimes they're like shavings, you know what I mean?
Right.
They're like there was a flat, thin layer of chocolate that they let cool off and then they cracked it.
I like that though. That's like an adventure. That's
When you lose a flavor that you love, so I'm losing Za's ice cream. You know, we talked about this, and they do an Earl Grey ice cream, which is so good.
That sounds weird.
It's really great.
Okay.
It's really, I love it. It has a really, it is akin to like a coffee ice cream vibe, but it's delicious. And, and it's going away.
There was one that Turkey Hill made called Graham Slam, Steve, and man, was it badass. And I think it disappeared. Maybe it came back, but if it's back, let me know.
By the way, Nick, thank you for getting me that heavenly hash like a year or two ago that you got for me.
You choked on it.
Awesome.
And then Nick, thanks for selling me hash. I've never had it.
And also, thanks for mentioning the Graham, because you should try the Hershey's Graham Central Station, which is in my top 5.
Wow. And with all this thanking, I love you guys.
I love you
Thank
too.
you.
I love you.
I love you.
Cookie crumble.
So we mentioned, by the way, Rock, are you a biter or a licker?
I'm a licker and a biter.
Oh, wow.
I'm a sucker and I was about to say the F word. I can't say that. Can you say that on the radio?
No.
By the way, there's one group we've left out, the Nibblers.
The Nibblers. That's all right. Hey, you want a fun fact? Mickey's a nibbler.
As for those who nibble,
I told you not to tell anyone, Rock.
As for those who nibble, they're more likely to be cautious, gentle, and thoughtful, but possibly a little controlling at times.
Okay, I have another psychological profile I'll throw on this list, Connoisseur.
Mm-hmm.
The cone. Do you eat the cone? Do you bite the bottom off and suck out the ice cream residue?
I don't do that.
Okay.
I am, first of all, I'm a cake cone guy. I'm like a rare, most people like sugar cones or waffle cones and things like that. I like a little more bland taste to the cone to not interfere with the ice cream.
So a waffle cone is not in your...
Nah. And so I let it go all the way to the bottom. Now, at the bottom of a cake cone, there's like a little grid structure.
Yes.
And they're hollow. So what you have to do is with your tongue, as you're getting near the bottom, you have to push the ice cream down into that little grid.
You're a professional.
I know what I'm doing here. And so therefore, your final bites are a heavenly mashup of ice cream and cone.
I can run an entire cone on the hottest day of the summer and run completely dripless. I can, in other words, I'm good. I've mastered the art of successfully eating a cone and handling drip management.
I buy my own cones to bring home.
Oh, I have my own.
Well, I don't take them to. It's not BYOC. I don't.
He's like,
No. I have my own.
It's like walking in a pool hall with your cue and a case.
Opens up a little briefcase.
Yeah.
No, I like having cones at home for when I buy pints to take home with me because I feel like I get more ice cream in the cone, and every now and then, when you put it in the bowl, you're just not getting every last little drip. And so I want to have all of the ice cream that I can possibly have. And I do love the cones that have the little chocolate nubs at the bottom.
Those are great.
They're terrific.
Yeah, those are usually, you can get cones that way, but drumsticks always have that. Marissa, we have not checked with you. Are you in the licking, biting, or nibbling category?
Oh, I'm licking, and it has to be even. Like, I will constantly twirl it around, and like whatever is dripping, I have to catch it.
Yeah.
So mine is like very neat.
Yeah, you're like a sculptor. You make sure. Yes, exactly. I know what you're talking about.
Sugar cone, and I eat. In fact, I will dispose of some of the ice cream just to enjoy the cone.
Okay.
Like if there's too much ice cream on it, the cone is my favorite part.
I have eaten.
So go ahead. I don't identify with that, but I appreciate your attention to detail.
Do you want a little bit of craziness? I have purchased just the cones, and I will break them off and have them with tea. Without any ice cream.
Like almost like a little Scotty or something.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to go this call, but Veronica, Steve says Van Leeuwen's has Earl Grey ice cream as a replacement for you.
All right,
so
thank
can try
you.
that out.
Thank you so much, Monica.
We got to move along.
Yep.
All right, so ice cream is never out of season, by the way, for some folks. According to this, 62% of surveyed respondents admitted that they like to eat it no matter how cold it is outside. I agree 100%.
Ice cream is a year-round treat.
Yep. All right, we have our first movie clip to play. It has to do with food or drink. If you can identify this film, our sponsor, Acme, who, Casey, I know that maybe, they can bring back your ice cream for you. Acme is giving up $50 gift cards to give away. Here is the first clip.
Did you lose weight? Actually, I have been trying this new fat-free diet I invented. All I've had to eat for the past 6 days are gummy bears, jelly beans, and candy corns. God, I wish I had your discipline.
All right, so call us now, 610-660-9333 if you know which movie that is from. Order up. So I saw this when it's almost weekly that we talk about pizza. And here's another time that we're going to do that. Everybody argues about which city has the best pizza, but there's actually a surprising champion when you're talking about who has the most pizza. A new study by Maine Lobster now says New Hampshire, not New York or Chicago, is America's top pizza state. Well, these are states, so New York, it would be a state, but Chicago is a city, so I guess it beats out Illinois.
I'm fairly certain my brother said that the pizza, he's been underwhelmed. He just moved to New Hampshire. I gotta check, but he was a little bit underwhelmed.
So he lives in a small rural area, right?
I mean, that's pretty much all in New Hampshire.
He's dealing with fish.
It's true.
He's dealing with fish and cats.
So with just over 1,000 pizzerias, it has 72.73 per 100,000 people, beating others by a lot. So it's per capita.
It's per capita. So that I can get. All right. Maybe that is the case.
Yep. So the study looked at pizzerias per person, Google searches for pizza, and average pizza prices. And New Hampshire's love for pizza makes it number one, while New York ranks 29th with only 19 pizzerias per 100,000 and pricier pies at $19.73.
If you're a pizza delivery guy in New Hampshire, you got to be clocking some miles.
Yeah, because you got a ways to go.
I got to figure.
All right, so you have Kansas, West Virginia, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Indiana also ranking high on this. And Kansas stands out for the cheapest average pizza at $14.96. I assume that's for a large pie. I don't know.
What is the closest here? Have you found something that is close to your beloved St. Louis pizza?
Emos. From time to time, I have, and it's usually not at a pizza joint. It's at a restaurant.
Is it more of flatbread?
That will have flatbread pizzas and things like that. But it's still... they don't use Provel cheese. I mean, so they're never going to get it the way I like it.
All right, so when I know it's Provel cheese. Mm-hmm. Can you find Provel cheese anywhere except for in that area?
Not that I know of. I mean, it's a blend. It's a blend of I want to say it's mozzarella, cheddar, and Swiss, and it's super duper creamy. I think so, Case. I'm not 100% sure, but I'd have to double check on that. But I've never found it around here. When we first moved here, we went to DeBruno Brothers.
Oh yeah.
And I asked them about Provel, and they're like, "What the hell are you talking about? We got Provolone.
Get out!"
Yeah, we got Provolone. Is that what you're talking about? I'm like, "No, it's called Provel," and they were like, "Never heard of it." It would be considered like a bastard cheese. Probably.
Why don't you hop on your jalopy and drive home?
Literally, just get my thanks, Kevin. By the way, for listening. My younger brother's listening right now in New Hampshire, and he said, "Yes, the pizza here sucks. I started making it myself."
Wow.
So that's where he's at right now.
All right, we're going to see if somebody knows what clip this is from.
Did you lose weight?
What movie this is from? Sorry.
Actually, I have been trying this new fat-free diet I invented. All I've had to eat for the past 6 days are gummy bears, jelly beans, and candy corns. God, I wish I had your discipline.
All right, we are going to check in with Larry to see if he knows what movie that is. Yo, Larry, good morning, buddy.
What's up, everyone?
Hey, man, we are looking to find out if you know what movie that is from. What is it?
Romeo and Michelle's high school reunion.
That's correct, sir. Hang on a second. Can you give him that one more time, Casey?
Hey, where'd that guy?
You, Larry.
All right, Larry, we're going to set you up With a $50 Acme Markets gift card, hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, right to your door. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. Let's tee up another one. What movie is this food clip from?
I'll have a Kettle Cosmo with a Red Bull and some bread ASAP.
We don't have bread.
What do you mean you don't have bread? How can you not have bread?
We're a Vietnamese restaurant. We just don't have bread.
All right, here's the number, 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know that, and order up. All right, so we just mentioned Chicago. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into Chicago and their culinary expertise, which, by the way, Chicago is a phenomenal food town.
Yes.
Phenomenal food town.
Long been associated with
and
great
we
food.
know that firsthand, too. So Portillo's is paying tribute to the historic election of Pope Leo XIV, the first American pope and a Chicago native, and they have now created a limited time sandwich in honor of the Pope.
All right, what is in this?
It's called the Leo. And it features Portillo's signature Italian beef dipped in gravy and topped with a choice of sweet peppers, hot giardiniera, or both, and nod to the company, to what the company calls the holy trinity of peppers.
That is like that is what the Bear cooks.
Yeah,
it kind of sounds very similar to that.
Yeah. Italian beef.
Yeah. If I were to do them, if I were to be them, I would set up a contest, because every restaurant will have their contest.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to eat one of those big sloppy sandwiches, but wear papal vestment, like
yes,
everything white.
And not get anything
on you.
And see if they can...
if you can do that. Like, give them the sloppiest sandwich you can and see if you can do it stain-free.
I am a huge fan of this Italian beef. I love it. I make it myself now. I crock pot it. I've even, and I love it so much, I'm like... Maybe that's my second career, is I just open a little sandwich joint.
You've talked about this a number of times.
Yeah.
I will invest $1. I will invest.
By the way, I would like to try this because it has giardiniera. Do you guys know that? It's
is it a pepper?
No, it's a medley of vegetables that are pickled, and you'll see it in grocery stores, and it's usually cauliflower, carrots.
Yeah.
What else is in there, Casey?
Like some actual peppers.
Red peppers.
You said carrots already, right?
Yeah, and celery, I think. So it's an odd mix for a sandwich.
It's spicy, too.
Sounds like it might be pretty good. The sandwich will be available through May, which is also Italian Beef Month. So, Casey, you got to make some soon.
I got to do my Christmas shopping.
In a statement, the Chicago-based restaurant chain called the sandwich a divinely seasoned Italian beef.
Divinity, yeah.
Pope Leo was born and raised on Chicago's South Side. The limited time...
If you don't think you can get one, you Vatican.
No, you Vatican't. The limited time item reflects both the city's pride. I'm going to give you a bell on that one. The city's pride and its love for bold flavors, according to Portillo's. They have 94 locations nationwide. Nearly half of them are located in the Chicago area, so I don't know how far out those branch.
You guys have been to Potbelly, right?
Yes.
So that gardenia, they have, that's one of their main toppings for their sandwiches.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think they might be a Chicago-based restaurant.
Okay. But
so
that sauce is super spicy, so you got to be careful.
All right. So let's see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
I'll have a Kettle Cosmo with a Red Bull and some bread ASAP.
We don't have bread.
What do you mean you don't have bread? How can you not have bread?
We're a Vietnamese restaurant. We just don't have bread.
All right, we are going to Andy to see if we can get an answer. Andy, morning, bud.
Good morning.
All right, Andy, movie, please.
Is that Garden State?
It is Garden State. Good call. You got it, dude. Hang on just a second, and we'll get your info. And you, sir, have won a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry? Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery and Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fresh, fast, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. We have yet another one to play for you. What movie is this food clip from?
I failed, okay? Let me just sit here and enjoy the one thing that makes me a little bit happy. This fresh, delicious, tasty, meaty, turkey-filled, cold-cut combo. I eat 3 every day to help keep me strong.
All right. 610-660-9333. Do you know? All right, order up. So salads are often perceived as nutritious dishes of fresh vegetables mixed with greens, lean proteins, and vinaigrette. Casey, I had you in mind when I came across this story.
Is there ranch in there?
Nope.
Okay, good.
It's a whole other thing. So the Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines salad as small pieces of food, such as pasta, meat, fruit, or vegetables, usually mixed with a dressing, such as mayonnaise, or set in gelatin, meaning that candy salad is absolutely legitimate.
All right.
While not all sweetened Midwest salads include actual candy bars, among the most famous recipes is one, and we make this from time to time in my house. It's called Snickers salad.
Snickers salad.
Dude, it is out of this world. So it's a delightful mix of chopped pieces of the candy bar, diced Granny Smith apples, instant vanilla pudding, we use French vanilla pudding, and non-dairy whipped topping. All this together gives a feel of a caramel apple without the struggle of eating one on a stick.
Do you make this, I submit to you, as a dessert or as an ambrosia-like?
It's a dessert. It's
dessert.
Flat out dessert. Right. Absolutely. I mean, it has apples in it, but it's full on dessert.
Are you an ambrosia fan?
I do like ambrosia.
Okay.
Yeah, like ambrosia, Watergate salad, stuff like that. Good stuff.
What is your favorite fruit associated with a dessert? Like an apple pie or something, a strawberry with chocolate, chocolate covered strawberry, something like that.
Ice cream.
That's not a fruit, Steve.
That is a good question.
Like Cherry's Jubilee.
And now that Kathy is here, she hated cooked fruit, remember?
Yeah, that's a shame. She's missing out.
I know. But, dude, she would be protesting.
Let's get her back on the show.
All discussions. I'm for that.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
Yeah, all for it.
Like a cherry, probably cherry maybe, like a cherry cobbler or a cherry pie or something like that.
I'm not a cherry fan. So for me, it would be... we had a wonderful piece of at the barbecue. They had a rockin' apple pie, blueberry pie, but cherry doesn't do it for me.
Have you guys ever been to Stephen Cookies before?
Oh, yeah.
Their blueberry pie is one of the best desserts
No
in the
kidding.
area, hands down. And it's just about to become blueberry season for those New Jersey blueberries. It is so good. It is like full of fresh, like pop in your mouth blueberries.
Oh, you're gonna make me shoot.
I like a dark chocolate raspberry torte. Like a
raspberry and dark chocolate.
Yeah, torte, but like cheesecake style or like really thick chocolate. Damn.
I just bought. It was a one of those impulse buys at TJ Maxx yesterday. It was dark chocolate raspberry, salted caramel. Oh my
dude.
God,
that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave right now and go eat that.
To answer your question, probably a classic apple pie.
Yeah,
it's phenomenal.
It's so good.
All right, so many Midwestern salads take inspiration from tried and true dessert flavors such as strawberry pretzel salad and classic Watergate salad, both of which are excellent ways to use leftover Cool Whip. Predating the TikTok trend by generations, the candy bar salad can be traced back to Minnesota and its large population of immigrants hailing from the Scandinavian region of Europe.
We will eat candy.
Though it goes by different names depending on the area, a Norwegian comfort food called Rommergrot and adjacent variations are thought to have inspired Midwestern dessert salads. The creamy pudding dish is a celebratory food consumed all year long, and those new to America found ways of adapting the traditional recipe to include more readily available ingredients. So if you want to look it up sometime, there are dessert salads or candy salads that are really, really good. In case I thought of you because from time to time we'll go to a restaurant, Casey will order a salad, and little did we know he spoke to the waiter ahead of time and they will deliver. And we saw this one time, a slice of cake served on top of a bed of lettuce. It was a scream when you did that. That was a Chop.
That was over at Chop.
Yep.
Oh, God rest Chop's soul.
Yep.
That was because Chop doesn't exist anymore.
Well,
right?
Is the Chop still
There's a nut.
the Xfinity building?
Nope, they're gone, Marissa.
God!
Yep, okay. All right, we got to move on. I need to find out if somebody knows what movie this clip is from.
I failed, okay? Let me just sit here and enjoy the one thing that makes me a little bit happy. This fresh, delicious, tasty, meaty, turkey-filled, cold-cut combo. I eat 3 every day to help keep me strong.
All right, we're going to go to Bill. Bill, are you there?
Yoo-hoo!
All right, Bill, name that movie, my man.
Happy Gilmore.
Damn Skippy. You got it, bud. All right. Hang on, Bill. We're going to get you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry, you got to try Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery Pickup. Get you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. All right, let's tee up another one. See what I did there? All right, this is our next clip. It has to do with food. What is this?
I'll blow this place up and be home in time for cornflakes.
Ooh, that's a quick one.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if you know the answer to that. 610-660-9333. Order up. All right, this is Connoisseur / music news.
Really?
Yes. Anthony Kiedis, Red Hot Chili Peppers, has launched his own brand of concert-friendly coffee. It's called Jolene. The new brand comes in collaboration with his longtime friend Shane Powers and is marketed as built to move with the rhythm of live entertainment and meet the ambition of those living life to the fullest.
What?
Live Nation is an equity investor, and the cans will be available at its festivals and amphitheaters. Jolene is sourced through an all-female co-op in Peru and is said to directly support the women's growers in their communities. And the name comes as both a nod to the phrase Cup of Joe and the classic Dolly Parton song of the same name.
I was wondering.
Jolene,
Yeah.
of course. So 2 flavors are available, cold brew and oat milk latte, and will be available for purchase online at retailers in Los Angeles and New York, as well as at the aforementioned Live Nation venues and events. So it's going to be available at the Gorge, Northwell at Jones Beach, and the Alliance Amphitheater, and that's in Virginia.
I'm going to try to work my way into oat milk and see. I know so many people.
I'm an oat milksman. Yeah.
And did it take a while to get used to it?
Not really. I feel like you do need more to get that.
Should I start by giving oral to hobos?
Probably.
All right.
Yeah.
We have it at home in the fridge case, and Andrea likes it. I just don't. Steve, I've not come around on it, so I'm glad you have Case. But like Case, we literally have the oat milk on one part of the fridge, and then the 1%, which is what I drink, cow milk on the other side. And
that's what I do.
That's what I go with.
So the live music venues, it will be offered both on its own and as a part of 4 signature cocktails. And this is funny because according to the new description, the origin of Jolene goes back years. And Kiedis recalled how the idea of it first arose. He said, Shane had shouted at me down the sidewalk saying, "Hey, let's do something." And I shouted back, "How about coffee?" And he said, "Done." And so began the adventure of putting a high-quality spin on a can of coffee. So look for Jolene at venues and at service points near you. All right, we're going to play this clip, and let's see if you know what movie it's from.
I'll blow this place up and be home in time for cornflakes.
All right, we are going to go to Tammy and see if we can get the answer. Good morning to you, Tammy. Timmy?
Timmy.
Oh,
Is it
sorry
Timmy?
about that. Yeah, it's Timmy. Sorry about that, buddy. All right, how you doing,
It's all
man?
good. Doing well. How are you guys?
Good, brother. All right, so name the movie, please.
Total Recall.
That is correct. Total Recall. Hang on, and we will set you up with that $50 Acme Markets gift cards. Make sure you go to Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery, or you can their pickup get you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less.
I was just watching that the other night, and you forget at the end of that when they're sort of, the oxygen is filling Mars, and this whole reclamation is taking place. And for about 10 minutes, it seems, Arnold's rubbery dummy.
Yep.
It's wild.
All right, this is our final clip. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Sorry, you'll have to buy lunch today. I didn't have time to fix your carrots.
Now, she's only eating carrots to increase the size of her breasts.
All right. 610-660-9333 if you recognize what movie that is from. All right, let's do another order up. No fast food roundups this week. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Well, the ice cream, I kind of think took care of.
I have a quick review about fast food, though.
You have a review?
Yeah, because
well, you know what? Go ahead. Solo on this.
All right, I'm going to solo on this one.
Yeah, you can hit the roundup if you want, just to set it up. Here we go.
All right.
Time for Casey's Fast Food Roundup.
I made my way to McDonald's earlier this week. I got my McDouble meal deal, which comes with a McDouble, a 4-piece nugget, and small fry and a small drink. I ended up getting the sweet chili dipping sauce that comes with the McChicken strips. And I'm telling you.
You dipped your burger in it?
No. I dipped my nuggets in it. And
You teabagged it.
It is instantly in my top 3 of fast food dipping sauces. I'm telling you, you have to try it for yourself. It is fantastic.
The name of it again, please?
Sweet chili.
Sweet chili.
Sweet chili.
Sweet chili. And this is new?
This is new. So McDonald's announced they have like the new McChicken strips, and then they pair it with the sweet chili dipping sauce.
That's going to be my new
All right,
exclamation.
yeah.
Sweet chili.
You know what we ought to do? We ought to do a fast food dipping sauce dip-off.
I was thinking...
Because there's tons of them.
Let's do that.
I don't
Let's
think...
not just say it. Let's do it.
My favorite is Chick-fil-A sauce.
Yep. That's my number
but
one.
then there's like Freddy's has their fry sauce, which is excellent too.
That's in my top
And now
5.
I'm intrigued by this sweet chili sauce. We should do a dip off.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to collect all of these things, but we could do that.
When looking at that dip, when it was showing up on the screen here, my mouth started to water immediately, and I think, Casey, it might be one of the dips that I could drink. There are a few that are out there, and I wouldn't make a habit out of drinking any of these things on a permanent basis.
In this comb that I brought?
I need to jump in here because the sauce that you saw, the picture, that wasn't the sweet chili dipping sauce. That was like, I don't even know what that. The sweet chili dipping sauce was next to the one that was
Dip
open.
teas.
All right.
Yeah. So it's the color. It's a little bit more orange than your Chick-fil-A sauce.
I guess my point is there are several dips out there that I could drink.
Okay, I believe that.
And I want to see that. On the day we do the dip off, I want to see him pound
Well,
an
you know
8-ounce glass of dip.
Steve, you know what's at the top of my list?
What?
You know. The honey mustard.
Oh, my God.
Well, okay, that's not a fast food.
Well,
I mean,
yes.
for the dip off.
Is it in a dip off?
Well, you're talking about the one at Wells Fargo Center,
I am,
or whatever
yeah.
the hell it's called
Right.
now. So we wouldn't allow that. I'm talking about from fast food restaurants.
I didn't know we were playing international rules.
But that can be your favorite. I'm not saying that can't
When
be your
we
favorite.
do it-
I'm just saying for the dip off. You can't bring that to the
Preston,
table.
when we do it, Nick, I'll bring in a flask.
Okay.
We can
Just
take,
on the side.
He'll have it in his inside pocket.
we can
Just-
take
yeah.
pulls off.
No, we'll take a little tugs.
Hang on one second, guys.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what clip, what movie this clip is from.
Sorry, you'll have to buy lunch today. I didn't have time to fix your carrots.
Yeah, she's only eating carrots to increase the size of her breasts.
I don't know why I find that so funny. We're going to go to Lana. Hi, Lana. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy
Same to
Friday.
you. No sad, bro. All right, Lana, what movie? Name it, please.
16 Candles.
Yeah, that's from 16 Candles.
Nailed it, Lana.
I don't know how I ever missed that line. I know that movie backwards and forwards, but we are going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry. Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. Yes, Steve.
The little kid who delivers that line is the littler kid in Kramer versus Kramer.
I remember that.
Yeah.
All right, that is it for The Connoisseur. Thank you for joining us for us this morning, friend. We have a lot of things to get to. We got some guests stopping by. Comedian Ian Fidance is going to be here. Stephen Ho, comedian as well, is stopping in. But when we return, I believe, with the Bizarre File, we have a special guest who's going to be joining us in the studio for a little hello. We'll come back with that. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I know people who do it will enter into living situations, you know, with basic strangers, with a very little bit of vetting.
Right.
And I think, like, in this series kind of focuses in on a number of these situations that go horribly wrong.
I had to live with somebody for a couple months that I didn't know.
Right.
I'll tell you about that in a second. I'm going to get you a little bit more on this. And if you have a roommate that went nutty on you story, feel free to give us a call, 215-263-WMMR. So after learning Bachman's true identity, Miller threw a lengthy party at her home with drinking, smoking, and rap music, 3 of Bachman's apparent pet peeves, as a way to get him to want to leave. Well, that escalated into assault. Bachman choked Miller, slamming her leg in a door, slashing at her with a knife. He was arrested, and Miller filed for protection from abuse order that included Bachman's eviction. Bachman's brother, Harry, ended up bailing him out of jail twice, which ultimately would result in both of their deaths. So in November 2017, and I don't remember seeing this story, but Bachman killed Harry in his brother's Elkins Park home. Killed his own brother. In his home.
Yes.
With the district attorney's office saying that Harry suffered blunt force trauma to the head and body. After the murder, Bachman fled in his brother's car and used his credit card to check into a hotel in Upper Moreland Township. And there, a SWAT team served an arrest warrant on Bachman, but not without a struggle. As the series points out, Bachman swung a camp-style axe at officers.
I do remember this.
Striking one in the face and another one in the arm before being taken to custody. However, he would never go to trial for Harry's murder. He hanged himself in his cell at Montgomery County Correctional Facility.
So he ends up killing his own brother.
60 years old.
He's got his list of things. He tortures his roommates. Kitty litter in the, to back up the toilet.
Yeah. And he was doing that regularly.
Yeah,
He would live with people and drive them crazy.
And then chase them out.
And what are you getting out of that?
That's the question. Is it because you just feel this need to exert control over people? Is that it? Is that the big thing?
I don't know. But you talked about people not knowing each other, having to cohabitate, and it happens regularly.
They do it all the time. Yeah,
happens at college. You get a dorm roommate, and you don't know who they are. I had when I first started getting into radio, I entered into this internship program that was kind of a move away and live there type of thing. And the guy who owned the radio station owned an apartment complex, so he would put you together with the other intern that was being a part of this program.
Right.
And so I lived with this other dude for a couple of months, and after, it was fine. The first few weeks are always fine, right?
Yeah.
And then after a while, he started getting a little weird. Nothing, I don't have any really good stories for you, but I just know that after a while, I was like, yeah, this is why you don't just join up with people and start living together, because after a while, you're going to find out something about them. If you know somebody for a series of months, at least you got a pretty good idea at who they are and what their quirks are, and it's not so unexpected if they are acting strange.
You're exactly right. That's why it always caught me as incredibly bizarre when you'd see, like it used to be years ago, classified ads looking for a roommate. I'm like, really?
Right.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
No, I'll live alone.
Yeah.
I'll work harder. I'll work around the clock to pay my rent, but there's no way I'm just out of the blue going to live with someone.
See, in Canada, a lot of times people will turn their basements into apartments that they will rent out to people. And I know this from HGTV shows. There is no way I could possibly ever rent out my apartment living above.
My parents
had two
have done
basement
it.
apartments.
Yeah, my parents have done it. My dad has always put something either in the basement or off of the side of the house, and they've always had a rental.
No kidding.
On their house, yeah.
Ever have any
crazies?
Yeah.
Hey, people go a little loopy?
No, not real. No, I don't think so. I mean, they my mom was always trying to help people. So it was always like, you knew the person through, 3 lines down. It was like a friend of a friend of a friend or whatever.
Okay.
So they didn't really I don't think they ever put it out there to say room for rent and just random people came in. It was sort of word of mouth.
Word of mouth, but a lot of times is the case. I told you guys some of this story. In fact, one of those basement apartments was in Brentwood, Long Island, and then the people who lived upstairs rented the top part of the house to this jackass. And so this guy was on the run from all sorts of bill collectors.
Oh, wow.
So I was constantly dealing with people who would come around to the door in the basement, the other apartment, looking for him, all the time. And I'm like, come on. And then eventually he was supposed to be the one who was making sure the bills, good call on the landlord, paying for the water and all that stuff. That all got shut off. So eventually I told you one night I switched all the locks in the house so that they faced my direction. And I'm like, no, this is not going to happen. I had to put my foot down. And then after a while, you're like, why am I fighting for this turf? There are other apartments. Let me get out of here.
Right.
Why is this my battle?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. I have Laura standing by. Hey, Laura, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Laura?
Hi. So my neighbor and I were just talking about this because we were just talking about the show. When I was 19, I made a very bad decision to go on Craigslist and try to rent a room from a stranger.
Yeah.
I went to Temple and I didn't like my dorm situation. So, very long story short, I met somebody who I was renting his basement from him. He was a little older. He seemed like he had everything together. We signed like an unofficial agreement, I guess, for me to live in his basement. And just like you were describing, like things were just a little off, like things were weird. The basement apartment also was not a real apartment. It was just a finished basement. So we shared laundry, we shared bathroom, we shared kitchen.
Yeah, no.
Laura, that sucks.
So things were getting weird. couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt very uncomfortable. So he said he had a work trip coming up. So I was like, this is my time to, like, move out. I don't know if he didn't go on a work trip or whatever, but he showed up and saw that I was boxing things up and literally locked all of my stuff in the basement, and I could not get into the house anymore. He, like, locked me out of the house. And this is on 18th and Federal in North Philadelphia.
Oh, God.
Okay, so you show up and it's locked. What do?
I called my dad.
Okay. Yeah.
And I said, you need to come help me.
Bring your gun.
Yeah.
So he came down. It was in the middle of the night, which adds another creepy layer to it. I was working at a coffee shop and, closing down the store, so I was coming home late. And, so I called my dad, and my dad basically was pounding on the door and threatening to call the cops and said, you need to let my daughter get all of her stuff out. And he kept demanding money. It was,
well, let me ask you,
so bizarre.
Let me ask you something. So, had you informed him you were leaving, or were you beating a hasty retreat without his knowledge?
So I had my boyfriend at the time was staying with me too. And I was like, we got to pack up and get out while he's like on this business trip. Because it was just too creepy.
Right.
So,
when you say
came home and
when you say creepy, was he being like sexually creepy? Was he being just psycho creepy? What level of creepiness?
I literally can't even put my finger on it, and I honestly don't even remember his name. It was like I blacked this whole experience
Okay,
out.
all right, yeah, I get it.
No, absolutely.
But maybe little things said, little glances, stuff like that.
Yeah, I would find things. I would find things in the shared bathroom.
I could not do that.
Like I don't. Yeah, I probably can't say, but like it was just gross and weird and uncomfortable.
No.
Dear God,
sharing a bathroom with a stranger, sharing a kitchen with a stranger, no effing way. I mean, I understand it might have been something you had to because of the situation, but you'd have to hold a gun on me to do that.
Oh, well, now I'm a mom and I'm an adult, and I'm like, my kids can never, ever, ever do what I did.
Yeah.
And, and it was so, I felt like it was out of desperation almost because I couldn't afford rent by myself. So I really wanted to be on my own, living in Philadelphia. Like I just wanted that life. And, never.
No, I think a lot of people are in that same boat.
Thanks, Laura.
It's a common thing. Yeah.
I think most of these stories are going to start with, so I went on Craigslist.
Yes.
And by the way, which I shudder to think about. Never once did I ever use Craigslist, but I have heard nothing but horror stories.
Yeah, right? It's never good.
Especially when it comes to meeting up with people or...
Unless you say you're putting an armoire on the curb, come pick it up.
I had friends that it was 3 roommates together, and one had gotten another job somewhere else. They had just signed the lease for the next year. This person found a job and they had to move out, and they put their room up on the city paper. The personals there, but without the other 2 roommates' knowledge, and there was a huge fight about that.
Sure.
Gigantic fight. And it's like, listen, man, I'm sorry but we just signed a lease, right? You don't get to try and figure this out on your own. Like, we should have a say on who is going to move into our house. And luckily it didn't end up turning into anything.
Right.
But it ended in the friendships are over, but
yeah.
I had a friend whose roommate in college would leave kiss marks on her bra.
Oh, my God.
She would take her bra out of the laundry basket and put a red or pink kiss mark, like lip mark on it. And we could not figure out why.
Was it a little love letter of sorts?
No,
or?
the girl was nuts, and she was nuts all through college. We didn't really stay friends with her, but she I knew people that lived with her later. Senior year, junior and senior year, and she didn't do that, but she would always do bizarre things.
That would be chilling.
So
just
weird.
find kiss marks on your underwear.
I just have to kiss it. I just have to kiss it.
I made out with your bra last night.
Yeah. Okay, this I got to hear. We're going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up,
Did
Joe?
not start on Craigslist.
Okay, it did not start on Craigslist. All right, go ahead.
So this was really early days of the internet, like 1995 or 6, something like that. I was about 8 years old. My sister, who was much older than me, met a random guy through a chat room. and he lived several states away. And one summer, while we were out of school, he showed up at our house.
Oh, my
Just
God. You're
totally
8
unannounced.
years old?
I was 8.
How old is your sister at that time?
She was just graduated high school.
All right, so like 18.
Okay, so dude shows up at your house?
Yeah, so he shows up at our house with another girl.
Okay.
And it was really random, and we didn't, I was 8, so I'm sure I didn't get the whole story, but I didn't really figure out why at first. But the intention was my sister wanted to date this guy, which was probably obvious. And then he ended up living with us for the entire summer, him and the other girl.
No.
Wait, what?
And
where were your parents in all this?
Yeah, seriously.
He moved in? He and his girlfriend moved
he lived in our basement on the couch.
Okay,
we had
hold
a
on.
pull-out couch that they just lived on.
Joe, hang on. Several questions. Okay.
Yeah.
He was a full-grown adult?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was probably early 20s.
Your parents? What happened there?
I have no idea.
Why would they let this guy, this complete stranger, come in and live at your house?
This is my boyfriend and my boyfriend's girlfriend.
Right.
My parents are way too nice most of the time.
That's almost negligent.
Yeah, naive. So
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to glance over that.
yeah, we'll glance over the parent thing.
They're living there. What happens?
So at the end of the summer, they just randomly disappeared, and they left a whole bunch of stuff at our house.
Okay.
And when they left, the girl that had left her ID at our house.
Yeah.
And when we found the ID, we noticed that she was using a false name the entire time she was living with us.
Okay. The old false name. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we looked her up online, we found out where she was from and all that kind of stuff. And it turned out that this guy had kidnapped that girl.
Oh my God.
So you had a kidnapper living in your house with the kidnappee. Did they get along? Was it a case where he had squirreled her away from her parents, or did you get the impression that she was there under duress?
It seemed like a little bit of duress and a little bit of him pulling her away from her parents, because she also was probably about 18 or 19.
That is effed up. By the way, I gave you permission today, and they may be perfectly wonderful people, but go slap your parents for us if you wouldn't mind.
That makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'd love to hear from your parents.
Yeah, it's great. They're playing their records in the basement.
Joe, do you and your sister ever
talk about it?
Reminisce about this little interesting time in your lives?
Funnily enough, I rarely talk to her because of other boy decisions that she had in her life.
Okay, so it started early.
You got out just in time, Joe, or you'd be dating one of these guys.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Yeah.
So weird.
I had
a lot of layers there.
Well, if you think you're this girl and you're going to get this guy, hey, I like this guy, I want to date him. Yeah, is it okay if I bring a girl? What? And you still follow through with it?
We're talking about
It's okay. She was kidnapped.
Netflix's worst roommate ever, and there was a story of this crazy serial squatter that ended up in
WMMR.
My mic off there. Before we get into the bizarre file, we got to bring in Friday.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Coors Banquet. You can join us, the Preston and Steve Show, live from Canaan's in North Wildwood, Friday, May 23rd, for the official opening of the Jersey Shore from Coors Banquet. Start your summer. Start your legacy. I will start up with a very interesting story. An Echo Park resident made a disturbing discovery over Mother's Day weekend when he found a stranger sleeping nude in his bed. Michael Duarte, an NBC4 sports writer, found his home ransacked late Saturday night. Food from his pantry and fridge had been taken out, and his miscellaneous items were found scattered across his kitchen. He said, my first thought was, did some wild animal come into my home and damage everything? Upon closer inspection, the homeowner noticed a glass of his back door had been smashed and used as a means to break in. While surveying his home, Duarte took a look into his bedroom and saw a man sleeping in his bed.
This bed was just right.
Well, he said, to see a man not just sleeping in my bed, but completely naked sleeping in my bed, I was shocked. It was like Goldilocks from Three Bears. Following the alarming discovery, Duarte told his friend who was waiting in a nearby car to call police. Officer then arrived, and this is what it gets better as this goes along.
All right.
Officers then arrived, dressed the man, and took him to jail. Now, he said, as he was being walked away in cuffs and thrown into the back of the squad car, he was yelling to me and my friend and also the officers, and he said, I'm going to kill you.
Okay.
So
it's a bad guess.
As if the break-in wasn't enough, the intruder helped himself to the resident's kitchen and ransacked the home in a bizarre way.
Where's my pumpernickel?
The man clogged the toilet with towels.
Oh, man.
Ate a box of ice cream sandwiches, ate a box of Beyond Beef burger patties, and raided Duarte's stash of chewing gum. Listen to this. He said, I had a fresh pack with 60 pieces inside unopened. He opened it up, chewed all of them, and then spit a big wad of gum about the size of a softball out.
This guy was playing for keeps, man. And then he ate all those Beyond Burgers?
And the intruder also killed a possum on the back patio by using a statue.
Well, I mean, thank you for that, but...
Neighbors said the bizarre break-in has left the neighborhood shaken. Law enforcement has not released the name of the suspected intruder. The case remains under investigation.
Listen, that was me the other night. I was having a bad day.
All right, here's a follow-up for you. Love this story. The serial Tesla road rage driver who landed back in bars for allegedly assaulting a teen driver and her mother in Hawaii last week. We mentioned this story yesterday. He was found beaten to a bloody pulp in prison.
Talk about getting your comeuppance.
Yeah, Nathaniel Radamak was assaulted by inmates at Halawa Correctional Facility on Monday. And the hot-headed driver sustained injuries to his face and torso and was taken to the Queens Medical Center for treatment. Radamak was photographed wearing his orange prison jumpsuit in a hospital wheelchair with a badly bruised and bloody face following the alleged assault. The Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation said it's investigating the incident. Radamak's assault comes after he was arrested May 8th for losing his temper and allegedly becoming violent with another motorist.
I hope he was in the cell with some like Jason Momoa-sized guys.
He has been out on parole since August after he served only 10 months of a 5-month prison sentence, and he was speeding in a gray Tesla when he raced past an 18-year-old driver parking her car. The female teen driver yelled at Radamak to slow down as he sped by and prompted him to get out of the vehicle and start arguing with her and her mother. The girl's mother, Diane Ung, said that Radamak was driving around 40 to 50 miles per hour. She was trying to teach her daughter how to parallel park outside of the home. Ung claimed that Radamak struck her and her daughter in the face during the confrontation before he got back into his Tesla and fled. He was charged with unauthorized entry into a motor vehicle and 2 counts of assault. He made headlines as the pipe-wielding Tesla driver who terrorized California highways over the years. So this guy's now scheduled to appear in court this week to face a new felony charge, but he got his ass beat by the other prisoners. I'm sure it was because he punched a teenage girl in the face.
Do you think that'll take? Do you think that'll cause any behavioral shift?
Nope. The guy has serious rage issues, and when he gets out, he's going to go right back at it. I'll bet you. All right, here's a story of survival, man. This winter, a resort owner in the Sierra National Forest decided to keep cabin doors unlocked at his resort should anyone need shelter to survive while the area was snowed in, just in case. And on Wednesday afternoon, he came across a woman who did just that, a woman named Tiffany Slatton. A camper from Georgia went missing 3 weeks ago. She walked through the blizzard the day before the resort owner found her seeking refuge in one of the cabins. He said she pops out, didn't say a word, just ran up. She wanted a hug. That's Christopher Gutierrez, who is the owner of Vermilion Valley Resort.
She said when she got into the house, Preston, there was a naked guy in bed with a huge wad of gum in his mouth.
Wow. During a previous failed attempt to reach his resort, Gutierrez spotted a search party in the area, and he knew that there was a missing camper matching the woman standing before him. Slatton was ravenous, so he made her a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I don't like peanut butter.
Slatton's family hadn't heard from her since April 20th and reported her missing on April 29th. It's unclear how she survived for nearly a month.
It's miraculous.
She was last seen on April 24th near Shaver Lake, north of Fresno. She was found some 40 miles, an approximately 2-hour drive farther east than where she was last seen. Officials first thought she turned back when she realized that the area was snowed in. She was traveling on an electric bike with a red trailer, choosing to visit California as part of her mission to visit all 50 states on a bucket list trip that turned into an absolute nightmare for the family. After an investigative 5-day ground search, not a sign of her emerged. Unable to pass on ground, they used a helicopter, but they didn't find anything.
Wow.
Her parents are traveling to Fresno on Thursday and will reunite with her as she recovers and detectives piece together her survival. But they say that leaving that door unlocked
saved her life.
Probably saved her life. So
yeah, she'd be dead.
That was an amazing story of survival. Hey, we're going to wrap up the Bizarre File right there. Some good stories for you. But we are happy to welcome a guest to our studio. Is this the whole thing?
Yes, sir.
All right, we have a special intro for this next guest. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, Damen und Herren, from what was once an inarticulate mass of lifeless tissues, may I now present a cultured, sophisticated man about town.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Weston.
Hey, good morning.
Nice.
Good morning. Oh,
Nice.
So this is terrific being back in the Preston and Steve studio. It's been over a year since I've been back in the building.
Wow.
Yeah.
We talked to you a little while ago, and we've all determined no one that we know in our collective lives is doing retirement better than are you.
Yeah, so last time I was on the show, I was in my bathrobe, and my hair was unkempt, and I hadn't brushed my teeth yet, but it didn't matter because I was in my house.
That's right.
I tried my building pass.
Does it?
It doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
No.
No, yeah,
Rodney deactivated it before I was in my car back in December of 23. I was like, he's out.
He's out, yeah.
So, Bill, to what do we owe this appearance of you here?
This day, this very day, May 16th, was special enough for me to get out of my bathrobe and brush my teeth and come here and wish you guys a happy anniversary. It was 20 years ago today that you guys were right next door in 4F. It was the first time you cracked the mic on MMR.
Wow.
And
wild.
And it's been 20 years, which I know you had an anniversary of your run as a show, which began at Y100.
Yeah.
Which, you don't mention Y100 nearly enough on this program.
Bill always hated that, by the way.
I did.
Always hated it.
But still,
It died 20 years ago, Bill. Let it go.
WMMR, I tell the story, it's like was 13th, and I know the Preston and Steve show was like maybe 7th, I think. It was the perfect pairing, and you guys for 20 years from this day in 2005 have been bringing it and have been entertaining the pants off of me and for everyone else. And it was such I'd like to say that, it was all my decision, but John Fulham, who was our general manager at the time, had a lot to see. I presented him with a couple of dozen opportunities, different shows, solo hosts, teams, people, local people out of state, and
it was a long search.
It was a long search.
And I'll say this just to jump in here quickly. Obviously, this is kind of on the schedule, and obviously with Kathy not being here, we said no, we really don't want to do this and celebrate in a major way. But we really appreciate you, commemorating it this way, because I'll say our lives were set in paths that we could not even have foreseen in all the best ways because of everything that went down and because your advocacy for the show and support for the show.
Yeah. It was, I know with Kathy's absence, it is different.
Yeah.
But
we were talking about doing some kind of a celebration for the 20 years, but once that occurred, we're not going to do it. But thank you for acknowledging it. No, it's awesome.
And again, I didn't say, hey, I want to go on the air with you guys.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, weren't you just on the air with like Christmas Miracle?
Honestly, the only reason we agreed to have you in here today to recognize this date is because you were bringing breakfast.
I knew I couldn't show up if I didn't bring some breakfast sandwiches for Casey.
But what you did bring is some very interesting documentation, Preston. You were given something.
Yeah, Bill has a letter that he brought in, which was sent to John Fulham, our former group, manager here of the cluster. And it was Bill's assessment of all of the other shows that he had considered for the morning slot.
A big search.
Yeah. And should I read some of this?
Yeah,
or?
give us some. Yeah.
All right. It says here, the WMMR morning show solution, in a word, elusive, but not hopeless. Over the past 5 months, I've interviewed numerous candidates, solos, teams, and trios. These have been recommended by consultants, talent coaches, agents, my fellow PDs, and my professional acquaintances. All have talent. None appear to be the automatic answer. An imperfect fit, either as a strong solo leader / quarterback to work with Joe Conklin, who was here at the time, Blaine Ensley, Vinny the Crumb, and Gina, or a duo / trio to come in and break new ground on their own. And then he lists some that are the kind of front runners. I can mention a few of these names. I don't know. There was Drew and Mike. They're out of Detroit. Lou Brutus, Elliott down in D.C.
All solid.
Larry Walks, Mark Summers, not our Mark Summers, different Mark Summers.
No, he hadn't sunk that low at that point.
Tuttle and Klein.
Birmingham.
Kane. I remember Kane.
Yeah.
I believe. Ricky Rackman. And then, by the way, he goes on to list his assessment of each one of these.
And if we're incredibly desperate, Preston and Steve.
Grego Jackson was one considered. Well, it says here for afternoons, which ended up happening. Paul and Al, Johnny Dare, Bob and Tom, syndicated show, he said, is secondary option, and Roger and JB. He said many others were / are being considered. The chief criteria remain an individual / show with proven success in morning drive, and we can't afford to cobble together a show with various personalities and talents that may appear to have chemistry. We must decide on one that already has established it, which is a
smart move.
A great idea. When you try to throw people together,
doesn't work.
Doesn't always work.
They had tried that with Mike Missinelli, right? And then they brought in Joe Conklin, and Vinny the Crumb was some sports guy who won a contest, and all of them were talented, but none of them could get along with each other.
So you just have to gel.
So
All right.
Preston,
Yes.
read the end of the memo.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, here he goes. Why Preston and Steve? And this is the one that you could tell he landed on us as the favorite.
Is it more like, why?
No. And here are his reasons for wanting us as the show. Established show. Together 5+ years as a team. Philadelphia show. In the demo, late 30s, early 40s. Defined roles. Straight guy and funny guy. Likeable in person, likable on air. It's a welcoming show, willing to work after the show. They want to work for WMMR. No head cases. Steve Morrison is a funny bastard. And I can make the show better. Research indicates upside potential. See call-out perceptual web polls posted below. Being able to listen to an in-market show for 6 months allows a pretty good perspective.
Yeah, it's true. You don't. That's, again, very salient stuff. You don't, as a program director, it would be hard to select a show. You had the ability to see how we were working within the environment you were trying to reach.
Yeah. When we first decided that the Philly guys wasn't going to work, I had mentioned the Preston and Steve show, and John Fulham at the time said, that may be the easy rock, but I want you to look under every rock.
Okay.
We did like a 6 or 7 month search, and it still came back to your rock.
Shall I read you what I have here, Preston?
Yeah.
Oh my!
What's this?
This is the subject is 40-year-old virgin. This is back from Bill Weston. He writes, I cannot allow you to actually get WMMR's oldest male virgin laid using the airwaves.
This is okay. Yeah.
Options. After you find the oldest virgin, find an understanding woman who is willing to go out on a date, but not the stated intention. And he goes on, after you ID the virgin, find a seemingly willing woman, proceed as if you're going on to getting him laid. In other words, he was looking out for us. This was at a time when
he thought it was prostitution.
Yeah, exactly. And in effect, it might have been. But but anyway, we were trying to, rattle the cage a little bit.
Have some fun.
But just think about your job today, and think about any memo or email you receive where the subject line says 40-year-old virgin.
Right.
And it doesn't happen a lot.
No, it doesn't.
That's what our early days were like here.
We found a gray area.
Yeah.
No money was exchanged.
Right, yeah.
It was like, oh my God, Ellen Rubin was our corporate counsel at the time.
She was the legal,
I had so much correspondence back and forth with her. Back when, the indecency thing, people were like really concerned about,
There were
Johnny, is that what is that clip that she just couldn't stand? John, it was like a science film.
Oh, Steve, it was Dad.
Mother,
Yeah.
I have a strange discharge.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Oh my God! That just went.
I used to play that in full.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Discharge is what.
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Mother, can you put down those muffins for a second? I have a strange discharge. But listen, all things considered, for all of the ways things can go wrong like this, it's been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Save for recent developments, but it's been great.
So I just I very happy that our paths crossed and we had some mutual success, and for 20 years to be on the air at the same radio station. Obviously, Pierre kind of dwarfs that.
Oh, he's another level.
But as an ensemble,
Yes, and a morning show is there's a lot of attention on a morning show about your success and your But the fact that you've been able to get along and to
that alone is amazing.
Yeah, not hate each other.
Yeah.
How many sandwiches did you bring?
you brought a lot.
I brought 10. I brought some vegan options.
For Marissa.
Avocado toast and what was that kind of the sweet treat thing that you got from there? It's
it was that's the only
Oatmeal?
vegan dish because it's oatmeal and it has no eggs in it.
all right. Okay.
Anyway, so I just wanted to come by and congratulate you guys.
We appreciate
20 years at MMR. I asked Chuck 2 weeks ago about this and he did not respond. So he's very busy.
Chuck has been wrapped up in as you can imagine, he has been slapped around a lot and stuff that he's been trying to work things here and fight for things that have been energy sucking.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we miss you, Bill.
Yeah,
Good to see you, bud.
I love listening to the radio show most every day in my bathrobe.
What would you give our segment prior to this? You said it was meandering.
Oh no, I was just. It was. Come on, B plus.
B plus.
Come on.
It's not a bad
Even in retirement. All right.
All right, love you guys.
Thank you, Bill. We love you.
Happy
Bill
anniversary.
Weston, our man about town as he sashays, saunters out of the studio
in his smoking jacket.
It's wonderful. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. Mr. Ian Fidance is going to be here. Stay put. We'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve.
Nuts that he moved in with, so that's where we got started here. Taking some calls. I'm going to go to Lou next. Hey, Lou, good morning. Hey! It is Lou. Hey, Lou, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, Press? What's up, Casey boy?
How are you, Lou?
Marissa.
Hey, now, of course, you're going to have a story about all this.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right. Now, listen to this. I was living out in California, and a guy that I knew growing up that I lost contact with got my phone number from another friend and said he wanted to move to California. So I said, yeah, sure, come on. I didn't know him that well, but I'm like, there's no problem. Somebody from back home. It'd be nice to have a familiar face. So he moves into my house. He's been there a couple days. I get up one morning, and my living room is full of computers.
This guy must be very studious.
Yes.
So what happened?
And the company that he robbed from they were friends of mine. And that's how he knew how he could get into the place, because it was an old car dealership that I used to work for.
So Lou, he came out with the intent of using your connection to rob the business that you worked for?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow.
I got up. I was pissed. I called them up. I went over there, and I said, listen, I told them the whole story. They came back with a truck. We got all the stuff. I told him he better, get out of the house while my buddy and his buddy come in and bring all the stuff back. And then I made him leave.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he met up with a girl and moved in with her. And then eventually he came back, and him and I got in a fight, and we had this big fish tank, and he kicked the fish tank, smashed it, and everything went all over the floor. We wound up rolling around in the
In the fish?
In the fish.
In the glass and fish.
Glass and fish. Yes, sir. And it was a saltwater tank.
Oh man. Lou, that's a hell of a story. So you were giving the guy finally left. I assume. I'm going to guess you won that fight, and he had to leave, right?
Right. Oh yeah. He since passed away too.
Oh,
5 or 6
he's
years.
dead.
I love how you go to bed and wake up, and your living room is full of computer equipment.
Full of computers, and he's sitting there saying, "Hey, where can we sell these?"
Oh my God.
Oh, the balls on this guy, Lou. Did he know your past connections?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He knew my past.
But he thought, hey, maybe Lou would be down this. But he was stealing from your friend, which is
Yes.
I think
stupid.
a gentleman says, "Do you mind if I steal from your friends?"
At least open it that way, right?
And then we can fence
Courtesy.
it together.
Oh my God.
Right. Oh yeah. We can go spend the money while my buddy has all his information from all the cars he sold and everything, and all out there for someone else. I felt bad. It just broke my heart.
Sure.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
Lou, you never let us down. Great to talk to you, man.
All right, yeah, you too. You guys have a great day.
All right. Who's Lou? Dude.
I love that.
That's great.
But that goes to the point. Now, obviously, there was a type of character he was dealing with. But you don't know. Marriages fall apart after people have been living together for a while. Finally, you go to that neck. We had a whole topic about what you found out about something you've been living with somebody you've been living with for years.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be better if you just met them on Craigslist, or hey, come live with me?
Let me go to, we have Gary has an interesting story to tell. Gary, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys today?
Good. What's up, bud?
So this is a really crazy story. So I went ahead and I started renting a room on the Jersey Shore for $400 a month, which is like unheard of.
Right.
And I was super happy about it. The person who I found out was renting it was a friend of a friend, so I didn't think anything of it. And while I stayed there, it really wasn't a big deal. It was like a shared kitchen, shared living room, and I had my own bedroom upstairs, and she lived in the basement.
Okay.
So the first month, it wasn't like a big deal at all. And she's like this 55, 60-year-old woman who, after talking to her for a while, come to find out she is an alcoholic. She drinks regularly every day.
Okay.
And she's anorexic. So she's got a whole slew of problems.
Right.
So after the first month, I was sitting in the living room and just watching TV, and she sits next to me, and she's in that drunken stupor, and she gets close to me and starts touching me inappropriately. And this is, meanwhile, I have a long distance relationship. We're thinking about getting married, all this stuff. And I have the landlord hitting on me and trying to do stuff with
All right, Gary, just for my own satisfaction, age similar to yours, much older. Was she attractive?
She was 55 to 60 years old. I was 26, 25 at the time.
Okay.
So much older. She was, I guess, attractive, but not to the point where no. I would say on a scale, I'd say she was like a 5 or a 6.
Okay.
Do you like succulents?
Most people understand what I'm talking about.
Well, I have to ask Gary, because in the little notification up here, it says that she would do naked yoga.
Oh yeah. So after that encounter, and I got up and told her I had to go to bed. She then started to do my laundry impromptu. Like she would go into my room, take my laundry, and wash it for me.
No.
Instead of me going to the laundromat and just doing it. And then she would do naked yoga. And the way she did that is that normally she would do yoga in the morning and she'd have it on. So I knew that she was out there and I didn't want to bother her. Well, she was, I guess, smart enough to mute it. So I would go out there and be surprised at her doing naked yoga. And then she would do the dishes with like see-through shorts on to go ahead and try to rile me up. And I stayed there for, like, me being so naive and not thinking anything of it. I stayed there to reap the benefits for like another 10 months.
Wow.
Until I moved out.
Wow. And this behavior kept happening?
Yeah, it just kept happening, and I didn't have the balls to be like, listen, I don't want anything to do with you. I was just like, hey, she's gonna do my laundry. Awesome.
Yeah.
So you played along to get your laundry cleaned, a $400 tab, which is excellent per month. At any point did you get any other perks?
I mean, I didn't have to pay for electric or water or anything like that. Occasionally she would buy me dinner.
All right.
So I was, I guess she was my sugar mama.
Dude, that's what it sounds like. To watch a piece of Age Me Do yoga is not so bad.
Wow. All right. Interesting. All right. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. All right. Well, with all these worst roommate stories, let's end with a good one.
All right.
Okay. Let's end with something a little bit opposite of what we're speaking about, because I'm going to go to Lauren here. Hey, Lauren. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. All right, Lauren. What do you want to share with us? You said this is a little different.
Yes, thank you for ending on me. This is a positive note for the people of Philadelphia. So my best friend put an ad in Craigslist for a roommate. She was filling a room. Totally random. I agree with you guys. It's crazy. We didn't want her to do it because we didn't think it was a good idea. A complete stranger living in her house. She found our friend David, and he ended up living with her. And after a couple of years, they ended up dating, and I just went to their wedding in June.
And Lauren, it says here that he sells used computer equipment, correct?
He's a normal guy.
Oh, all right. So it's one of the few we get actually going the distance. I like that.
Still no way.
Thank you, Lauren.
Way
I
on
appreciate it.
earth.
No way. I know, yeah.
I don't care if there's the potential of love.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, this show, Netflix's Worst Roommate Ever, does it cover several stories,
Yes.
I assume?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like stuff like that.
Yeah, so
it makes me feel uncomfortable, but I like stuff
It does.
like that.
And the first one out of the park, the first episode, is a real mind blower.
Okay, wow, interesting. All right, well, thank you for sharing. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Some bizarre file stories on the way. Got some really good ones for you today. We're going to talk to James Murray a little bit later on. Murr from Impractical Jokers. Jackie Bam Bam has a special announcement to make, and we get a vocal performance coming up in a bit too. We'll tell you about it in a moment. Stay put. Other forms of overseas
all that
Chinese
stuff.
cuisine consisting of meat, often chicken, fish, beef, shrimp, or pork, and eggs cooked quickly with vegetables such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and celery, and bound in a starch-thickened sauce. It's typically served with rice, but can become the Chinese-American form of chow mein.
Chow mein.
With the addition of stir-fried noodles. So essentially, it's chow mein, but with rice.
I would love chow mein.
I've had chow mein many times, so it's and what's interesting is some Chinese or Chinese restaurant dishes will essentially be the same thing, but with rice or but with noodles.
Yes.
Or, you know what I mean?
I love Chinese food. Used to hate it, and I don't eat it a lot because, despite the belief that it's low in calories.
Oh
it's
no,
not.
it's not. It's way high in calories, and we've got a couple of takeout places we love to go to, and it's an easy. Here's how it goes. What do you want for dinner? I don't know. I don't feel like making anything. Chinese? Yeah. And that's pretty much it. That's how it goes.
I forgot I liked bean sprouts.
You forgot?
Because I don't.
They're good.
I don't ever get them to put them.
They
in
don't have a
anything.
lot of flavor in them, but they are they're satisfyingly crunchy.
Yeah.
And
and erotic.
And erotic as well.
I like water chestnuts too. Those are
same thing.
Good,
right?
Don't know what it is. It seems like hard air, but it tastes pretty good.
We have and it's not new, but it's new to our family, a new Chinese food restaurant near us. It's really, really yummy.
Same here.
Yeah.
Like we stumbled across one. We're like, we were going to go somewhere else. And we're like, well, we've never been able. Let's go over there. And we tried it. And we're like, wow, okay, this is our new place. Our new joint.
Haruga.
Our new John, if you will. Speaking of food, I saw an interesting article that I thought might be worth talking about. And it was, I think I got this on BuzzFeed, and people are sharing the foods that taste better burnt. Okay, with a little burn on them.
There's a number of them for me.
Little char. Which ones would you guys throw out there? Now, Casey, you had said that you love burned food.
I do. I prefer, I think, a charred flavor over anything else. If I'm having a chicken cutlet, I prefer you leave mine in just a little bit longer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Chicken cutlet, like a breaded chicken cutlet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, for me, burnt tends to go more into the like a mac and cheese where the edges are burnt.
There you go.
Lasagna where the edges are burnt.
Those are two good ones on this list. Yes, absolutely.
Pizza can be burnt.
If you get some mac and cheese that has like a layer of cheese over the top of it, not just mixed in with the pasta, but and you get some brown or blackened spots.
Absolutely.
Yummy. I do agree with you on that. What I don't think needs to be burnt is any kind of meat
Or ice cream.
Yeah.
Ice cream.
Definitely don't
Me,
want to
I
burn
don't.
it.
I hate burnt, and then some people love it just incinerated.
WMMR.
All right, thank you, Nick. Our next guest is going to be performing at Punchline this weekend. I'm playing this song because dance is in his name. Ladies and gentlemen, our friend Ian Fidance is here.
Hey, hello. Thank you for having me. Happy anniversary. I'm so stoked to be here. Thank you, fellas.
We'll have you anytime, man. It's good to see you again.
I love it. Good to see you. Good to be seen.
You are good energy. That's what I love about you.
Oh, man.
You're
Thanks,
great
guys.
energy.
It's exactly how I feel, Preston. The first time we had you in here, we didn't know really what to expect. Stand-up comedy and being interviewed are two different animals. You know what I mean? You are an animal, by the way.
Yes, thank you. An E-animal, an I-animal.
But your energy is it's just palpable and positive.
Well, you want to know the litmus test is if we have to put the brakes on talking to you too much prior to going on air because we're like there's like a buddy thing going on. I'm like, well, save it for the air. So it's cool.
No, I appreciate that. I think was the first time I was in here. Was that when I took my pants off? I think that was.
I don't know. It could be.
I remember that was an event, and I was like, "Wow, what a welcome wagon! This is amazing."
Bobby Lee leads the nakedity scale here at the Preston and Steve show, and pretty much anywhere he goes to.
He loves being naked.
He loves it.
He took me to We Spa in L.A. And
is that
it's a
famous?
It's like a famous fancy Korean spa. And you have to get naked walking around, and I wear glasses. And when I take my glasses off, I can't see anything. And he's just Mr. Naked. So we go in the locker room. He takes his clothes off. He goes, "I'll be in the steam room." And I'm like, "Wait, I can't see you." So I'm literally naked, going around We Spa in Los Angeles, going up to other men because I can't see without my glasses. Going, Bobby, is that you, Bobby? Just other Asian men.
Are you not allowed to wear glasses in that? Why did you take your glasses off?
Because it's like steamy and you're jumping in a pool and, you know.
No, you know what? You don't want to lose them.
And it's easier to cop a feel that way, Casey. Come on. Oh, I didn't see. I thought it was a doorknob.
I've never had that comfortability with, you know, I mean, I don't like to see myself. Steam room stuff, gym stuff, locker room stuff. It's not my bag.
Yeah, no one should.
Yeah.
No one should be cut. Let me tell you, I was there. I'm never going back.
I've seen myself naked, and I know I wouldn't want to inflict that on other people.
Yeah,
so,
I hope everyone else took their glasses off when I was there because it was I look like a coloring book walking around with all my tattoos.
We were talking about your tattoos, and which are awesome.
Thank you.
You know, and you're rocking full sleeves. Did we get your pants off because we were asking about your legs?
Yes,
that was it, right?
Yeah,
now I remember.
Because I'm covered from my chest down, and I just started doing my arms because I ran out of room with my legs. I just started doing my arms in the past 3 years,
right?
Which I never thought I was going to do because I always had this pipe dream of I'm going to be a movie star and an actor.
Right. All right, what's off limits on your body? What is off limits to ink?
Neck up, hands, and privates.
Okay.
Although I have my butt tattooed.
Okay, I was going to ask, what's on your butt? That's probably what we found out last time.
Lips.
Oh, okay.
I had my friend Jade kiss my lips. I got tattooed in San Antonio in the kitchen of a Native American family, and this guy named Drunk Bob tattooed her lips on my butt, and then I kissed her right above her and they put my lips and a mustache over the lips.
But at least you have a story.
Yeah,
it's a
so
story.
now when we're together, we make them kiss.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Well, you're eventually going to run out of space. Are you slowing down a little bit?
Well, my back is completely empty, so I got to get my back done.
It's a full canvas.
Yeah, so from the front, it looks pretty cool.
Have you ever
From the
seen-
back, it looks very odd.
Ben Affleck has the worst back
Oh,
tattoo
geez.
if you've ever
No.
seen it. It's a full back
Really?
tattoo.
It's the phoenix,
Yeah.
like a bird rising from the ashes. It's and
not done well.
The quality's not very good.
Yeah.
His whole
Really?
back, yeah.
He probably couldn't spend money on it because he lost all the money in his divorce with J-Lo.
There it is, up on the screen now.
You know what's
Oh,
funny?
goo!
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I don't know.
I don't want a back tattoo only because then I can't see it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I want to be able to see my tattoos.
Well, you better have it when you go to the Wii spot with Bobby Lee. Are you kidding me?
That's how he can see you without his glasses on.
I think one of the interesting things about the tattoos on your arms is that they're not sleeves. Like they're all individuals, you know, and so there's each one is its own thing, its own entity, but they don't necessarily blend together. Is there any theme, or are they just sort of all individual tattoos?
It's the style is American traditional.
Okay.
So
The classic style,
yeah,
vibrant
classic
colors.
Sailor Jerry.
Yeah,
go
yeah.
in, pick it off a wall style, and that's what I do. I basically go into the guys that tattoo. I get tattooed by all the same guys.
Right.
At R&D Tattoo in Ridgewood, Queens, and I just go, "What do you feel like doing today?" I'm thinking about this, and they're like, maybe this, that. And I'm like, "All right, yeah, I like that. Let's go."
I have a kind of an old, dusty, crappy-looking tattoo on my shoulder. It's of a music note, and my youngest is 18 and is hitting me with, "Hey, Dad, you know, I'd like to get a matching tattoo to what you have."
Yes.
And this is just to get the foot in the door,
Of course.
to start the tattoo thing. And I'm like, and then they're like, "Well, we could do matching tattoos or something new." And I'm like, "Oh, man, it really sounds cool." But then again,
Do it.
I don't know if I want to open the door on
Why
that.
not?
I
Did
don't
your
know,
dad have
man.
lips on his ass as well?
No. He had a butterfly on him on his hip, and so I have a bunch of butterflies. I love butterflies and roses,
Right,
and
yeah.
skulls.
It's a nice combination.
Yeah. But I say go for it. If God didn't want us to get tattooed, why'd he give us all this skin? You know?
Good point.
Do you look at your tattoos? Because I wonder. I have a small Flyers tattoo on my ankle.
Oh, cool.
So do you? Does it surface? When we first started the show and we love like the Suicide Girls and the well done ink, and we give away tattoos every week. Is it sort of like looking at a photo album, or can you recall a memory, or can
Totally.
you really?
Totally, yeah. Like I got this. It's an eagle and it says free. And I got that when I got out of an abusive relationship.
Awesome.
Because I am like a bird. And I got everything from my elbow down on my right arm when I wasn't on my medication. Yeah, they all bring up stories.
But that is a constant, I think, reinforcement and reminder. I think that's a cool thing to have.
Yeah.
At the ready.
Yeah, I don't think the tattoo itself has to have meaning.
Right, yeah.
The design itself doesn't have to have meaning, but it can tell a story
The
about
time
that
frame.
kind of chapter in your life.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about mental health versus using stuff in the act, right? Because you're really, really open on stage about everything that's going on in your life. And I think that's part of the reason why so many people have embraced you, myself included. Is there ever a line of like stuff, I can't bring that up, or I need to work on this? Or does it all sort of feed into who you are as an artist and a performer?
I mean, it all kind of feeds in. It all goes into the grinder and comes out as a delicious hot dog to be eaten by all. And this isn't live, is it? Should we
To be eaten by all.
But there are things I don't talk about. I don't really. I mean, I don't discuss. A lot of. I mean, there's a lot of tragedy that I talk about, but I don't go into specific details about, certain things in my childhood, or if I'm in a relationship, I keep that private, or like, I don't like to exploit stories of other people. I'm always the punchline. Like I always try to make it go back to me, and I never want to make anyone feel like they're being exploited or they're being torn down. And if anything, I'm the joke. I'm the one that's
the
getting
best
punched.
way to approach it. It's also the best way to get an audience. The second, I mean, that's why we've learned over our years from other radio shows who we've seen who've done that, who will attack callers and stuff like that. It's like, no. Bring it on yourself.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do it.
I've worked really hard at being able to say like pretty outlandish things.
Yeah.
And I've worked really hard on everyone being aware that the joke is on me that I'm saying it and not the thing I'm talking about in the joke. And everybody's aware that like I'm making these jokes about X, Y, and Z, and we're all in it together. And the second I sniff out anyone laughing for the wrong reason or anyone laughing at a specific person, I shut it down. And that's when I drop like the jokes and I turn into Mr. Covered in Tattoo guy.
Can I ask you something? Because, doing the research and leading up to you, it's always great having you in and try to get caught up on things that have been happening in your life. And I became aware of this story. That you were in a halfway house, was it Philadelphia?
In Delaware.
In Delaware.
Newport, Delaware, yeah.
And somehow it led to a painting of you on a rock.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Can you explain this? Because I thought this was a wild story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just celebrated 10 years sober in April, and you guys didn't like congratulate me.
Congratulations.
So I'm going to drink. Can you imagine? I relapse on my way out of here.
Yeah. My brother's 2 decades plus, so I got to give it to you. Yeah.
That's amazing.
I was going to say, that's so sad.
Yeah. I know. Just the most boring life ever. Literally, after shows, people are like, you want to hang out? You want to go get drunk? I'm like, no, I'm watching Forensic Files alone in a hotel room. Okay? I'm 40. What do you expect me to do? But
no, but that's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, it is.
No. I appreciate that, but sure. I have 10 years sober, but I had been trying since 2008, so don't congratulate me.
Right, yeah.
I had to fall down a bunch, but in 2010, a guy in recovery helped me get into a halfway house in Wilmington, Delaware, Newport. He saved my life.
Kind of your sponsor?
He wasn't my sponsor. He was just a friend. He was a sober friend who we would go to meetings together, and he really stuck his neck out for me to get me into this house right away. There's like a long process. He kind of superseded that to get me in because he knew I needed help. And he was a guy that when I didn't have a job, he was a painter. He'd take me out on paint jobs. He was also an artist. He painted and everything. And I would go to his art shows. And I had gone to school for teaching. And I was like, look, this is before I started comedy. I was like, man, can't find a teaching job. Like, I don't know. I was like working on my resume and like I was going for interviews. And he was like, you're not a teacher, man. You're a comic. You should be a comic. You should try doing comedy. Like if anyone ever thinks they should do comedy, go to rehab. And if everyone there tells you that you should be a comic, you should, because they're the funniest people ever. And when you're around a bunch of crackheads from Chester and Kensington, they're like, yo, you funny, man. It's like, I really think I'm funny. If Lance Romance from the streets of Kensington is telling me that I'm funny, then I am hilarious. So this guy was like, nah, man, you're too funny to be a teacher. You should do comedy. And so I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. So I went to Helium February 1st, 2011.
Wow.
Me and my friend at the time, Tim Butterly, who's a Philly comic.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
hilarious.
I love Tim.
He and I are hanging out tomorrow. He's doing some guest sets this weekend at the club.
He's great.
We went to Helium and did our first open mic together. And when I had my first show, this guy, Greg, painted a picture of me on a rock, on a toilet on a rock in the middle of the water. And my joke book said, I can't say the word, but S's and giggles.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And he gave that to me. It was like such a nice thing. Cut to years later, one time he drove 3 hours to see me in LA, and I bombed so bad he yelled at me at Mel's Diner. I was like, you didn't even try. I came all the way for you. I was like, Greg, I'm sorry. Cut 2 years later, I get a message in my DMs from this girl, and she goes, how do you know my dad? And I'm like, excuse me? Yeah. She sends me this picture. She goes, my dad was Greg. He unfortunately lost his battle to addiction. I was cleaning out his house and I found this painting in his attic, and you're my favorite comic. How do you know my dad?
Wow.
And I got to tell her the story of how her father saved my life.
That's unbelievable.
And I got to tell her things. Yeah, I got to tell her things that she didn't know about her dad. And it was like a very wonderfully cathartic experience that would only exist in sobriety, because the only reason I can do comedy is because I'm sober. The only reason I have my life I have today is because I'm sober.
What an amazing coincidence.
It was
you
incredible.
could provide some subtext to the man that he was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a gift. It was a gift. And so she sent it to me, and I have it in my apartment. It's pretty wild.
With all the stories and everything that you've accrued, and you the thing is, again, you do have this positive attitude and everything, which is again, it's a positive thing in general. I think you do the world justice by always trying to be happy and pay that forward. I would say, have you ever thought of putting, pen to paper or finger to keyboard and chronicle in a really
I thought you were going to say, have you ever thought about putting a gun in your mouth?
Have you ever
Every day,
Can you
Steve.
please free us? Can you free us from this night?
Please take me out of this mortal coil, Lord.
But before you do that, start typing.
Yeah. No, I'm more
If I
benevolent.
don't get the book published, it's over. I have, yeah. I'd love to.
Yeah.
And it's something that I have been accruing a bunch of stories and putting things together. And it's just such a process.
Yeah.
And I'm so pack jam busy.
Yeah.
And I'm doing a travel show. When I go to different towns, someone teaches me how to do their job, and then I do the job. It's called Ian-Do. Odd jobs with an odd guy.
Right.
And so I'm doing that in every town. I was supposed to pour concrete with a guy in Philly this weekend, but he's been working at some power plant, and he's been working like 16-hour days at this power plant. He's like, I just don't have time to teach you how to pour concrete. I'm like, all right, the last thing I want to do is annoy like an overworked union guy. I'm like, hey man, take your time.
Yeah. You know what? It's funny though. I had the revelation, and I wanted to mention this to you, and I mean this in the most wonderful way. You are very much David Tellish to me.
Oh wow!
I think, and the fact that you just said you were doing this because he did the Insomniac show,
yeah.
which was similar. I mean, and I'm sure we worked with Dave.
It's so funny. He's my best friend.
Yeah.
We talk on the phone every night. We've very much like a father-son relationship.
I can see that.
I opened for him for years. Matter of fact, when I was putting the show together, I went to him and was like, look, I want to talk to you about this. It's not Insomniac, but it is like the idea of going around and working with and he gave me his blessing.
Oh.
And I sent him the first episode, and he was like, I love this. I'm so proud of you. I think this is great. And he's kind of prickly about that stuff. And so getting his blessing on it was great. I see it more as like Simple Life meets Dirty Jobs.
I love it. Just don't go into your old pornography, because then he'll be pissed. But
I know. No, he's got that cornered. I've done the research. There's too much out there. I can't. But no, he's the best, man. That's high praise. I appreciate you saying.
Can I
that.
just interrupt real quick?
Yeah.
You're kind of messing with my baseball cards, Ian, and I'm going to need those back.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was bring your kid to work day. Sorry about that.
Where can we see this?
It is not out yet.
Okay.
I'm putting it out on my YouTube, and then like that's how you have to put it out, have numbers to show that people want to see it, and then networks are like, oh, now we would like to make money off of it.
Yeah.
So I'm banking a ton. I was in Rochester last week, and I cut somebody's hair horribly.
Okay. What about tattoo artists?
I tattooed in Wisconsin.
You did?
I got my tattoo license in Appleton, Wisconsin. It took an hour and $65, and now I'm licensed to tattoo in Wisconsin. And I tattooed a huge, that S that we would all put on like our pencil case.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did that on a guy's leg.
Whoa.
And
we tattooed. We had somebody come in, and it was one of our interns, and we had this intern Olympics.
Oh yeah.
And it was the simplest of things. I was sweating bullets, though. It was a star, a black star.
How'd you do?
I did okay.
Yeah.
But I could see if you're doing something of any, and there's some amazing artists. We have Floating World, who does the tattoos for the show, and they do phenomenal work. But I think even just something which is as basic, I was sweating bullets.
It's so intimidating.
Yeah.
It's so intimidating.
I can't even like sign a greeting card without messing up, and then you're just screwed. I've written a wrong. My P looks like an F or something, and then you just can't fix it. There's no way I would be on a human being's.
Oh, do you know how many times after I tattooed this guy, I was like, no, it looks cooler that way. I thought it was supposed to be. That's what I was saying to the haircut guy too.
Who's the expert here?
I'm going to throw some ideas at you. Have you tried window washing yet?
No.
Would you do that? Are you afraid of heights? Would
I'd
you
do that
hang?
in a heartbeat.
Because
Okay.
like sometimes we're
It'd be
like,
amazing.
Sometimes we're sitting here and we'll look out the window and there'll just be dudes hanging.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, oh, the window washers.
I'll tell you, years ago, I did a gig at a bowling alley on Long Island, and me and two other comics drove out to do it. The one comic who drove us bombed and got drunk to make it go away, and we had to sit in a park while he like sobered up. On
What
the way
club was
home.
it?
It was a bowling alley.
Oh, bowling alley.
It was
Okay,
a bowling alley
okay, yeah.
on Long Island, like a hood. I started out in hood. I started out the Laugh House in Philly,
right,
doing like hookah lounges and like going up to the Bronx and Harlem. Black rooms were the only rooms that paid you,
right.
So and all my friends were not white, and they would like bring me around. I was like the token white guy, like, hey fellas. So I'm in this hood bowling alley, and this guy comes up to me and he goes, hey, listen, I work at NBC Universal. I know the president, and I'm big there, and I'd love to hook you up, come in, maybe get you an audition for Saturday Night Live. And I'm like, oh my God,
yeah.
You never know what's gonna happen. Always just show up no matter what. You never know who's in the crowd. And he gives me his card, and I leave and I look at it, and he's this freaking window washer at 30 Rock.
Oh my God.
He's a window washer at 30 Rock.
Yeah.
I'll get you in through the window.
He goes, I see the president all the time. Yeah, because you're looking through his window. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's a straight. Yeah. I got a text from somebody. If you're just tuning in and seeing Fidance, he's going to be at Helium.
Nope.
No, Punchline. He had mentioned Helium earlier. Yeah. He's going to be at Punchline. And this text says, I served in the Delaware National Guard with the Fidance. Any relation? You didn't serve in the National Guard, did you?
I mean, look, I was a blackout drunk for a very long time.
So, is it possible? You had a career in the National Guard, knew nothing about it.
Things are a little iffy from like 2000.
Where did I get this gun?
Yeah.
So no, I guess.
No. Right. I'm the last Fidance of my lineage, and I don't think I'm going to have children.
Yeah,
and I don't like saying like, oh, I'm not going to have kids. I like saying like my bloodline dies with me. You know,
it's very noble.
Yeah,
it's an interesting thing that you mentioned that, because I don't have kids, and for a time it looked like, you know, that the Morrison name, at least from our side of the family, was going to not go on because there were girls, but my older brother has a son, and so it's something that you think, does that matter? And then you start to think, I think it kind of does a little bit. I found myself like going, wow, I'd like the name to go on.
I'm the last of my family, and to carry on the name, and I did. I had 3 kids, but we're looking at the hand that we've been dealt here, and I don't think that. I think the name is dead.
It's dead.
My oldest is on the autism spectrum, has no interest in women at all. My middle son is gay.
You're right.
My third is trans, and so we're like, I think we're done with the name now.
Wow. God was sending you a message.
We got
Surprise you may.
Stop it now.
We got a full house hand.
You're
right
like
there.
me. Your name dies with you, As my blood falls into the soil, so does my name.
I thought about it for a little while, but it doesn't really.
No.
Yeah. I mean, when I was glad when my older brother had the son. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
I don't know.
Honestly, my name will live on because I don't talk about this a lot. I do have 2 sons and their cats. And my name will live on with them. With Samson
in the feline
and Glenn.
world, it will be carried on.
What are the cats' names? Glenn and what?
Glenn Danzig and Samson from the Regina Spektor song. And I have their names tattooed on my arms.
Also, I just got a message from our boss who said, if for your job thing, if you want to be a DJ, he's got a spot for you.
Oh my God.
If you want to be a radio DJ.
Dude, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And then I'll wash the windows.
And you should also do it with Jackie Bam Bam.
Oh my
that
God,
guy-
that'd be perfect.
Here's what you need to do. We were just talking off air. You're a massive Metallica fan.
Yeah.
They're going to be here. Try to get back. Talk to the program. You're going to be out of. Where are you going to be?
I'm playing Atlanta Helium.
Oh.
I should cancel the gig, right? To be a roadie for Metallica? Let's go. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Who cares? I looked at my numbers. They're not that great. No one will miss me.
How is Metallica it? Is it number 1 for you?
Oh yeah, my top 3 are Metallica, Nirvana, and the Misfits. And Metallica was the first. I don't even know how I got into them, but I got into the Misfits and punk rock and hardcore through Metallica. And I always thought it was so cool that like Kirk and Cliff and James, they'd wear Misfit shirts and like give it up to Glenn and like Danzig and everything.
Wow.
And so I always do that, wearing like band shirts and everything, because I think that's so cool. And man, they were. I got Ride the Lightning. I think I was in like 3rd grade,
and that was it.
And that was it.
Yeah,
that was it. And then a kid down the street that was on my baseball team, he had like a very religious household. So he and I would go to his house and we'd listen to like Metallica and like Danzig and Slayer just on the cranked one volume on his little stereo, you know? Yeah. Metal forever. Hail Satan, but not too loud.
Do you want to hear a Danzig song that we just uncovered last week?
Play it.
This is a lot of fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell your children not to walk my way.
It fits wonderfully.
That's perfect.
What they mean, what they say.
Hang on.
Can you keep them in the dark for life?
I mean, tell me you wouldn't dance your ass off to that,
I
right?
just was.
Yeah, you were.
I just was. I can't help it. I met him at the Cherry Hill Tower Records.
All right.
When he was signing albums for Black Acid Devil.
Was he dark and brooding, or was he
Seventh House or whatever? He was so nice.
No kidding.
He was incredible. I brought my guitar to get him to sign the pick guard. He taught me how to play my first bar chord.
What? Wow.
And he's like, this is what you got to do if you want to play this type of music. And he taught me right there on the spot.
Oh, that's
had me
awesome.
hang out, and was so kind and nice to me. And then he offered us tickets, more so to my mom, and then asked her to look at the tour bus. And then she took me out of the Tower Records, and I was like, what are you talking about? Mom, we have to go on the tour bus. She's like, you weren't invited, and we're leaving. I'm like, the dancing could have been my stepdad. What are you talking
Is your
about?
mom a looker?
No. I mean, now, no. She's deaf, and I call her Whistles because her hearing aid always goes off. But back in the day, she was all right, you know?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Your mom almost got brought on the tour bus.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Mother.
Yeah.
It was about my mom.
Wow.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Wow. That is a hell of a story. Oh, my God. Well, listen, Ian, we could spend all morning with you, but we got to take a break. And I want to mention the shows because Ian's going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow, the 7 o'clock and 9:15 shows. And you can get the tickets at punchlinephilly.com. It is always awesome to have you stop by here. Please come and see us again soon.
You guys are the best. I've been listening since Y100, and I'm here on the anniversary of MMR. I couldn't be happier. And it's always such a trip when I get to come in and hang with you guys because I listen to you my whole growing up. So this is great, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it, brother. All right, give it up for Ian Fidance. Dance the Night Away, playing that song. Now, we got all kinds of songs we can play for Ian when he comes in. All right, we are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Stephen Ho is in is in the Acme Lounge. And we'll get him in here in just a moment. Stay with us. Be right back.
Preston and Steve.
You lose, to me, like in those other cases, like mac and cheese, to me, that's an actual taste that I think is a unique, accentuating taste. Yeah. I think what happens when you burn meat, it robs it of its taste.
Although it does have a different flavor to it. Yeah. My dad, whenever we would go to a carving station, you know, if they'd have like a big roast beef or something like that, he'd always ask for that. Give me that burnt end right there.
Well, that's a thing.
My dad would come in from the barbecue after he'd had a few pops, and he'd come in, the meat would be literally on fire as he was bringing it in. He loved it incinerated.
It doesn't necessarily rob it of its flavor. It just adds a new flavor to it and a new texture as well.
All right.
A couple of weeks ago, I had just this amazing thing that happened to me where I cooked a bag of microwave popcorn, and as it turns out, only one kernel went unpopped in the entire thing. Now, that doesn't happen if you don't have a few burnt pieces of popcorn, and I like burnt popcorn.
Okay, I'll go with you. Now, well, I don't like
Not
burnt,
all.
No. I don't like burnt popcorn. I like the half popped kernels.
That too.
They're fun to play with.
But you like burned popcorn?
Yeah. So
Ew.
yeah, I know, but not like all of it burned. It's almost like if 1/3 of the bag was burned, I'd be okay with that.
Will you take a whole fistful of completely burned popcorn, or just some regular pieces need to be in with the burned popcorn?
I usually I eat popcorn one at a time. Yeah, I don't do fistfuls of popcorn.
One little thing at a time.
It's a great Clint Eastwood film, A Fistful of Popcorn.
Fistful of popcorn.
I got two burnt meats that are I'm all right with. I don't order them this way, but I know a lot of people do, including my girlfriend. Burnt like crispy bacon,
crispy bacon,
overcooked, but like
That's a good one.
She takes it to another level.
She likes it burned, like
she likes
black?
it burnt, yeah. So like if it comes in and there's any little rubbery parts or whatever, she sends it back. And then another one that I'm all right with. I won't order it this way, but like burnt hot dog over a campfire. If they're
yes,
charred,
charred hot dog.
Yep.
I prefer not that way, but if it comes out that way, I'll be all right with it.
So that's got a burned exterior. So a hot dog is already cooked. It's
Right.
already it's not. You don't need to cook it through. So you can get a char on the outside, and the middle will be not rare,
Yes.
but it's not. You haven't baked all the flavor out of it. So I'm with you on that.
All right.
As you guys are talking, I can't really think of anything that I would prefer burnt or a little burnt. But isn't there something? Doesn't it release something that's not good for you? when you burn something.
There has been studies that say
Carcinogens.
that it creates things that are not necessarily good for your body. And that I think
That's why
I think meat more specifically, if I recall correctly.
My tumors are always
Stop it.
rare. Yeah.
All right. So here are some of the respondents, and feel free to call in if you want to add something to this list. 215-263 WMMR. Roasted or grilled ears of corn.
I know a lot of people like corn well done. Would that be you?
On the grill.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if it gets a little bit of black on there, I think that's yummy. And this person even add some lemon or lime juice, chili powder, and salt to top it off.
Or propane.
That sounds pretty damn good. Another one says most vegetables taste better with a nice char.
I'll agree with that. Like
Either like asparagus.
Asparagus.
Brussels sprout.
Brussels sprouts, yeah.
Nummy.
I like to throw stuff right on the grill and cook them that way.
Oh,
Yes,
potatoes?
Brussels sprouts you can bake. Yeah, potatoes.
Well, and also home fries. We're looking at what appears to be home fries or something of that nature on the screen. But yeah, a little bit burnt. Onions, a little bit burnt.
Yes.
When you do the vegetables on the grill, do you do it with foil underneath, or you go right on the grill?
You usually right on the grill. I'll get things that won't fall through.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Yeah.
I use a splayed squirrel.
Asparagus is tough. So if you get the little skinny ones, you're having a hard time with
Sons
it.
of bitches.
So if and asparagus is like, it's luck of the draw when you go to the store.
I know.
You don't know what you're going to get.
I love
You're going to get
asparagus.
those little pencil ones that suck.
Yeah.
Or you get the nice, big, thick, veiny ones.
Yeah.
The John Holmes
Put 'em in your
version.
Yeah, give it nice and veiny.
Those are the best.
11 inches.
All right. Now, this one I find a little bit odd on this list of food that tastes better burnt. They say any tacos. The best are served in tortillas that float off the burner in flames. So I assume they're meaning a flour tortilla.
Yeah.
Which you can, like you can make quesadillas on the grill and stuff like that.
So that I could see something like I've had a slightly burnt pita.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's good as well.
So, but I don't know about corn tortillas.
It's like a chuppah.
Which you might call a chuppah. This also, another one says breakfast sausage.
Where are the sausages?
Yeah, in the bacon and sausage realm, you can burn those suckers up, and I'm fine.
Oh, pork roll too. Oh, and also scrapple. Am I the only scrapple lover on the show here?
I'll take it.
I prefer spam.
Love it.
My new revelation with scrapple, because I'd always preferred it burned, is smushed then burned.
Smushed,
almost
then burned.
like a smash burger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Smush that
And
down.
yes, if I'm going to eat scrapple, I would prefer it to have a harder consistency around it. It can be a little bit soft on the inside, but crunchy on the outside.
Well, when I was a kid, I've mentioned this a number of times, my mother would have to burn the hell out of pork chops for me to eat them. I couldn't stand them, even remotely spongy, and I loved them.
How about now?
Don't eat them at all.
Okay. I'm going to go to Kim. Food that tastes better burned. Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Kim. All right. So what do you think?
I would say marshmallows over a fire when you're making a s'more.
Okay. Literally light it on fire?
Yes, and then blow it out, peel off the outside skin, eat that, and do it again.
So you'll peel off the black stuff.
Yeah.
And then put it on your s'more.
Yes.
Interesting.
And then do it again and kind of layer it up.
Kim, I'm right with you on that because it just comes right off. It's this it's a crispy skin, and it's wonderful. I do like that.
I'm not big on roasting marshmallows anymore. I used to be as a kid, but I do have a method now when I do it that will get them golden brown. And I prefer them that way.
Do you know what's like? I bring it up. They're a local company, but they're called Tuck-Ins, and they have.
Yes.
They're so good because It's all in one. The s'more, everything is contained within it's like a lollipop thing with its own stick.
Right.
And it's just delicious.
But Press, are you not going to share your method here, or?
Oh, it's just it's finding the right distance from the open flame.
Okay.
And rotisserie, kind of just twirling it the whole time.
A golden brown is the best.
Is the best?
Yeah.
All right, good. I'll make one for you sometime. Let's see here. Somebody says on this list, corned beef hash. Oh, man. Crispy and crunchy corned beef hash with a runny egg on top is one of my favorite meals.
I haven't had corned beef hash, but I think I want to try it.
So good.
Is it?
So good. You know where you can get it? Secret Breakfast Place.
Okay.
I had it when we were there.
Is this now? Have you guys revealed the name of the Secret Breakfast Place?
No. The only way you can learn about Secret Breakfast Place is if we take you. I can't tell you where it is. So
this is Casey's rule. He wouldn't tell me where it was.
It's like Fight Club.
We finally had a free morning at the shore to spend time together.
Okay.
And I said, you got to take me to the to the Secret Breakfast Place.
Put this burlap bag over your head.
Yeah.
And it was pretty awesome, I have to admit.
What if somebody takes you guys?
It's a greasy spoon. It's a hole in the wall. What do you mean if somebody takes us?
Takes you out to breakfast. Like, will you reveal it to them? Like, you're saying you have to take them, but if somebody offers to take you out to breakfast,
you could take them to the Secret Breakfast Place.
Do they, do they have to do the thing that Steve said with the blindfold?
A burlap bag over the head in the back of a van.
Hit me over the head with a hammer.
You just need an escort.
That's it. And so don't email me. Don't. I can only take.
You don't want to ruin this. It's something that you guys have.
Yeah.
But I told you though we were there, and Casey told the server that his method, and she's like, "Oh no, you can tell everyone about this place because we want them to come here.
Seating is limited.
A secret. We're hanging on by a thread."
But he is right. It's only a bar. That's it.
Okay.
It's the only place you can sit is at the counter. There are no tables. There are no seats anywhere, and that's all. It's that small.
And don't go there if you've got a party of 6 because you'll never sit together.
You'll never sit together. We didn't. Yeah, we got lucky.
How many seats at this counter?
20 maybe.
No, I'd say 14 tops.
Maybe let's go 15.
Okay. Just okay.
All right.
It's closer to 14 now.
Let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Morning, Ed.
Morning, Ed. All right. What's better? What tastes better, burnt?
Soft pretzels.
Soft pretzels?
Yeah, you get them extra burnt and salty. My brother used to work for Bernie's. Pretzels in the bazaar.
Wait a minute. Casey just shot.
Shooting. Bernie's is.
Casey just shot.
And they would have a guy would come in and just order. They tell him to leave them in the oven.
God
make
damn.
another cycle.
Bitch.
And I got into it like that. So, and Casey, you want extra burnt scrapple? Put it in an air fryer.
Dude, okay. So my buddy Jeff, he told me about air frying scrapple. He's got the perfect combination. I haven't tried it yet.
Fries.
Kind of like French fries, Air fryers for fries are awesome.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about just
burnt up
scrapple in there and let it burn.
Oh, I like that, man. All right, cool.
All right, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. And by the way, Bernie's, there are a few places that are like Delco. Like if you were to go the top 5 Delco food places, Bernie's is probably top 3 at least.
But there's a small chain called Bernie's. It's not that, right?
No. So Bernie's used to be sold.
You're thinking of H&R Block.
Yeah,
no.
Bernie's was at the bazaar, and I don't know if they also were in where they're at now, which is in Alden. But they're in Alden now, like on Providence Road. But that was the OG.
Bernie's is top 3 restaurants of all time, Delaware County.
Fooderies. I wouldn't even call it a restaurant.
Okay, so not.
It's a place that serves food for consumption where you can come in and sit down, but I wouldn't call it a restaurant.
Well, I don't know if you. I don't know if. No, I mean it's just a place where you go and you get your pretzels and you get a bag of pretzels and.
It's a standalone.
It's a standalone.
Okay, because the one that I'm thinking of, there's one in Glenside.
But you don't go there for dinner.
No, it's a soft pretzel place.
Oh, okay, all right. But it's one of the top 3 fooderies.
Fooderies in Delco. So it would
they
be
take reservations?
Bernie's, I don't think so. Bernie's, like Charlie's. I would throw Zach's in there as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
As a foodery.
As a foodery.
Not as a restaurant.
Yeah.
What would restaurants? Any idea? Or do you go to some of the finer dining in Delaware County or not?
Fine dining in Delaware County?
Okay, never mind. That's a stupid question. Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle. Kyle, you're on the air. Good morning. Yo,
Good
Kyle,
morning.
what's up, buddy?
Oh, it's okay, Kyle.
It's all good. What's up, man?
Hey, sorry, cutting out a bit.
No problem.
For me,
home fries and hush puppies.
Home fries, we just so in the potato realm, I agree 1,000%. A burn on that. Hush puppies, I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, I like well done, crunchy hush puppies. Not a bad idea, Kyle. Very good.
You're talking about the food, not the shoe.
I'd wait for your response, but it's going to take 20 seconds. But thank you for the call.
Well,
I think it's our phone lines, by the way. It was happening yesterday with callers that were calling in. I think there's a
Really?
slight delay.
Okay,
Yeah.
there might be. Marissa pulled up some suggestions from the texts, which are people that prefer certain foods burned. Grilled pineapple. Kathy, you're all over that.
Oh,
She
dear
hates
God.
she
Ew.
hates cooked fruit.
I love grilled pineapple.
I love pineapple though. I love pineapple.
You ever had it grilled?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
good. It's even sweeter.
I used to despise pineapple. You know why? Because I was getting canned pineapple. When you get fresh pineapple, it's a world of difference.
Peppers and onions cooked over charcoal, someone says.
I love to eat charcoal.
ABBA. And I guess, charcoal does give you a flavor. It gives you a certain flavor in the food. All right, so this was on the list, and somebody had texted in about this. Burnt Cheez-Its are great.
Oh, really? Well, they have the extra dark Cheez-Its.
And I think that's what they're referring to. So there are ones that are like well done or extra toasty. That's what they're called. I have not had those.
I do those, and I also do the extra dark pretzels. And I believe
Well done.
Butts is the only one that does those.
But that would fall under the same umbrella that the caller said.
With the soft pretzels.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you have burned onions and home fries. There you go,
Yeah,
Steve.
man.
Toast.
Yeah.
No.
I can take a little bit of a burn on a toast. Yeah.
Not I think it for me personally, it crosses over a line of bitter, and I don't want I don't.
Toast
I don't
is
want
one of
that in
those
my
words that
bread.
could be singular or plural, right? You know, I'm going to make some toasts.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you don't say
Just
toast.
Yeah.
How many pieces?
Pieces of toast.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your toasts?
Be the same thing with bread, I guess. Can I have some breads? Various breads.
I do
think
like
you
how
could.
some toasts are dessert-like and some are meal-like.
Like ones with raisins and cinnamon?
Cinnamon raisins.
Which, by the way, is
Yeah,
great,
for
too.
real.
And toast that bread?
Yes.
All right, here's one. I like to do this from time to time. Charred lettuce, believe it or not. So you take a head of romaine lettuce. Let's just think about that for a minute. You get some olive oil on it. You throw it on the grill.
All right.
And then you add your dressing to it afterwards, which a lot of times you can make your own, maybe just a little lemon and oil and salt and pepper for a really light dressing, or you can do like a Caesar or something like that. It's fantastic.
Really?
Excellent. Yeah. What noise are you making?
I'm not. No, there was a squeak of a
Or like
microphone
a-
stand or something
Okay.
like that. Yeah.
I thought you were. I saw your hand going like this.
I'm sorry.
I thought you were jerking it.
Casey, don't jerk it on air.
All right. Burnt tips of kielbasa. Kielbasa is another one of those that you can char the outside of. Our next guest, his shows are selling out. So you better get your tickets now. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. And only the late shows have tickets available, 10 p.m. So that's a good sign that this guy is one that you want to go see. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in our studio, please welcome Mr. Steve Ho. Hey, Steven, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you guys?
Wonderful. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
You got it. You had some complimentary things to say about our setup here, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, one of the best setups I've ever seen for radio.
We'll take that, yeah.
Nice. Where are you from?
I grew up in the Bay Area, San
Okay.
Jose, it's about 30 miles south of San Francisco.
Okay.
Moved to Los Angeles in 2019.
Yeah.
Right before the big old pandemic.
Lovely.
Well, you have a story that we've heard a couple of times. You know, you so the pandemic strikes, you have your TikTok videos, which are very well known for. And I didn't put two and two together when your name came up when we were having you on the show. And then I said, oh, that guy. And explain what your TikTok videos are, because they're very funny and very well done, but they took off for you.
Yeah, I worked in the ER for a very long time, and when the pandemic happened, I started making videos about what was going on and what was happening in the hospitals, and I had a series called Tips from the ER.
Yeah.
That kind of took off, and and then we also did some memes, some skits, all that stuff that was happening.
Was this before comedy? Before you were doing any sets of comedy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was all before comedy.
Okay. Wow. So you're doing this just kind of for fun, and then it starts to take off. How quickly did it start to catch?
So fast.
Really?
Yeah. I think I hit 8-9 million within a year.
So this is basically the time of the gold rush of TikTok. So number of people and social media, people just looking for things to do, and careers are made. The difference is did you have any theater training before this? Or I know you took stand-up lessons, right?
I did. So I took a lot of theater classes, did some theater in the Bay Area.
Right.
Moved down to LA. And then at the end of 2019, in November, I took a stand-up comedy class at Second City in LA.
So you went to a good one.
I went to a pretty good one.
A pretty damn good one.
And I think I had like maybe 10, 15, I was trying to get to 15 minutes by the end of 2019. And then 2020 happened and the pandemic happened.
So these stories that you accumulated and things that you passed along in these videos, did that happen? Like, did that start day one in the ER? Because I would imagine you just see so much stuff.
What, say that again?
So did these strange things, these observations that you made in the ER, did it start day one when you began that job? Like, did you immediately start to see stuff that was like, whoa, this is wild?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was working in the ER 6 years before I moved to LA. So, I had a lot of stories built up too.
But ambulance as well, right? You're driving ambulance, but mostly the ER stuff. So and it's funny because we've seen in the course of the years that have passed, people who are social media stars get up on stage and can't do it. But you leave a big wake of comedians who are like, that son of a bitch is good, and he's good. He's good quicker than you should have been, and like you really took to it. That's got to be cool for you. Knowing that you're bringing the material. Was that something that you were concerned about? Would it port over to the stage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, absolutely. When I started to go on stage, like we're selling out these areas, these clubs, because I had millions of followers. But then I was like, okay, does he have the time to go up there? And everyone's like, oh, just bring a bunch of comedians on, do 10, 15 minutes and just build from there.
Yeah.
But, you fill up a 300-seat venue and you do 20 minutes, and they're like, hey, man, what the fuck?
what the hell?
What the heck, man?
Do that again, Steven.
What the hell?
Gosh darn it.
Sorry, I totally forgot.
No problem.
So what hospital in LA were you working?
I was at UCLA.
Okay, because I'm interested. I'm currently watching The Pit on Max. I don't know if are you watching that at all?
Yes, I love that show.
So because it just seems like, and this is set in an emergency room at a Pittsburgh hospital, and every single episode there's so much going on. Is that how an ER in an urban area, in a city area is?
So I will say that show is very accurate.
Yeah.
For like relationships between everybody and the things that happen. But every episode they have, 1 hour, that doesn't always all happen.
It's like
in the ER.
complete chaos every single day.
There's too much.
Yeah.
There's too much happening. You would I remember there was like a thoracotomy, and then there was where you crack the chest and beat the heart, and there was a tracheotomy. That would never happen within the same day.
Okay.
Never.
Right. And obviously they're condensing it for dramatic purposes. Yes. Now I did a deep dive on a lot of the stuff you encountered, and you've seen some stuff. Mm-hmm. And so we all have questions. And I think this is the fascination with the TikTok stuff in the beginning. It's almost like somebody on the inside telling us, what we're seeing, but you do it in a very funny way. So I'm going to ask this right off the bat. I assume the big day, ER, where it's like where Christmas is to present purchasing, 4th of July, has got to be the bane of an ER doctor's, right? So my question is, when someone blows off part of their hand or blows off their hand, do they even realize the ramifications of what has happened? I mean, what happens when you see that? And have you seen hands completely blown off? Yes. You're nodding. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if most of the time they're drunk.
They're drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, it's 4th of July, they're drinking. They're like, oh, we'll mess around with some, fireworks. Most of the time they're drunk. Sometimes they're not, and it's really sad. But yeah, they come in, they're already dazed because we give them a ton of pain meds. Because they come in by ambulance, and the ambulance is already giving them a ton of pain meds. They get there, we give them a ton of pain meds. And yeah.
So they might not even be aware. And then I assume, who is the one who has to say, I mean, I assume if they can do surgery, they take them up. But otherwise, what happens if the hand is gone and that's it? Do they just bandage you up and go, you're now handless?
No matter what, you're probably going to surgery, and they're going to fix you up there. They're going to tie up whatever, arteries and veins and try to get it together. But
all right, so blood and guts, boogers, puke, all of it. None of it bothers you? You good with all of it?
All of it, except there was only one time in the ER where my stomach just churned. Like the blood, the guts, the bones, seeing all that stuff didn't matter. Brain matter didn't matter. one time a homeless guy comes in with maggots on his leg.
Oh, God.
And that, see, exactly, right? That was
Let me ask you something here. So he comes, he's got maggots on his leg. I don't want you to complete that. I've heard this recently was mentioned that in cases where there are maggots on decaying flesh, they're actually serving a purpose. Is that right? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So this guy came in. He had a bag on his leg. I took the bag off. Maggots fall everywhere.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I feel it. I feel my stomach just churn. Right. I'm like, this
You can't
is crazy.
lose
I
it,
can't
right?
do this.
Yeah.
But what ended up happening with him was we can't just wipe the maggots off because they are serving a purpose for the leg. They're like keeping it clean, and if we take it all off, his leg now becomes like susceptible to infections very easily. So we have to wait for the right people to come down, take him up, and as they're cleaning it off, they have to bandage it up and like get it fixed and nicely packaged very fast. Or it becomes infected immediately.
Right.
So you're leaving the maggots on because it is serving that purpose.
Yeah,
I
I just leave it.
assume the smell has to be staggering.
I didn't know. Yes. Thank you for bringing that back.
Is there any comedy born out of a situation like that? Like, can you come up with a joke, or? I mean, honestly, like, because you use what you do or what you did for as a source of comedy. That one, I don't know if you can milk anything out of it.
Yeah, I tried, but like it just makes the audience more uncomfortable than it is funny. But we try.
Well, you can't make someone who's already, and then you've mentioned this and you've talked about this. You're not going to want to beat up people who've gone through the worst moments of their lives, but everyone is curious. The same way we watch crime dramas and serial killer specials and stuff like that. It's like, it's part of the world, and everyone has sat in an ER for something at some point, and you have insight that not a lot of people have.
Yeah, no, and I think that's what really blew me up. You know, like I was able to turn these really sometimes sad and very horrifying stories into something that was a little bit more fun, a little bit more easily digestible.
Yes, considering maggots.
Yes.
When you were driving the ambulance, so you were doing like you weren't really 911 style stuff. You're doing more patient transfers and things of that nature.
When I started, it was what they call BLS, basic life support. And It was a lot of transferring home, maybe patients going to dialysis or home from the hospitals or to the hospitals for their doctor's appointments.
So I'm going to ask you something here because I've suspected for a long time. We're on an ambulance route. When you're going through a quiet neighborhood at 2 o'clock in the morning, do you ever just say, I'm going to wake these people up? And is that something that's kind of a bit of titillation for an ambulance? You're shaking your head, no.
No.
You never did it once?
No, I would
not for the hell of it.
We would never
This
do that.
neighborhood's too quiet.
No, we would mess around with the lights and sirens, but we would try to definitely find a place where it was a little bit more quiet, a little bit more industrial, like 2 in the morning. We would never wake up a neighborhood.
All right.
That's so messed up.
Because I think I would.
There's a show, Stephen, I think it's called like Strange Stories of the ER. It's like on TLC, or have you ever seen those where they do reenactments?
Yes, I've seen a lot of those.
That one is loaded with stuff I'll bet you've seen. Just bizarre encounters because you'll get people that have come in who may not necessarily have a weird thing, outrageous anomaly that's going on, but they're just weird people that end up in the ER as well, right?
Yes. Very weird people. And you know what's funny? We get a lot of the stories from the audience members these days because I put a QR code on my show and they'll like submit some stories.
They'll send you stuff, yeah.
They'll submit stories. And it's all, it's all the weird, people with like pica who eat inanimate
eat their cushions.
Yeah. Just eat objects with no nutritional value, right? Like plastics, and they'll stick anything they can find in every hole in their body.
All right, I'm going to jump here because Preston we do the segment called Bizarre File, and as of there have been a couple things. A rash of people committing crimes, just stripping naked, and I'm assuming that's got to be drug related. That people just feel it seems they're coming off a lot. The clothes are coming off a lot, and then about the stuff in orifices, and people trying to claim they didn't know that
they sat on
it. What was the most bizarre thing? All right, I'm going to go for the home run. What's the most bizarre thing you found in someone's ass that they professed to not knowing how it got in there?
We once found, and I don't even know if I could say this on radio with you guys.
Paraphrase it somehow or another.
Okay, so it was a very phallic object.
A dildo?
It was a dildo.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was dildo shaped, but it was a kid who made it out of candle wax because, he didn't know how to buy one, but he wanted to put something up there.
Homemade.
Yeah, it's homemade.
Homemade.
So
Always the best.
he was taking homemade candle wax, and he was making this dildo and stuck it up there. Got it lost. Mom had to bring him in.
Oh my God.
And doctor was like, "Listen, he's not going to stop doing this. You have to buy him a real dildo." We're like,
it's not honestly not bad advice.
It's not. It is. Listen, it is.
If you're going to do that, the candle wax approach is probably not the best way to do it, and it's brittle. It's going to fall apart.
Yeah.
So why he ends up in the ER in the first place.
It's going to melt.
Play-Doh. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, no, it's crazy what people. Listen, whatever your deal is in the privacy of your own home, if it's you, but there's that certain point where this kid had to say, "Mom, I've made a candle wax dildo, and I need some medical." And I mean, and then the doctor has to come out and say, let's maybe a better way to do this. I mean, but I mean, you also probably get a lot of people who are lying about, they're
yes.
Yeah. I mean, that, right? I mean, in the height of why they're brought in with a wound or whatever, because it is, we understand the law to be someone comes in with a stab wound or a gun thing or anything that looks like it was born out of violence, you have to report that to the police, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you suspect there's been some sort of violence, domestic dispute, or anything like that, of course. You have to,
So after these videos took off and you decide to make a career out of it, did you leave that world in the medical field?
Oh, so fast.
Yeah, were you so happy to get out of that?
What were you the happiest for about leaving behind? What was the most repugnant part of the job that you were so glad immediately to get rid of?
Oh man, the work was fun. It was just a day job. You just didn't want to be there. The 9 to 5, it's like, get me out of here.
Was it 9 to 5 or was it 12-hour shifts?
It was 12-hour shifts.
That's a lot, man.
Wow.
That's hard.
Yeah. And it varies too. Sometimes you're like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. because I was new in LA, so like they put me anywhere they wanted. So sometimes it was overnight, sometimes it was during the day. Yeah, 12 hours.
Did anybody ever hit on you? Did you ever get people to try to get with you? Because you get some people that are inebriated and feel a little weird and they're out of their element and maybe start feeling a little frisky.
Turned on by the scrubs?
Dude, only the grandmas.
Only the grandmas.
Only the grandmas. Only the drunk grandmas.
You were saying the women, you got a lot of women at your shows that are they think you're adorable. Yeah. And
they sure do. Yeah, man, the meet and greet lines get a little touchy-feely.
So you're single?
No.
You're not married or just
not
with
married?
Someone? Okay.
Yeah.
Long-term relationship?
It's new.
It's
It's
okay.
new.
All right, good for you.
Does it count in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. It does, baby. It does.
How long were you balancing? Because obviously you get into comedy and you got to keep two things going. How long were you balancing the ER with the stand-up?
I didn't start the stand-up when I was working in the ER.
So it was right out of the TikTok into the stand-up.
Yeah. So I left the ER when the social media videos were happening, and then I think a year after I left the ER was when I actually started doing stand-up comedy. I took the class while I was in.
That's crazy.
While I was working in the ER, but the touring thing never started until after the ER.
Do you think that TikTok is because everything at some point becomes a little predictable? And like TikTok, it's a huge open playground and social media is. But now I think people are used to certain things and to break away now seems harder.
You mean like to break away, like to blow up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I was just thinking about this morning too. Like people, like if you consume too much social media, you're never going to have an original thought.
Yeah.
Because all the thoughts are now coming from TikTok and all the inspiration is now coming from someone else's ideas.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
But the other thing too is now TikTok, there's so many people creating now that like it's very hard to actually come up with something original too, right? So it's all there.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
That's when I kind of bailed on, I don't engage in social media anymore. I started seeing people that were presenting things. I was like, oh, I was going to do that. And somebody else did it. And I'm not going to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And sometimes it's just a thought that you had, like, oh, this would be a great idea if I did this. And you see it and like, oh, man, this person did it. And it's really good. Just, damn.
I know.
From a stand-up's point of view, is that something that you need to stay away from too for fear of influencing your material? You don't want any...
Oh, my God. Sometimes it has happened. Sometimes it has happened where like I have a story that something happened at a restaurant. I'm like, oh, this would really be really great to try on social, like to try in front of an audience, and then you see someone do it, making it into a meme or a skit online, and you're like, God damn it.
But can't you reach a point where you just kind of have to trust yourself and all comedy's derivative anyway, right? So there's originality is all but non-existent at this point. There are 8 billion people on the planet, so somebody is doing something similar to you or the same as you, but you're going to put your spin, the Steven spin on it that nobody else can do. So you have to sort of trust that at least it's mine.
Well, you have to. Yeah, I mean, you have no choice, right? You have to. And the best thing you could do for yourself is use every little detail that happened to you.
Right.
Because that's what's going to set you apart.
Personalize it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're from the Bay Area. Have you spent much time out east, out this way? Have you ever been to Philadelphia?
This is my second time coming to Philadelphia, but I was only here for a one-nighter about a year and a half ago. So I really got to see some stuff in Philadelphia this time.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, you got it. Are you first generation Vietnamese?
Yes.
Okay. I watched this. I want to bring this up to you. I saw one of those international house hunter shows, and they were doing some homes in Vietnam, and I'm looking at it, man, it's friggin' beautiful, some of the areas there.
Oh, yeah. Especially now.
Yeah, and I'm like, I didn't realize, I'm coming from Full Metal Jacket time. I'm like, it's like, yeah, a couple decades have passed, but it's like, have you been? Or any, and what... am I correct in assuming it's a lovely place now?
Oh my God, no, yes, everybody loves Vietnam. It's become such a tourist trap.
Yeah,
not tourist trap, but it's a tourist area. Yeah,
right. The only thing I know visually of Vietnam is my wife has an exercise bike, and it's one of those. It's not a Peloton, but it's another brand. But no, it's not made in Vietnam.
It's made in Vietnam.
But you can take a bike tour through Saigon and ride through there, and it was cool, because you can pick these different, exotic locations you've never been to and take a virtual bike ride through it. And so I did that. And one of the things that seemed very prevalent were the little scooters and motorcycles all over the place.
The little Vespas and stuff.
Yeah. They're like all over the place.
Yeah.
Now, when you're there or when you have been there, did you get around that way?
Yes.
And
that's like the main way of transportation.
Okay. It looks scary.
It's so scary. Okay. If you're not used to it, because they're used to being like really close to each other on those things, and when you're there for the first time, it's like, dude, we're all gonna die.
Yeah. and like the lines on the road and all that stuff.
There's no lines.
No lines
on the sidewalk.
No, there's holes, there's potholes, there's rocks.
And
you go.
And you were an interpreter at some point?
I was. Oh my God, where are you guys finding this information?
Internet, man.
Yeah. In what capacity? Was this at the hospitals you worked at? Or?
So it was my first experience in the ER. I was my friend recommended to me, you should do this. There's this program, and you can sign up. And I was a medical interpreter in the ER. That's how I started in the ER. It was a volunteer job.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, it was a volunteer job, and I did that for like a year, and I was so bad.
Really?
Yeah, I was not good.
You were fluent, or?
Well, my Vietnamese was decent, but when I got there, it was so technical.
Oh, right.
So they wanted me to say all these words. I remember there was one time this little old lady came in, and she was so happy to see me because she's like, oh my God, you speak Vietnamese. Everything's going to be great. I'm like, yeah, sure. Doctor asked what's going on. And patients in the ER, but they tend to like say a lot of things that are a little unnecessary. Like they start from like the way beginning. They're like, oh, when I was born in 1965, right. That's when I first had this headache. And so she goes on and on about this story for like a minute.
Yeah.
And the doctor's waiting for me to say what she says. And she goes on, and I'm like, I think she has a headache.
All right. So
he was like, that's it? That's all she said. Like, that's all you need to know.
If you weren't that good, how many patients do you think you lost because you misinterpreted?
Oh, man, no, I would never let it get to that. I that job did not last long for me.
Wow. Well, this one looks like it's holding.
Yeah.
And you're doing great. You've got how many? Like 14 million TikTok followers? Somewhere in that neighborhood?
Yeah, we're around 11 million on TikTok.
Wow.
Good. Well, the stuff is really funny. I mean, your stuff's really great.
1.2 million on Instagram. So obviously you're doing great and your shows are selling out. So we want to remind everybody that Stephen Ho is at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. Only the 10 o'clock shows. The other ones are sold out. So you can go to heliumcomedy.com and go check out the man from Tips from the ER live as he is in town. Cool, man. Hey, listen, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
and
thank
continued success and have a great time in Philly.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Absolutely.
All right, Stephen Ho, guys. Yeah. We're going to take a break. Come back in a moment. B-File up when we return.
Preston and Steve.
Through, usually.
I think I would need anything in that kielbasa, any of that stuff. I would need it incinerated because I don't like it.
No?
I just don't like those meats.
My wife...
Kielbasa and bologna.
And I know people love it.
Yeah, I love them.
We made...
Polish sausage.
As a matter of fact, we had Irvine in, and we did the...
Crockpot challenge,
and he dug my kielbasa.
He did. Even I did. It was quite good.
Yeah, it's maybe like brown sugar and apples and what's that other stuff called? Sauerkraut.
Yes.
Okay, here's one I fully do not agree with at all. Burnt scrambled eggs. No.
To me, you'd have to go way off the charts to burn scrambled eggs.
Eggs should be tender. No. They should never be firm. That's my personal opinion.
Little runny.
A little bit runny if possible.
No. Scrambled eggs? No, you know what?
I'm out on that.
I change it. I want them overcooked. I want my scrambled eggs.
No.
I don't like runny egg yolks.
Yeah.
I want a little run.
I want them burnt. I want them disgustingly incinerated.
I want to sop it up with my toast afterwards.
Rochelle burns her eggs.
She's wrong.
She's right. That's why we slept together.
Problem with that. Baked mac and cheese on top. We already talked about that. Grilled barbecue chicken needs a char. Yep, I'll go along with that too. French onion soup cheese needs to be burned.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, it's funny. A soup that I love so much was responsible for one of my closest brushes with death.
Yeah. You can choke on that
You
stuff.
get that glob of cheese in your throat and you're, forget it.
Chocolate chip cookies, when burnt, are pretty good.
No,
Do you
not.
like burn?
Listen, this is my thing.
Yeah,
it's my jam. It's my John. The chocolate chip cookies in all versions, I don't want them incinerated, but a little burn around the edges with some milk adds a different taste complexion. I'm down with it.
Okay.
Brownies even.
Well, brownies is on this particular list, and I agree.
Okay.
A little, I do like it needs to be moist inside.
Yes.
But a little crunch texture on the outside is pretty good. We will go with Brent. Hi, Brent. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful, sir. We're talking about foods that might taste a little bit better when they are burned. What do you think?
I think the burn ends in the veggies, especially like you said, the asparagus.
Okay. Yeah, when you get the tips that are burnt a little bit.
It's so good.
Yeah,
and they get crunchy.
I do my own barbecuing, and a lot of times they're crunchy, but they're not overly cooked.
And the benefit of the asparagus is what your piss will smell like.
Later on.
It's so amazing.
It keeps on giving. It's like beets. You pee red later on,
Yeah, it's
man.
like a reminder of a great meal.
Only for a split second you think you have a testicular cancer or something like that. I'm going to go to Dave.
I'm rotting from the inside. Oh, it's the beets.
Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, bother you guys at work. Hey,
thanks.
First-time caller here.
Awesome, man. All right, and we're talking about foods that might taste better burnt. What do you think?
Well, along the same lines of lettuce, cabbage.
Ooh.
If you guys ever use cabbage, you cut it in steaks, like portions of steak.
Okay.
Soak it in olive oil, salt, pepper, oregano, whatever you want to use. Hot, like say maybe some hot pepper or something.
Huh.
Burn it on the grill. You're gonna love it,
Dude, I will try that. That sounds really interesting.
You say you're cooking the cabbage like a steak?
Yeah, you can cut it thick enough and it'll hold together. Cabbage is really wound together tight.
Hey, Dave, do you do the same thing with the artichokes ever?
I have not, but we get the cabbage, and it doesn't taste like anything when it's regular, right? When it comes out of the store, it doesn't really taste like much, but when you burn it, holy crap.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that same approach grilling artichokes on
Makes
it.
sense.
Yeah.
Wait, so artichoke, do you split it down the middle?
Yeah.
Lengthwise?
Yeah, or you can peel them in advance and then put you need a meaty one. You need a thick one, a veiny one.
Right.
But you can grill them individually, but it's a delicate thing.
Artichokes are a tricky thing, man.
They are.
Because they've got that fibrous material when you get towards the heart.
Yeah, you're not getting them much anyway. Even on the best ones.
It has a heart.
You got to work really hard to get very little on an artichoke.
Do you guys like it when people say okie dokie artichoke?
I do.
Okay.
I say it sometimes. Yeah.
Usually the next step is you're put into a home.
Right. I like a hunky-dory chicken tandoori.
I've never heard that.
I've never heard that one either. Let's see. All right, we already got to that one.
All right.
Let's go to Ed. We got a couple of Eds. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed, sir. All right, food that tastes better burnt.
Well, seriously, I got to tell you, I'm literally taking notes.
Good. We're good for something.
Especially about the vegetables. We recently got an air fryer.
Okay.
And the first time we used them, my wife burned green beans, and I was eating them like French fries.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
All right.
But
Yep.
The food I wanted to call about was baked ziti.
Yeah.
Or lasagna. Like that top, it's almost kind of like a crust with the cheese.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. That was number one, at least way up on the list. When you have that, like burned mac and cheese, burned baked ziti, burnt lasagna, it definitely, I think that enhances the taste dramatically.
I mean, I don't know if it's just the cheese or just like the macaroni sometimes gets like a little harder. Just that change of consistency. I don't know. I go straight for it.
Yeah, burnt cheese.
Good to work. Good to know. Thanks for the word, Ed. We appreciate it, buddy.
All right, guys.
All right, let me go. Here's another one. Ed, talking about pretzels. But hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the ba-ba-two, the ba-two, ba-ba. Oh, I love
You were doing so well.
I was melding it along with you, Ed. Try it again.
Try it again.
Try it again.
All right. Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the ba-ba-two, the ba-two, ba-ba-ba-doo, ba-ba-da.
That's pretty close, right?
Closer. All
right.
Better. I like it.
Now do it backwards.
All right, Ed, what's up, man?
A Philly soft pretzel, without question, is absolutely the best when it is burnt.
All right, so we had a caller who said he orders them that way. How do you get your? Are you taking a soft pretzel you might buy somewhere and then going home and burning it yourself, or how do you?
Do you
get
keep
this?
a lighter in the car?
If I go there and I see that there's a burnt, rack of pretzels, I'll ask for those.
You'll buy them all up.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
I have to
at
try
work-
this.
At work, when they had pretzel day, and what I would do, I would, buy the pretzels, take them into the toaster oven,
okay,
put them in there and jack that thing up to like 450 for like 5 minutes, and come out. It's almost like eating a Snyder's hard sourdough.
Oh, yeah, I love those. I do love those. So I got to try the burnt soft pretzel. That sounds
All right,
intriguing.
Ed,
Okay.
we'll give it a shot, man. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Peace out.
I assume you do the
Peace
mustard
out.
or cheese with that, right?
Yeah.
So what I would used to do is the Dutch, the Snyder's, the big Dutch pretzels, the hard ones.
Yeah.
And then you'd get the cheese, the what is it? The
Cheese whiz?
cheese whiz in like a body heated up. It's meant to be heated for dipping.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I go with mustard.
There's not one thing healthy about that experience.
By the way, somebody texted in, you know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Sure do, Peanut Chew. Thank you. All right, we'll go next to Bob. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Oh, thanks, man.
Thank you, Bob. All right, so a food that tastes better burnt.
Well, first of all, like that one Ed said, I'm taking notes. Cheese curls. I never heard that. I'm going to try that.
All right.
All right. I fry oatmeal with olive oil, and I burn that a little bit.
You fry oatmeal with olive oil. I have never heard of that.
Yeah,
Where
before
did
you put the gravy on it.
Where did you pick this up?
I made it up myself.
Okay.
And my oldest son, I'll tell you, he goes nuts. If I'm home and I'm making it, I got to make him some.
So oatmeal usually needs to be softened up a bit by water. So what's the consistency like? Are you using a lot of oil?
Well, what you do is first you make the oatmeal like normal, the instant oats. You put it in the water in the pot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you get it normal. And then what you do is you get the olive oil in a frying pan, and you get that nice and hot.
Yep.
And you put this in there. You just make sure you leave it in there long enough just to burn, just a little bit brown.
Are you making like little patties, like little crab cakes out of oatmeal, or what?
Oh, no, I make like a big pancake.
Okay.
All right. My mind is reeling at this. Did you discover this recipe during a house fire?
No, it's just the way my mind works, I guess.
All right. And then do you throw anything on that? You throw some fruit on it or sugar?
Oh, you could throw whatever you want in there. You could throw cayenne pepper. You can put onion salt, whatever you want.
Onion salt? What the hell? So you're having savory oatmeal?
Oh, yes. You got
I always think of it as a sweet treat.
I love oatmeal.
Wow.
It's crunchy and soft at the same time. You got the best of both worlds.
All right, you're changing things up here. You're making my mind freak out.
I like the unique thought. All right, thanks, Bob.
He's like you, Casey, because Casey, did you see what Casey did with the cinnamon toast crunch?
Yeah, he made What'd you make out of it?
Just French toast, yeah.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch French toast.
So, would you crunch it up?
I crunched it up.
You batter and then dip it in that?
Yep.
Okay, that sounds pretty good.
The only thing I would have
original idea?
Well, no. I mean, I initially, I follow Blackstone Griddle on
Not the
Instagram.
magician.
No. And they had Fruity Pebbles, and I don't have Fruity Pebbles. I have Cinnamon Toast. So I did it with that. The only thing I would have done differently is I would have crunched up the cereal a little bit finer, made it more of all powder.
I got
right?
Yeah, throw it in a processor, something like that, and doing it that way.
Martin's Potato Rolls commented on your recipe.
I know. Well, I tagged them on it because the other thing is I didn't have any bread in the house. The only thing I had left over were potato rolls from the cheeseburgers that I made on Saturday night.
And that worked well for you?
It did, as a matter of fact.
Those potato rolls were real.
I'm going to go to Walter. Hi, Walter. How you doing, man?
Walper.
Walper, are you there?
Chris?
No.
Chris?
Is your name Chris?
Yeah, my name's Chris.
Where the hell did Walter come from?
This is my version of good morning it to Connoisseur.
All right.
I told him
All right. What's up, buddy?
So I got married in 2009 to my wife, and she gave me 2 terms of divorce. One would be if I ever gave her a Dutch oven.
Okay,
and and the other one is if I ever steal the little French fries that are burnt from like the batch before that accidentally make it into yours.
Sure.
She loves them.
All right.
I agree.
The itty bitty crunchy ones, they're almost potato chips.
They're really good.
Yeah, I like them too.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're amazing.
Would she like save those for last, or just savor in them and point out how much she loved them?
No. She will dig through the bin of French fries to find them.
You know what you should do? And honestly, put the whole relationship to the test. Do a Dutch oven, but when you put the blanket up over her head, between your legs is a bowl of those burnt French fries.
There you go.
I thought about that on April Fool's one time.
All right, thanks, Chris. Appreciate it, man. Or Walter, or whatever you want to go by. All right, so this was also on this list that got it started, and I'm going to let Marissa handle it. Hi, Marissa. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, so we're talking about foods that actually taste better if they're a little bit burned.
So I love burned food in general. Just like Casey, I love my chicken burned.
Yeah.
But I like pierogies, like, you know how you normally boil them? I like to pan fry them, and I like them really, really crispy.
Mm-hmm. I could see that.
I like pierogies.
It's kind of like, dumplings or pot stickers. I prefer them fried. I think they having a little crunch on the outside is yummy.
My mother used to make dumplings, and then when they got a little bit burnt, they were fantastic. Yeah. So are you a big pierogi aficionado, Marissa?
No, not really. I'm weird, and I like them that way.
No, there's a great pierogi place on Henry Avenue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in Roxborough. I think it's Roxborough. Yeah.
Hey, Marissa, do you what do you fry them in? Is it an oil or butter or what?
I just put butter in the pan with some garlic, and I just fry them up, get them really crispy, and they taste the best that way.
Yeah, can I come over?
Oh, anytime. Anytime.
All right, thank you, Marissa. He'll bring.
Do you do goat yoga?
Hey, there was. Let's see. You know what? I thought of one that I used to like. Nick, we made the bologna sandwich here for you one time.
Oh yeah,
me and Nick Elmy did.
He doesn't stand for bologna.
I like it a little bit charred.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I do like it a little bit charred. I think it tastes better.
So where is the char happening? Like, is it on both sides? Does it matter?
No, just on the outside.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't have to be on both sides.
All right.
I will tell you this. I do not like regular bologna sandwiches, but grilled bologna sandwiches, I can swing that.
Nice.
You know, Chuck D'Amico loves to air fry pepperoni.
Oh, really?
Doesn't stand for pepperoni.
He doesn't stand for bologna.
Yeah, I bet that's like well done bacon. Like it's really crispy and falls apart really easily.
Who brought? There was somebody brought by. It was with syrup. Do you remember, Nick? They brought by this obscenely huge tray of
WMMR.
Man, I was just thinking about all that stuff you're saying. I have to go into the city today. Have to go to CHOP.
Don't take the Vine Street Expressway.
And Rochelle has to meet me there, so she's coming all the way from out our way, and the Schuylkill is just...
EMS.
It's just snarled, right?
Did you guys buy that helicopter yet that you were talking about?
Not yet,
all
but
right.
it's about time to do it. So that's westbound and eastbound has trouble,
Schuylkill's a mess in all directions. Vine Street Expressway is closed because of this tractor trailer issue on the Schuylkill westbound. So yeah, it's bad out there.
You don't never have to worry about that. prisoners.
Yeah.
No.
What about the train line right here, the Ballard train line? Doesn't that go straight to...
Yeah, you know what, though? It doesn't run that as often
doesn't.
as some of the other train lines, which is annoying. But, I mean, that's an option. And right now, it's a better option than driving.
We have a train line here?
Yeah, Ballard,
Where?
right there, right next to Taco Bell.
Oh.
Yeah.
God, I had no idea. Marissa, you were going to say something?
You're better off going to Narberth Case
Oh,
and
okay.
taking that one.
There's a Narberth train station, too. I don't know my train stations. I just don't know.
Or just go out here to City Avenue and take the 44, guys.
If you go to Narberth, Bill Weston's the engineer.
Oh.
All aboard.
Yeah. Choo-choo, choo-choo.
Come on.
Sir Topham Hatt.
All right.
Santa's got to go.
All right. And Santa was here earlier this morning, which was pretty cool. All right. While you're dealing with all that, let us, entertain you for a moment with this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Coors Banquet. You can join the Preston and Steve Show live from Keenan's in North Wildwood. It is Friday, May 23rd, 1 week from today. It's the official opening of the Jersey Shore from Coors Banquet. Start your summer, and you can start your legacy. All right, here's a weird little story. 3 Montana Army National Guard members face criminal trespassing charges from the Montana Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks after a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter that they were flying in allegedly landed on private property in the Crazy Mountain foothills. And while on the ground, the helicopter crew allegedly took elk antlers from the private ranch land.
You're in that helicopter.
All right, helicopter first.
You're in that helicopter.
Rantlers.
Rantlers.
Thank you.
You're in that helicopter. Rantlers. You're in that helicopter. Rantlers. You're in Rantlers.
All right, we got it.
Okay. So,
You're in that helicopter. Rantlers.
Sorry.
Charges of criminal trespass to property were filed against the 3 defendants.
These are the helicopter pilots?
Yeah.
You're in that helicopter. Rantlers.
The 3 guardsmen are Michael Bray, Perry Woodland, and Denny Draper, and they are accused of entering posted private property for the purchase of elk antler retrieval.
That's a tongue twister.
The incident raises questions about military accountability and private property rights. The defendants are also ordered to appear in court on May 28th. Neighboring ranchers David and Sandy Holman noticed a conspicuous black helicopter of the Montana Army National Guard landing in their vicinity. So they called, so this is according to rancher Linda McMullen. She said, they called me pretty alarmed, referencing the incident. And they said, do you know where that there's an Army helicopter on your land picking up elk antlers? And it is tough enough to pull a profit, said McMullen, who estimated desirable early brown elk antlers sheds can be worth thousands of dollars.
Oh, wow. And they were just taking them.
Yeah, so she said, I started making calls. I called the game warden to hold these people accountable for what they had done. McMullen, the landowner, confirmed a conservation with a high-level National Guard official had taken place.
You're in that helicopter.
Conversation.
Rantlers.
A lieutenant colonel said they'd meet in person and bring back the antlers. They used the excuse that these are good guys, that I don't want to ruin their careers. And they should have thought of that before they thought of doing this. And I think people need to know that this is happening.
I just automatically assume that if you were in a helicopter and landed anywhere, you could take what was there.
Whatever's there.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's kind of the rule that I always
It's a free country, right?
Yeah, these guys are lemon-headed, though.
Yeah,
lemon-headed.
You're in that helicopter, and you're nothing but a chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist. And I'm after you, buddy.
And why a chameleon?
Yeah.
I don't,
chameleon, he found that the most reprehensible of the lizards.
If you go back and you watch the video of that guy, he's easy to find on YouTube. It's a viral video. There's a part where he's reenacting the helicopter flying over his house.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And he's holding onto the podium, and he starts shaking, and he's like swinging his head around. He's like, and this thing came in, it's flying over, and it starts shaking, and it's shaking, and it's shaking. And, I mean, he's just unhinged. You owe it to yourself to go watch that.
He's been waiting for his moment.
All right, an investigation is underway after a Pennsylvania school district said a kindergarten student gave Jell-O shots to classmates. The Greater Johnstown School District said a kindergarten student at the elementary school gave out alcohol in the form of small Jell-O cups to 3 other students.
Does Sammy Vile have a younger brother?
The superintendent said once staff learned about the situation, immediate action was taken. The students were taken to the nurse's office for evaluation, and out of an abundance of caution, EMS was called, and the fire department was there.
Oh, no.
And the local hospital. Parents were notified and met first responders at the hospital. It's unclear how the student got the alcoholic Jell-O cups, but the district says it's looking into it and cooperating with authorities. The superintendent said the district is committed to transparency, though it is limited in what it can share because of student privacy laws. The district called it an isolated incident, and they thank staff and administration, school nurses, and school police officers for their, quote, swift response to the situation. In Charlotte, North Carolina, one man takes biscuit quality pretty damn seriously. Guy named Rodney Wood, the 22-year-old manager at a Popeyes restaurant, has been arrested and charged with attempted first-degree murder. A witness to the altercation told police that it all stemmed from Wood's assertion that another employee overcooked and burnt the biscuits. Reportedly, one of the two workers challenged the other, and they took it outside. Once outside, Wood allegedly whipped out a pistol and fired twice, hitting the coworker in the chest and groin.
Over biscuits?
At point-blank range. The victim is also said to be a manager and was in critical condition at the last report. Once apprehended, Wood reportedly told police that he had been, quote, punched in the face 3 times.
God.
And that he fired 2 warning shots that weren't intended to kill. Oh, you only hit him in the nuts and heart.
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't kill him.
All right. And then one final story. A man was fighting for his life after a vicious attack by a rabid bobcat in southeast Georgia. Hunter Hudson, that's the guy's name, said that he was out camping last week when the bobcat struck without warning. He said it was on me or him. Or no, he said it was me or him. It was me or him. He said this twice. And I got 2 little boys, 12 and 5, and daddy's coming home. Hudson said that he was enjoying a quiet campfire when a sound in the dark shattered the night. He said, I heard a crazy noise, and never heard before.
Who's that?
Hudson said the bobcat then struck without warning. A video shot by a friend captured the chaos the moments after. He said, I just walked out of my camper and got attacked by a bobcat. I wasn't looking for the bobcat. The bobcat found me and came out and jumped on my shoulder. Hudson said his gun was out of reach and he had to rely on pure instinct to survive. He said, I reached around and I grabbed him, pulled him as hard as I could back out in front of me. I took my thumbs and put it right in his right there.
Okay.
And I made it so he couldn't breathe.
Quickly built a gun out of twigs.
That's exactly what he said. I put it right in his right there. Badly hurt, Hudson knew that he had to act fast. He said, I had blood running off the end of my fingertips.
Yeah, he was sliced up.
I had to call the ambulance and get them to help me clot it. And he said, and up here and on my back wouldn't stop bleeding. However, the danger wasn't over just then. The bobcat tested positive for rabies.
Oh, man, so he had to get the whole array of shots.
He said, I got about...
Shot.
Yeah. He said, I got about 40 shots at about half an inch to an inch needles. He said it was a lot, and I almost passed out twice. Wow.
Yeah.
Health officials said rabies can make animals unpredictable and deadly. As Hudson recovered and underwent treatment for rabies, he said that he is just grateful to be alive. He said, I've seen a lot. You know what I mean?
I saw a gorilla once.
But for me, this one is up one of the craziest. I don't know, man. You can't make this up. Experts said... not to take
the way I see it, you can be over here or over there.
I got him right in his right there.
Yeah.
He said experts say to not take any chances if wildlife is behaving unusually, and authorities should be immediately contacted if you see something.
My grandpapa said, bobcat once, bobcat twice.
That is what it is. All right, and there you go. That is your bizarre file this morning. We will take another break. We'll get back and give something away with our lesson question. We've also got trash and music news coming up, so you stay where you are.
Preston and Steve.
Bacon with like a syrup, and I was like, it was.
No.
I'm like, this is the greatest and most horrible thing in the world at the same time.
I want it back, though.
I want it back.
I want you back here in Philly.
Hello, Bacon. We want you back.
They what was it? The farmers, not
Founding Farmers?
Yeah, Founding Farmers.
Yeah.
They have these things called bacon lollies. which are it's on a little stick and it's a piece of well done bacon.
Oh wow!
That's got like a
wrapping something,
a candied type of
candy,
sweetness on it.
I
like that.
It's pretty tasty.
Is it around a particular item or is it just the bacon?
A wedding ring.
What do you mean? Is it around?
Like is there scallop hidden within?
No,
no.
Just
why?
bacon.
Why? What makes you think the lolly part?
Yeah. Like
no. It's just
like a
it's on a
Tootsie
stick.
Pop.
All
It's
right.
on a stick like a lollipop.
I would stick a scallop in there and then wrap it with bacon and then make that the pop.
I like that too.
That almost becomes like a blow pop, but a different version with meat.
A scallop pop. Yeah.
Because a blow pop had gum in the middle of
Right,
it, right?
there's two
Or
layers.
Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Pop has Tootsie Roll. Yeah.
Right.
Remember Tootsie Pop drops? Those
Yes.
were.
I loved those.
Yeah. I like scallop drops. They were my favorite as a kid.
Candy covered
Yeah.
scallops.
These are great, Mom.
Yeah.
Do they make Tootsie Pop
How
drops
many licks
anymore?
does it take to get the center of a scallop pop?
These are birth control pops.
Wow. All right. Anyway, clearly we could talk all day about this because our text messages are lighting up like crazy and so are our phone lines, but we have to take a break. But I thought it was an interesting look at foods that might taste better with a little burn on them, if you will. By the way, do you say burned or burnt?
I would say, I
say burnt.
You know, I don't know. Burned, I guess, and burnt is adequate as well.
All right. Anyway, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We'll dive into the bazaar when we get back. Stay with us. Tuesday today, chance for you to win a Preston Steve tattoo. So text word tattoo to 39333, and that is from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Just wanted to mention that Nick saw a bare naked booby in the wild yesterday.
In the wild.
In the wild.
And not a bird.
Because if you go to a strip club or something like
Right.
that, that's like going to the zoo.
Right.
Okay.
No
yes.
big, no big deal.
Sure.
You get to appreciate, and you can look longer than you normally would.
Right.
But when it's in the wild, there's something more exciting about that.
You just don't expect it.
Right.
Yeah. Even though you've set up a blind and have binoculars.
Right.
And Steve, I did not at all expect it, so much so that it was, I believe, a triple take when I spotted said booby in the wild. I was at a grocery store, and this she was probably mid to late 30s, maybe early 40s, very attractive woman. She was
okay.
coming out of the bathroom, and I was walking towards where the bathrooms were. So we were walking in opposite directions, and she had a nice breasts. And,
She had a nice breast. This woman saw me in the supermarket, and she's got a nice breast.
She'd paid for these breasts.
Oh, after factory, as they say.
And, yes, so they were sort of on display to begin with.
Right.
It was a low-cut top.
Right.
And so she was coming out of the bathroom. And so the part of the reason why I brought it up is I'm curious, Kathy or Marissa, like how this could actually happen. Because she was clearly not wearing a bra. And my guess was, when she went to the bathroom, when she was in the facilities, maybe she was lifting her shirt back up, like after tucking her pants back in or whatever.
Where was the boob hanging out from?
It was left boob
under.
No, to the side.
Cleavage?
So the shift, the cleavage shift had gone from in the middle of the boobs to the right boob entirely.
I gotcha.
And so the left one was fully exposed.
So it was
Wait.
I don't understand.
Hold on. The left boob was coming out of the cleavage part, the V?
No, I'm sorry. The left boob was coming out of the left side. So like the
Of like
armpit,
the tank top. Was it a
armpit
tank
hole.
top?
It was a tank top.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
armpit hole.
It was a
Okay.
low-cut tank top.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So the armpit hole had basically shifted over a little bit, and so
you're getting drastic side boob, basically.
yeah, and so all of this is
Wait, did you see
processing.
nipple?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh
So
my
more
God.
than side boob.
No,
whole boob.
no bra, and all of this is happening in real time, and it's one of those things where, like, when you look at a woman and you see cleavage or whatever, you sort of do the side eye,
Right, yeah.
you glance more than once. But this one, I was like, wait, no, that's not what I saw. Oh, that is what I saw. Wait, is that what I saw? You know, all
Yeah,
of that is spinning around in your brain as
All
quickly
right.
as humanly possible.
Before you answer this question on how something like that could happen, Kathy, do we as responsible men
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
go over and say something?
I think you have to.
Hey, your knockers are hanging out.
I mean, Nick, did you say anything?
No, and I thought about it, and I was wondering what the approach should be. Because, look, when that type of thing happens, unless you're doing it blatantly for attention, which I don't think that she was. I think it was by accident. I didn't want her to be embarrassed in the store.
Could you do it cryptically and say, hey, melons are on sale?
But you didn't want to embarrass her, but the poor thing
I know.
probably walked into
I
so
know.
many people.
Somebody texted and said Nick should have said, we, guess what I get to do?
All right.
Oh,
Nobody
that's-
from the radio.
Yelled it right
So
there.
I think a great question.
That's what I get to do.
Kathy,
How could that happen?
well, no, yeah, to some extent, but also, would you prefer I think I might do what Nick did and just say,
I know.
there's no way as a guy you can.
And I thought about it.
And I think you wait for a woman to tell her.
No way.
So what would you do? I mean, would you prefer that a guy told you if you were exposed that way?
Oh, I mean, it would be so embarrassing.
Yeah.
But if I was walking out of the bathroom, I think I'd rather catch it instead of walking through the rest of the store and like more people seeing it.
Or do you go find a random woman to go tell this woman?
Honestly, I think
There's
that
a
would be
woman on aisle 5 with her knocker hanging out her armpit.
I mean, this lady's going to walk through the entire supermarket. I think you failed. I think you and anybody would have. You want the very first person that sees it to tell you that they just saw it. Like,
I can understand Nick's position on that, though.
I don't
Well,
understand.
it was a moment in time, Casey, and so I didn't want to turn around and then chase after this woman and say, hey, your boob's hanging out.
Hey, lady!
So I debated whether or not I should do it, and I suppose your instincts would have been different than mine, but at the moment, I didn't want to say anything that would have embarrassed her any further, and so, like, to me, the person doing the confrontation and saying something to her, that's embarrassing to me as well. I don't want to be that guy that'd be like, hey, your boob's hanging out.
Well, and finding the right words in that moment as well might be kind of hard. Like,
you're sure
you're hanging out, would be like, oh my God, why did I say that? It'd be like, cover up, maybe. I don't know.
I would have just said, your shirt.
Your shirt.
Check your shirt.
Your knocker plopped out.
So in hindsight, I kind of wish that I had said something, but at the moment in time, I did not.
Oh, but let me explain, because I can see how this happens. Now, I don't have fake boobs, but either way, like if she was in the bathroom, because this has happened to me, not where my boob is fully out, but if we don't sit on the toilet and we're hovering, like you're kind of hovering forward, the boobs are hanging.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
So that left her in this precarious predicament. There's a whole bunch of I think, moral questions here as to how you approach that and what you would do in that situation. I could see you. It's like when you see a fight in real life. It's like you're so used to seeing it in the movies or whatever that you don't. What did I just see? What did I?
Yeah.
And by the time you processed it, the moment is gone.
I mean, listen, I had a similar situation. It was at Wonderland Pier in Ocean City, and there was a guy in a wheelchair, and his testicles were hanging out of his shorts.
That's right.
And I went up and I told his caretaker, I'm like, and I'm like, yo, his nutsack is, I didn't say that,
Did you tuck it back in for him?
I did with my mouth. No, but I said to the caretaker, I'm like, excuse me, this gentleman's testicles are exposed, and it's as simple as that. Like, yes, it sucks. It's embarrassing.
I was at a wedding one time, and it was a daytime reception, so the room was well lit up. It wasn't a dark room, and everybody's dancing. We're doing kind of slow dancing, the traditional man and woman dance, whatever you call that, not a foxtrot, but anyhow. And there was a gal who was there, and we had met her earlier in the day. They were I think the dance instructor that helped the bride and groom learn this really cool fancy dance that they were going to do for their first dance.
Right.
So anyhow, they're dancing together, and her top is slowly slipping down and down and down.
Yes.
She wasn't overly well endowed.
Right.
Okay, but nonetheless, it came all the way down. Nipple, the whole thing, everything hanging out. I didn't say a damn thing.
Right.
And I feel a little bit bad about that to this day, that I could have easily, because I met her earlier and I could have been like, hey, pointed.
Could you have stepped on the back of her dress to make everything pull up in the front?
Would that have worked? Yeah, I guess that could have worked, right?
Yeah. I know but I hear what you're saying. You don't, because it seems like such an affront because of you being a guy. But then I also see the merit in how long do you let that go on? If you may want to adjust yourself.
I do think I think I would prefer if a woman came over to me, like if you're with your wife, like, Rochelle, go tell Kathy your knockers are hanging out.
Right.
I'd rather that than you be like,
hello, Rochelle, it's Preston. Can you drive down to the supermarket? I need you to tell a woman that her knockers are hanging out.
It could have been, Nick, could have been like an invitation. She could have been like,
In the whole quick thought process, one of my thoughts was,
should I meet her in the bathroom?
No.
Whoever?
Is she doing this on purpose? Is she doing it for
Oh, my God, that's Nick McElwain out there. How do I get him? Now's my only shot, girl. Better flop out a knocker.
I don't think that's actually what the case was, Kath. But for a moment, I'm like,
he's by the guacamole.
I do love guacamole.
Nick, the flood of stuff. I don't care. The flood of everything is like,
and it's comical too, Steve, because it really was triple take. Like I looked, and then I looked again, and then I looked again, and I was like, wait. And now I feel like an idiot because I'm the one staring at this poor lady's boob, solo boob.
But they're in the in the male mentality. There's a split second.
Yes.
Lightning fast. Jumps across the synapse very quickly. Flash of. Did you do that on purpose?
Yes.
Is that for me?
It's gotta be. Gotta be. It's at the supermarket. How could it not be?
Yep.
I've seen videos where they do this at grocery stores.
Yeah.
Right? And that seems.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was exposed.
Hang on. Did she have a shopping cart?
No, she was. She did not. She was walking out of the bathroom without a cart. She was. I think by herself.
Did she have her boobs in the child seat?
Well, I wasn't sure if maybe there was an upside down pineapple in the shopping cart.
That is a sign that you're looking to swing, right?
But Case, like, it was not. It wasn't like an elderly woman where, like,
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Right. It was a younger, attractive woman who had fake boobs. So, like, it was not like a.
Back to the fanatic.
It's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending.
I have Warren on the phone. Hey, Warren. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rock and roll, brother.
Rock and roll, my man. What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, I had the same thing happen.
Song hadn't ended yet, so.
No, he said, I want you to hit this.
So hit this, baby. I'm not ready for lesson.
No, you're not, and it's wrong to force you.
And I can't. Find
You have to want it as much as he wants.
And I can't find the music news. Where are those pictures I was supposed to
What color
see?
paperclip? I'll look for you. Do your
It's
thing.
a red paperclip.
All right.
A felt pen.
It won't be over there.
Black magic marker.
It would be.
Where's that sound coming from?
Maybe I didn't even do.
There's
music.
nothing on here.
Maybe I didn't even do music news today.
Really? Well,
what the?
You had music news in Connoisseur with that. The
chili peppers thing.
That was separate. Like I
You
got
can't-
that a couple of days ago.
Is it possible in all the maelstrom of all the stuff going on that music news eluded you?
Yeah, maybe we're done doing music news now. Maybe that was yesterday was the last music news you'll ever hear.
Well, we would have done a celebration.
I know what it is. I didn't even prepare it. I don't even have it ready to go. I'll figure it out here in a second.
Well, I'll talk extra slow during the track.
You don't need to. There's really not much to pass along now that
This
I'm
just in nothing.
Yeah, it could be that.
Yeah.
Barn door, MF.
Barn door isn't officially until after Keenan's is over.
That's
Then
true.
I'll really hit the barn door.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Is there a mini barn door on Fridays? Because sometimes I feel that way.
Mini barn door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a little bitty, itty bitty barn door, but
Little bitty, tiny bitty barn door.
the big that was like a song.
Yeah. Little bitty, tiny bitty barn door. Little bitty, tiny bitty barn door. Little bitty, bitty barn door.
I like that we clapped anyway.
We have to.
All right. Now we can do the lesson question. How about that? All right. And we are going to give away a $50 Rita's gift card. If you can answer this question correctly, Rocky is both a licker and a biter, but who's a nibbler? If you know the answer to this, it was around 7:30 this morning, you need to call 610-660-9333. 610-660-9333. Our phone lines work now. We can actually take phone calls.
How good to give a phone number.
It's great to answer the question. So Rocky is both a licker and a biter, but who's a nibbler? If you heard and you know, call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And trash brought to you this morning by Delco Trim Light. You can visit delcotrimlight.com to schedule an estimate on installation.
I love them.
Of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, human remains have been uncovered near Taylor Swift's Rhode Island mansion. Archaeologists believe this could finally be the discovery of the legendary Taylor Swift ex-boyfriend burial grounds.
Oh my God.
Hulk Hogan is apparently on the mend and doing well after undergoing neck surgery. What many don't realize is that for years, if Hogan had have removed his do-rag, his head would have fallen off.
Wow.
Oh my God.
And finally, former teen mom and current OnlyFans porn star Farrah Abraham seen wearing a barely there bikini in the pool at the Virgin Hotel Las Vegas. Out of health concerns, once Abraham left the pool, it was immediately filled in with cement. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty, we shall see if we can find somebody who knows the answer to today's lesson question, which is as follows. Rocky is both a licker and a biter, but who is a nibbler? And we are going to go to Tyler and see if we can get an answer. Yo, Tyler, good morning.
I miss you, Kathy.
Oh, that was sweet.
Likewise, yeah.
Tyler, who is the nibbler, please?
Mick.
Yeah, Mickey. You got it. Hang on, Bub. We're going to get your info. And we, of course, are going to set you up with a $50 Rita's gift card. New Cola Ice is now at Rita's, and you can try the Twisted Cola Blender with Cocoa Lime Cream. Get to Rita's quick, because cola treats are here for just a limited time only.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. You can join Nick McElwain and Team Lou at the LLS Big Climb filling on Saturday, May 31st, Subaru Park. To register or donate, go to PrestonandSteve.com. Guys, remind me, there's a butt plug I need to do when we're done with this. It's for Brent Porsche.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to make sure that gets out there. All right, so I do have a couple of things that are interesting that I worked all morning on. By the way.
Really? You've been slaving.
I tell you.
Yeah.
So much goes behind the scenes. A criminal investigation has been opened regarding the sexual assault allegations from 4 former employees against Smokey Robinson. We talked about this a couple days ago.
Yeah, this was kind of jarring when we saw this.
He faces claims of sexual battery, assault, false imprisonment, or also gender violence and creating a hostile work environment. The 4 women, all Jane Does, are seeking no less than $50 million in a lawsuit against the artist. The L.A. County Sheriff's Department Special Victims Bureau is actively investigating criminal allegations involving William Robinson, a.k.a. Smokey Robinson. The investigation is in the early stages. The County Sheriff's Department said, we have no further comment at this time. Robinson's attorney responded to the news of an investigation, sharing, we welcome that investigation. We feel confident that a determination will be made that Mr. Robinson did nothing wrong. So we will see.
And these are, so I think we pointed out when these allegations originally surfaced, again, we don't know. We'll see what happens in court, but that they seem to have all occurred at one particular, like fairly recently, right?
Yeah, like 2016, 17, something like that. There was one that happened over a course of years.
With
but
no other...
yeah, nothing that goes back to, the 1970s or
like
anything
a pattern,
like that.
yeah.
So we'll see. All right, the rock band I Prevail announced yesterday that they are parting ways with their co-vocalist, Brian Burkheiser. The band shared a statement saying that it was a tough choice, but they believe that it's the right one and that it's a mutual decision. They thanked Brian for the amazing 10 years they spent together, wished him well in his future plans. Brian also posted a message saying that he was grateful for his time with the band and excited for what's next.
Die in a car wreck.
The band didn't say why the split, but promised fans that I Prevail will keep making music.
I'm not that familiar with the band.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I have heard the name.
Yeah.
So
I've heard those words.
All right, and then finally, the American Music Awards have announced who's set to perform during the big show. Benson Boone, Renee Rapp, Lainey Wilson, Blake Shelton, Gwen Stefani, and Gloria Estefan are all set to take the stage.
Rock very well represented.
They join Jennifer Lopez, who will be both hosting the event and performing. Boone will perform an unreleased track from his upcoming album, American Heart. Rapp will also show off music from her upcoming studio album, and Shelton will perform music from his new album for recreational use only. Gwen Stefani will perform a medley of tracks, and Gloria Estefan will honor, quote, 5 decades of her career in music.
She's honoring her own career.
Yeah, sometimes I guess they're honoring her and they're having her perform.
I'm pretty incredible.
And Wilson has not confirmed that she will perform at this time. The AMAs kick off May 26, 8 o'clock Eastern on CBS and on Paramount Plus. All right, and there you go. How about that music? How about that? Alrighty, let's take one last break. That means we will wrap up our program when we return, so make sure that you stay close. You just might win a prize, and we'll be back in a second.
Preston and Steve.
Punta Cana, we were going to one of those pool bars where everybody sits around the bar. In the pool.
Right.
Yep.
And this beautiful girl, she was just an amazing body on her. You look over, and her breasts had fell out on one side of her top, and she had a small bathing suit on. So I just kind of like swam over, like
the Jaws music.
Swam on over.
And I said to her, I said, hey, adjust your top.
So just to get it clear, Warren, how did you phrase it? You said, did you make it like a hand gesture and say, did you quietly say you adjust your top?
Well, at first I was just kind of staring, like my eyes were real big, and I'm looking down and looking up at her, and looking down and looking up, and I'm like, hey, trying to like just go like, hey, look, it's floating, it's floating, it's a coconut here coming over to the bar.
You actually said these words?
No. Now, in my mind.
Oh, in your mind. Like,
okay.
wow, okay.
So how did you delicately say it to her?
But what come out was, hey, adjust your top.
Okay. All right.
That's good.
I think that's right. And did she seem to appreciate that, or was she mortified?
Oh, well, she looked at first. Well, she looks down, and I mean, literally, we are in a pool, so I'm not joking when I say it's like floating away. It's like moving away from her like a buoy. He scooped her in and tucked it, and she's just like, "Oh my God, thank you so much."
All right, that was my question. I wanted to know if she appreciated that.
And if everybody's wearing bathing suits and you're drinking at a swim up bar, it's like, this
another
that again.
Oh, I got it.
Right.
Let me get that for you.
Warren, yeah.
So I was at a Phillies game years ago, and I told you this story before, but there was a woman, a young woman whose sundress was in the back. It was crammed up the crack of her ass. So half of her ass cheek was hanging out. And I was talking to my friends, and I was pointing it out. I'm like, somebody's got to go tell her that her, and so her friend catches me looking over, and now she was very buxom as well. And so she catches me looking over there and kind of like gesturing and pointing, and her friend, being her friend, looks at me and she goes, "We know she's got big boobs, right?" And I was like, no. Your friend's ass crack is hanging out. I was like, and I was going to be a little bit more diplomatic about it, but then, her friend was such an a-hole.
By the way, I had a text come in and says, talking about this woman who had her boob out that Nick saw, and they said something along the lines of, oh, she knew. It's like your butt crack. You know when your butt crack's out. No, you don't.
I don't think so.
I have seen so much ass crack.
Yeah.
Even in the cold, and it's like nobody knows when their butt crack's hanging out, and I've seen a lot of it lately.
And I think if you're, and it's interesting that you would say after factory, because I think, like Kathy, you're natural. You say, I think over the course of your time or life, you know what things feel like when there's an extra breeze on it. You know what I'm saying? Like you'd be more aware.
Yeah, but I could easily see this.
You could easily see
it? Mine, that bathroom, that hover position, like mine have been like way out of the tank top. Like, you know what I mean? Not nipple or anything like that, but too much. Now, when you're at the grocery store, I'm betting that there wasn't a mirror in there, because typically there'll be a mirror above the sink, so you're washing your hands and then you adjust yourself. Yeah.
By the way, do you think that breast implants are less sensitive, that women don't?
I have no idea, but I think
have boob awareness.
If you have newer equipment, perhaps you're not used to what
it feels
the sensation is when
you're just still getting used to it.
Right.
I mean, she was already not wearing a bra, right? So like that feeling of that fabric over her boob had already been removed.
Right.
And so like I think that the exposure, it just didn't register.
That's what happened after my penile implant.
Right. Yeah.
If I were a woman with big boobs, I wonder if I would like going braless or not.
I mean, that's the
you
point
hate that, right?
Well, yeah, because I can't. If I had breast implants, I would probably never put a bra on again if they were perky like that.
Because they
go
to the supermarket picking up some succulents.
Why are you dressed like that?
If I took a bra off, Case, it would be like that lady from Keenan's.
Oh, yeah.
The lady from Keenan's.
Remember the one year when Casey and I used to drink a lot, and some woman, what did she say to me, Case? I think she said, "Do you want to see my boobs?"
I don't even think she asked. This was after Keenan's, and she was just flopping them out there for everybody to see.
I mean, like her top was off. Like I saw her boobs, and they were very pancake-like and hanging a little.
Right, and she just started like slapping them. Right, like
you did, Kathy.
Yes.
Casey was standing next to me.
I had
for those of you who think Kathy is this prudish gal that she plays off, you haven't seen the real Kath.
It's one of my favorite memories. It's so great.
I made him extra sloppy for you.
Yeah. All right,
I made him extra sloppy for you.
Let me go to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Hey, Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So when I was about 16, we were at the beach, and my pops is sitting there, and he's looking at this girl. He's like, dude, her top's going to come off in the next wave. Sure enough, boom, popped right out. So my dad is sitting there, so he starts cracking up. Me, I couldn't. I'm just standing right there staring. But he yells real loud. He goes, "Hey, chick, your boobs are out."
Hey, chick.
Hey, chickie, baby.
She went down and dropped in the water, tried to fix herself.
Your gazongas are airborne.
Oh, my
That's
God.
another one, though. The beach,
Thanks,
waves.
Joe.
It's like you're going to see a boob at some point.
Oh, for sure.
And I feel terrible for because I've seen that happen. I've seen dudes lose their bathing suits, like they're body surfing or whatever.
Oh, dude, you know where that happens a lot? At the amusement parks that that have the big wave,
the forced flow
that you can go out and try to like a boogie
Surf,
board on, and their shorts will just fly right off because there's so much water
and
pressure.
people don't realize it when they get
it's
in.
Hilarious.
Yeah,
it is hilarious. Let me go to Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, Mick?
Listen, I'm a crossing guard, and I had an incident where a woman pulled over to ask directions, and I leaned over to give her the directions, and her top had opened up. And I was like, oh, my.
Oh, my. Don't mind if I do.
So, don't mind if I do. Mickey, did you say anything to her?
Yes, I said, ma'am, you seem to have a wardrobe malfunction.
Okay.
Nice.
That's a good.
Nice. Well done.
That's put very nice.
Oh, my God, I'm so sorry. I said, hey, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
I said, I just wanted you to know that. You're perfect. On your way to work, you might want to button up.
All right, that's a polite way to do it, Mickey.
I want to get the consensus also from women. Would they appreciate a guy doing as he did? Just you had wardrobe malfunction. In case, as you said, interceding earlier when Nick had this woman come out. I think would you appreciate that, or is it?
Listen, man, when you have like a boogie hanging out of your nose, it's super embarrassing, and whoever says it to you, it's going to sting. And It's going to be embarrassing. And I hate to draw the parallel between boogies and boobs.
Yeah,
but
there's a great book, by the way, by Herman Melville. It was his follow-up to Moby Dick.
I would prefer the very first person that
Call
sees
me boogie
booger hanging out of my nose to tell me.
Yeah.
So that I don't walk around the office with my boobs hanging out.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go. Let's see what happens when the other gender is faced with this issue. I have Jackie who's on. Jackie, good morning.
Hi, you guys rock.
Thank you, Jackie. What do you want to tell us?
All right, so I was a lifeguard and pool manager for a very long time, so you see a lot.
Yeah.
But so I was very early 20s at the oldest, and I was the manager, and one of the moms came up to me and said, hey, there's a guy over in the pool, and he's like having his daughter swim under his legs, and he had his legs spread so his daughter can swim under his legs, and the moms are all there, able to see everything hanging out the bottom.
Oh, God. What was it like coming out the side, or?
No, he was wearing running shorts, those real small.
You can't swim in those.
Yes, instead of a bathing suit.
Yeah.
So, I'm the manager, so they ask me to talk to this guy.
Well,
the worst.
Well, Jackie, that's extra creepy that he has his daughter's.
So he didn't know.
I know. I don't think he had any idea because I had to pull this guy aside and talk to him, and he was super embarrassed, and I didn't,
Yeah.
Everyone was super embarrassed, and I basically made up a rule that he had to wear a bathing suit.
Yeah.
You have to do that.
Instead of these running shorts, because he's hanging out, and he's there's kids swimming all around.
Oh, no.
I have to impose a draconian law here. You must wear a bathing suit in the pool.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And, I didn't see anything, luckily, but, he's there in front of, I'm sure all the pool moms are you can imagine them lined up along the edge. It's the real shallow section.
Would you say, Jackie, that if you could have, would you? I heard
on it today.
Yeah, we're good.
93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. Mammoth. And I'm all right. You heard 30 seconds?
I did hear 30, but
Did you hear 2 after I said 3?
No, I just heard 30. I was here zoning out in case 30 seconds left. I thought he meant 3 seconds left, or said 3.
I said
and then
3,
2.
but it sounded very 30ish, which is why I followed up by saying 2.
Gotcha. All right. Well, anyhow, Barn Door. 10:40 as we are coming to the end of the program. In fact, it is the end of the program.
It is.
And today was a lot of fun. We had Ian Fidance on the show.
Great guy.
Who is awesome. He's local, not anymore, but he's from the area, and he's just a lot of fun. And like we said right when he got here, his energy is just fantastic. So he is going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. Tickets at punchlinephilly.com. And then we met a new friend, Stephen Ho.
Oh.
And Stephen Ho is at Helium Comedy Club tonight.
Great guy.
And only the late shows have tickets available 10 p.m. and you go to heliumcomedy.com. And we had a guest appearance this morning. Bill Weston came by, the man about town. He visited us. It was on this day 20 years ago that we had our first show.
Wow.
On WMMR. Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. It was
Happy New Year.
May 16th, and it was 2005, and it was our very, very first show. And Bill came by to commemorate that, and he brought us some food, which was really
Nice.
cool. Yeah.
I remember that show.
Yeah.
You ended right before 10.
For
and
the last time ever.
the one and only time, but it was nice. And you kept over apologizing. Of course, I was ever so slightly. And you kept apologizing. We're sorry, we ran a little late. I go, it's okay, fellas. It's okay. Next day, about 5 after 10. Oh my God, we're so sorry. Dudes, it's fine. Next day, 10 after 10, 10:15, 10, etc. And we realized after a while that there was a new precedent that had been set. But happy anniversary to you guys, and thank you for all you've done for us.
Of course, thank you, man.
And likewise, you were named by Bill, who said, of course, it pales in comparison to
hardly
Pierre legacy, which goes on and on.
Are you at 43 years now? 44?
43.
Okay.
As of November.
Do you have an anniversary date? I never remember.
I don't have a date per se. I mean, it was somewhere around fall, so I just call it Thanksgiving.
And it kind of started like part-time, right?
Well, I applied, and they had no openings, and I applied, and I got into the music library.
Right.
As like an assistant music person to Joe Bonadonna. I made $3.50 an hour, and which was a step down from $4.50 an hour I made in San Francisco. But then by the weekend, they didn't have anyone to do the overnight, so I worked 7 days a week. But
is that where the Nighthawk was born?
No, the Nighthawk preceded me. Bubba John, our evening DJ for many years, had been the Nighthawk, and prior to him, a guy named Tom Robinson, I think, created that character or that persona, whatever.
And it just became the Overnighters, the Nighthawk.
Yeah, whoever was on overnights did Nighthawk. So you were
the Morning Sparrow.
I was the Morning Sparrow. I was the canary in a coal mine. So that's a little bit of our history.
Yes.
There was a point I was going to make, but it's eluded me.
I interrupted.
No, it flew out like the canary it is.
Let the canaries loose.
I'm a hummingbird today.
Yeah, you are. I can tell. Zipping around.
Zumbala.
All right.
Welcome to a contest.
Yeah, how about we get the letter of the day? Ready?
Oh, sure. Fine.
Oh, sure.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
A is in Arizona.
All right, fair enough. That means we have a word now, and you can actually call. So we'll take caller number. I haven't done this in months. Caller number 4 at 610-660-9333. And we will let you dazzle us with the word of the week. So caller number 4. Yeah, 4. 610-660-9333. All right, it's Friday. What you going to do today?
Well, we'll have our sweat set coming up, and you had mentioned to me it's the other day was Trini Lopez's birthday. So I have secured a Trini song for the sweat set, among many other fun things. I will do the workforce blocks, which will be cool because we'll get have a request for a block of Deep Purple, which will be nice air guitar for a Friday. And then a giant block of the Hooters. I'll have one more pair of tickets for the Hooters to give away tomorrow evening. They play at the Met. A few tickets remain at Ticketmaster. Willie Nile opens the show at 8 o'clock. Jackie Bam Bam is spinning in the little pop-up street thing they've got going right in front of the Met, which will be cool. And so I'll do a giant block of the Hooters.
How many songs from Deep Purple are you going to play?
Oh, 17, 18. Yeah.
If you can fit Perfect Strangers in there. I love that song.
Okay. All right.
All right, cool. If not, don't worry about it.
No, if you want it, you got it.
I got it. I hope I'm listening.
What Presbo wants.
Yeah, Presbo.
Presbo gets.
Dude.
Yeah. You do your own production.
Yeah. Presbo wants. Presbo gets.
Thank you very much.
I love it. All right. Let me take a caller and see if we can get a winner. And we were looking for caller number 4. It is Eileen that we're going to talk to. Eileen, you are on the air. Good morning, it.
Good morning, it to you. You look so nice today.
Oh, you're so sweet. Eileen, could you please tell us what the word of the week is?
Carla.
Great day in the morning.
Excellent. So, Eileen, you get this really cool hookup, and it is for tomorrow night, a pair of box seats as MMR rocks the Hooters, and this is the first time they've ever played the Met, and this is their 45 Alive 45th anniversary tour. So, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Enjoy that show. We're going to put you on hold. We'll get your information, and we will take care of you.
I meant to do K for the first letter of the week because they have a song called Carla with a K. So we'll play that in our block later on. But I effed up and I put C. And so it's Carla with a C, but the song is Carla with a K. But there was an intent, which went south like many things do. Hey, you still got it out phonetically.
Yeah, it sounded great. So.
Back to you, Presbo.
All right, thank you, bud. All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Adam Home Services. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. AdamHomeservices.com. Next week on the program, as we said yesterday, Monday morning, Frank Caliendo is stopping by the studio.
Yes.
Just for a hang. His show is on Sunday night, but he's coming in on Monday. He's going to stick around and spend some time with us.
And they say, geez, he's got 1 or 2 stories he wants to tell us in person.
Yes.
Yeah.
And another favorite comedian of ours, Robert Kelly, is stopping by. Love having him. And next Friday, 1 week from today, Eggs with Peg, the official opening of the Jersey Shore at Keenan's Irish Pub in North Wildwood, sponsored by Coors Banquet. We are excited to make that whole thing happen, and hopefully you make plans to come and join us, because it's going to be an S show, as it always is.
It is.
Yeah. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend, friend, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.